What's up?
I think we're good. Okay. Thought I had an OBS issue. All right, we're good. Hey, I'm joined. Or let's start over. Welcome everyone. I'm joined today with Mitch, also known as CharmingMan93, a supporter of the GamerGate movement and someone who later on decided to start making YouTube videos. So how are you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
Not too bad. Not too bad. So I keep these pretty open-ended in the beginning, but do you want to tell me about your GamerGate story and how you got involved with all of this?
Yes, sure. So basically, at the time, I was technically a YouTuber already. Not really. I was part of a podcast, and we just discussed mainly non-political stuff, like well, game. It was all just games, movies, and other stuff. I can't remember exactly. We ended up trying to branch it out a little bit too early as well, and that ended at some point. In the meantime, GamerGate happened. How old would I have been? 20, and now I'm 30. And it happened that was going on when I was still at university, and I was at first it was to do with the Five Guys stuff, and then and then obviously from there it blew up, and I just kept on following it, getting more and more into it, and I always knew that games journalism was kind of bad, and that they were in cahoots with the devs. But I just thought it was more like a, oh, you scratch that back, we'll scratch yours kind of incestuousness. I didn't think it was to the point where they were having sexual relations with each other and actually creating some kind of weird blacklist. As I've been listening to a lot of the interviews, it was a way worse than that, especially the indie scene. And then from then on, well, as Gamergate ebbed away and the culture war started to ramp up, I quickly abandoned all my old socialist views that I had at the time, and here I am today.
Wait, you were a socialist before this?
I was at the time of Gamergate, yeah,
Huh.
but not like a commie or anything. More. I mean, kind of like I was a Labour supporter, yeah, which is like a Democrat.
Oh, were you like a social democrat or like a democratic socialist?
Honestly, it's hard to say what I was. I knew I was left wing, and when I look back at it, it's weird. Like in many ways, economically, obviously, I've shifted. I guess you're a capitalist, laissez-faire. But I still believe. But even back then, I always believed in like freedom and freedom of speech and stuff like that. And but now I have a different philosophical basis for all that stuff, which makes more sense, I guess. Yeah, and the fact that they immediately attacked me and others for being gamers, when all my life I'd assumed it was them that was meant to protect us from the right wing doing that. But obviously, in my experience nowadays, that's not the case. It's the opposite for the most part. Obviously, you get your Jack Thompsons of the world and the this idiot right and stuff like that. But yeah, it's mainly the left that are causing the issues.
So you saw
Yeah, it was.
so you saw the right attacking games when you were growing up, and then as
Yeah,
an adult, well, so as an
mainly in
added component,
America. They didn't really do it much here. In Britain, they don't. They never really did it as much.
and the games press was at the time in the 90s,
Mm.
2000s, they were very defensive of games and gamers.
Mhm.
Um, but as the right wing died down, there was a period of a few years where it doesn't seem like anybody was really coming for games anymore, or at least not as much as they used to be. That's
No,
how.
you'd get a few odd comments and things like that, and some spurious studies. But beyond that, yeah, for a while there wasn't anything.
And then Anita Sarkeesian
Oh.
comes out, and people start making articles saying that video games cause sexism, that we need to that they have a social that developers have a social responsibility to stop making games if they contain harmful elements, things like this. And the games press didn't defend gamers at all. Most of them seem to have, with some exceptions, but most of them seem to have basically just said, "Yeah, that's all fine. We agree with her on everything."
Mhm. And they had no idea, and they didn't seem to have any self-awareness that it's the exact same argument with a different subject, I guess. So Jack Thompson's thing was, won't somebody please think of the children with all the violence? And then Neat Sarkeesian is saying, won't somebody please think of the women, in brackets, the children? Although, honestly, the way feminists treat women, you might as well just say children. Please think of the children. That's how they treat women. Look at how sexist it is. Oh, but they do also talk about violence sometimes. I think she may have done that a few
Well,
times. It wasn't
she did
always
with
just
Doom.
sexism.
She said that I don't want to misquote her. Doom Anita Sarkeesian.
I mean, if
It
it's
was a
close
really
to
dumb comment, though. It was a really
if
dumb
it's as
comment.
close to the truth as possible, who cares if it's paraphrased? While you're doing that, can I quickly just get some orange juice? I'm hungover a little bit.
Absolutely.
One sec.
Posting that in YouTube and Kick Chat as well. That's her quote on Doom. And the Discord.
Keep the show going. I hope the people are still entertained while I'm
All
gone.
right.
Here we go.
All right. She says.
See, you know what's funny? It's my head isn't that bad. It's just my throat.
Anita Sarkeesian, she says, this level of extreme violence
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't be considered normal. It's not an excuse to say it's expected because Doom, that's the problem. And that was in response to either Doom or Doom Eternal, the announcement. I think it might have been Doom Eternal.
Would it have been?
Or no, actually
Maybe.
it would have been Doom, because
I'm
Doom
sure
Eternal came out later. Yeah. It was the 2016 Doom.
2017. Oh, yeah, sorry. Doom Eternal was a couple of years ago.
Yep.
Yeah, that was stupid, but she wasn't the only one. They were all doing that. But then it wasn't just an attack on video games as I don't know, art form, I guess, for lack of a better term. It was also an attack on gamers, and by extension, because not all gamers are strictly nerdy, but there was an attack on that kind of people as well. That's why. Who was it again who said that bring back bullying?
Sam Biddle. Right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. It was an attack on the areas of mainly male-dominated places that they hadn't yet managed to control and attack and destroy utterly. And the gaming culture, I mean, I know you'll touch on that later, but I'll just briefly say that, as we all know, it's mostly male. So anything that's mostly male or totally male is something that should be destroyed or controlled to some extent by these people for whatever reason that they deem the reason ought to be. And that was part of it as well.
When you say
GamerGate was...
Go ahead.
Go on.
When you say
No,
these people, what group are you talking about?
The left and the feminists, the left, but in particular feminists, they touch on the more gender aspects, whereas other leftists will touch on more economics or other social issues. That's who I'm referring to. Yeah.
Did you talk about GamerGate on your podcast?
A little bit, a little tiny bit, but obviously all the rest of my hosts were not interested at all. They weren't pro or anti, really. And in fact, we were a splinter group of a community called Spill.com, if anybody remembers them. If you've ever heard of Double Toasted, that's where that comes from. It's the same, some of the same people. And yeah, we were just fans who wanted to do our own, a very similar thing. And yeah, so I didn't try to talk about it too much. I did interview Mercedes Carrera on it as well. that was surprising.
How do you feel about that now?
So that was the... Well, technically, she's still not been.
Yeah, she's not. She's not guilty. I mean, she's not been found guilty.
She's still incarcerated. But
that's
no,
a very
I don't
weird
regret
story.
it. Nobody. I know. I mean, nobody would have known at the time anyway.
Yeah, the whole
you can't
thing.
regret something that you didn't know.
Yeah. No, absolutely. You're absolutely right. But have you followed that court case at all?
Not at all. No, it seems to have just gone quiet.
Which is weird, given that it's been like 4 years or 5 years or 6 years or something. It's been like an
It takes a long
insane amount
time.
of time.
It takes a long time. I mean, the Johnny Depp situation, which I was obviously pro Johnny Depp, that took years in 2 different countries, and that was a civil case. It's
Well, yeah,
just
but
one
this
of those
is.
things.
I mean, in theory, she should have a right to a speedy trial, right? Unless it's her side. I don't think it is, though, from what I've read a little bit. I don't think it is her
Yeah,
side
true, she
requesting the
does.
delays.
But then look at the most recent court case in England, which I was nearly a jury member of. In fact, I was, but I had to drop out because I could have lost my job over it. Because I wasn't there all the time. Have you heard of Lucy Letby?
No, I haven't.
I'm surprised because it did cross over to America. This story. She's a convicted child killer, and she was a nurse. She killed babies. Yeah, and she'd been under investigation for a while, and then the court case took quite a long time to actually get to court. And then when it got to court, it was meant to be 6 months, and it lasted about a year and a bit. Yeah, these things that's just what happens, mate. But anyway, moving on.
Okay, yes. Do you consider yourself a gamer? What does that mean to you? Or actually, first, before we get to that, got a tough
Go
question
on,
for you. Can you define what
go on.
GamerGate was?
GamerGate was a game. Well, at first, when I look back at it, obviously the main thing was it was a consumer revolt against the games press, which had been building up for a very, very long time. People think that GamerGate was this big thing that happened out of nowhere. It wasn't. There was many little dramas and crises in the gaming community and the press and the industry, which if you watch Razor Fist's videos on that subject, which he started doing in, 2011? Something like that? This had been brewing for a long time. The tension there was about to boil over, and that was just a spark that lit the fuse, basically. And yeah, it was initially that. It was about ethics in games journalism, but then this is how I see it, as we got more and more into this, as we fought these people more, and we realised the extent of the problem, it started to branch out a bit more naturally anyway. Despite what some of the other guests on here on both sides of the debate, we should have stuck to this, or we should not stuck to this, done whatever we wanted. Regardless, we were pushing in different directions anyway, whether we knew it or not. It was a movement of hundreds of thousands of people, not all in the same country, not all speaking the same language. So, yeah, it became something bigger, and then collapsed utterly after Airplay. So yeah, that's what it was about. It was about ethics in games journalism. But then when we realised that there was more than just ethical violations, but political problems too, yeah, it became a political thing for a little bit. And so, do you want me to now answer if I'm a gamer and what it means to me?
Yes. Well, actually,
I'm
I want to follow
long-winded.
up on your
Go on.
question, your answer.
Oh, go on.
You said movement. So do you think of it as a movement?
Yeah, it was a movement. Of course it was. I mean, again, not all movements are like things that are planned specifically and everybody knows what they are all the time. Like, it was a spontaneous movement. It just happened, and we were organised as well. When we finally got our act together very early on, I might add, we started doing, all those targeting the adverts and stuff like that. That's what movements do. It was, I think, people compared us to Occupy, I think, at one point, didn't they?
Yeah. People compared it to Occupy and Anonymous and like so many different other like online movements in the past.
And you can see why,
Basically
yeah,
just
because
those
we
two,
acted in
really.
a very, yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
BLM was before
we acted in a
GamerGate, I
similar
think,
way.
actually. But
Occupy was before that. Anonymous had been around for a while, yeah. But the reason why we were compared to them is we did very similar things because it was a movement, even if it wasn't clearly defined towards the end or may have been a bit of an amorphous blob. There were things that we were doing that are hallmarks of a movement, and we all shared mostly the same goals and mostly the same beliefs.
some of the people I've interviewed, I'm not sure if you've seen these specific ones, but like QQ, Thydrin, Lord Nurgle brought it up. A lot of people have brought it up that they're like, hey, look, I don't like the idea of calling it a movement because I prefer to think of it as just being a hashtag where I can share information with people, and I don't want to be like tied down by
Well, it
mistakes
can be
that other
both.
people made.
It can be both. It was a hashtag. that people used to name, I guess you could say, an unnamed movement. That became the adopted name, in a way, I would say. To say it's just a hashtag is really, well, once it's semantics, whatever. You don't have to call it a movement. You could call it a revolt. You could call it a consumer uprising or what have you. At the end of the day, we were doing things that most people would say are the hallmarks of a movement. Now, maybe these people have reasons to say why it's not a movement, but I don't see any reason why I should be ashamed or scared of saying I was a part of a movement. I've been in loads of movements in my life. I still am in one, technically, I guess. So yeah, we targeted people's we targeted companies' advertising. We boycotted. We did this, that, and the other. Yeah, of course we did. That's a movement, and I'm happy to say I was a part of it. I have no regrets.
I'm glad to hear that. Though now I'll let you answer the question that I sort of
Go on.
impromptu and very awkwardly asked you like 5 minutes ago, and then cut you
Go
off
on.
from answering. Do you consider yourself a gamer, and what does that mean to you?
Yes, absolutely. I've been since I was about 4 years old, and I was a gamer largely because of my dad, who's an old gamer. He's a boomer, and I started watching him play, and then I started playing, and that, yeah, I've always been one. I probably always will be, even if I don't play as much as I used to. That said, the reason why I was nearly late was I was playing Banner Saga 2, guys. But nobody knows that. Shh. But yeah. As to what a gamer is, well, it's a hobbyist that plays games, and just like in the metal community and in other musical subgenre movements and stuff like that, there are the casuals and there are the hardcores. And just because you listen to metal or you listen to rap doesn't mean you're a metalhead or a rap enthusiast or whatever you would call a fan of rap music, a hip hop head. Like, I arguably am a metalhead, but I'm not really, because I don't really dress the part, even though I listen to loads of metal music. And I don't really engage in whatever lifestyle it may have. But I am a fan nonetheless. But I am a gamer because I spend loads of money on games all the time. I play as much as I can. But I don't just play one particular game like FIFA. Oh, well, it's not FIFA anymore. I don't just play mobile games like Candy Crush, because I'm bored on the bus. I play games because I enjoy them for what they are, because they give meaning. They give meaning to my life in some ways. There's a challenge to them. I love the stories, and what we're going to be getting next, that kind of thing. I have a vested interest in the industry to some extent as somebody who plays, whereas a casual doesn't. And then obviously there's the gender aspect to it. It is male dominated. It always will be, because, well, as we've seen in a lot of studies and a lot of research, guys like their goodies. They like their toys and their tools, and gaming is kind of like that. It is a tool in your hand, and you do problem solving, stuff like you would do in the wild, in a way. That doesn't mean that women can't enjoy it. That doesn't mean women aren't gamers. There are women gamers. They're always around, but there's not as many of them, at least in the hardcore aspect, as there are men. Obviously, I think in the more casual environments, the ones who play Candy Crush or those many mobile games, maybe that is female dominated, but it depends on the game. But then again, you get games like The Sims. That's female dominated, and that's definitely not a casual game, really, if you think about it.
No, there's really a lot
So
to
yeah.
it.
Oh yeah, there's a lot, and it's a very difficult game too. I'm surprised. I only played the first one, and that was it for me.
The
But yeah.
one of the things that the
Mhm.
Gamers Are Dead articles, Leigh Alexander's article,
Mhm.
talked about,
Mhm.
and I want to bring this up because you said that you spend a lot of money on games, and that was obviously just one
Mhm.
part of a very larger component of what you think of when you think of gamers. But
Mhm.
she talks about how the gamer identity it needs to go away in part because it is this consumerist identity. You're defining yourself by the things that you buy. And she thought that that was really bad, in addition to a
Well,
whole
that's
host of other
stupid.
complaints she had.
That's stupid because all hobbies require money to be able to do. There's no free hobby that I know of. You know, if you're a gardener, you've got to buy your tools, you've got to buy your seeds, you've got to buy soil, you've got to buy fertilizer, buy land or rent it, you know? That's stupid. Now, are there consumerist issues? Yes, of course there is. Like, for example, the pre-ordering and the fact that a lot of gamers are far too tolerant of terrible business practices. Just look what's going on in the Total War community right now, which I think we can touch on a bit more when we get into ethics, because there's a lot we can talk about with the YouTubers and things like that. And maybe there's some issues with how we behave, but we're not sexist as a group. We're not racist as a group. We don't deserve to die just because we have those particular consumerist issues. That, by the way, it doesn't just affect us. It affects loads of other hobbies, like, you know, maybe more traditional gaming, not just video gaming. You know, like Wizards of the Coast or Warhammer, that kind of thing. They have those issues too. And then to destroy, I think the only reason why she wanted to destroy the identity was because this is what they do. They enter a movement, they enter a hobby, enter a government or anything. This is what these leftists do, and they try to corrupt it from within and change it utterly. That's what they do. That's the only reason why she was saying that. It was a tactic. It was a call to arms, saying to all her little cabal of friends, the time is now, because they're starting to rise up. If we don't nip this in the bud, we'll never take control of it utterly. And that's really what it was, in my opinion.
Now
Nothing more.
You say that games probably won't be reaching like a 50-50 gender parity, at least when you're talking like the hardcore aspects of games. Though I do want to ask, there's sort of two ways I could go with this, so I'll ask one of them first, and it's probably one you've heard before. Well, if you just make more female characters in the games, women are going to be more interested in playing them.
But they don't. Like, women don't play the Dead or Alive games, and they're all and in some of them, like the beach volleyball games, it's all women characters.
Well, they would say that those are poor examples of representation because they're too sexy. Or too sexualized, right?
You know,
too sexualized.
The way I respond to that is, it's not my fault you're ugly or have issues with women who are more attractive, have better personalities than you, and stuff like that, and that you feel, and as a result of that, you feel insecure towards what is essentially a group of polygons.
And then, you know? I guess the second
not
argument
my problem
would be that as games become more mainstream, they're going to probably at some point like reach a point where playing a game is just like watching a movie. Basically, it's like, oh, what are we gonna do for our date? Well, we could either go play a game, and that could mean many different things, right? That could mean like 50 years from now going to like some sort of virtual reality thing, like a holodeck, and like where it's just like real life, right? That, I mean, who knows where the technology is going to go, and that is going to be something that like people of really both men and women really want to do, because it's going to be like this super immersive experience where you're like interacting as if you were in a holodeck from Star Trek.
Yeah, but the thing is, people have always been doing that with games since as long as they've been around, which is quite a long time now, actually. It's the youngest medium, being what, about 50, 60 years old now, nearly. Yeah, it's definitely over 50. And people were doing it even back then. If you had you and your girlfriend had, like, say, an Atari, and you didn't feel like going out, well, you just play whatever multiplayer games they had back then, right? And you don't, and if you're in a relationship with somebody, if you have a group of friends, you don't always play the games that you would want to play on your own. You'd play a game that best suits everybody around you, right? So, like, if I had a girlfriend, I probably wouldn't want to play Total War with her unless she was into it, because that's one of my particular games that I like, and it's kind of difficult to do with one person next to you. You know, it's one of those games that requires another computer. But if I have her, this hypothetical girlfriend, with me right now, when I've got a few controllers, I could emulate Mario Kart. I could play any of the shooting games that I've got on my computer if she's into that. You know, there's many different things I can do. to have a good experience with them without having to change games themselves. And they've been mainstream since the 80s anyway, so we're already past that point. Like, there is literally no reason to change them as they quote unquote become more mainstream, because they became mainstream because of what they are rather than what they should be. So, if they did well, if games did well with Lara Croft having big boobs, then I don't see why they should change. In fact, they do worse now that they've reduced them. Have you noticed that?
I've not looked at like the sales numbers or anything for the new ones.
Oh yeah, the more politically correct it gets, the less people are interested.
I didn't play the latest
it's
one or
Sony.
two, but the first reboot I thought was a pretty
I
solid game.
I don't mean Lara Croft. I mean in general.
Oh.
Like, a lot of the woke games just don't do as well as games that are made with actual heart and soul, that aren't afraid to push some boundaries. People like escapism. Who knew?
On August, well, actually, let's talk about this.
All right, go on.
Okay, so obviously there's going to be a lot of people who do like the games that have a lot of over the top action and tits and cocks or whoever, whatever the fuck, dude, whatever you're into, I don't care. People are gonna a lot of people are gonna be into that kind of thing, and they're just gonna want this escapism and to step away from real life. But I think there's like also probably definitely a market. It might not be as big of a market as the escapism market, but there probably is like a market for the more serious games, like the Metal Gear Solid or like
Even
Life
Metal
is
Gear Solid
Strange
has
or something
has
like
that.
that. I mean,
have you seen what some of the girls look like in that?
Well, true. Well, I mean, look, she breathes through her skin, dude. So like, it's understandable.
I mean, even before that, like in Metal Gear Solid 3 and then number 4 as well.
Yeah, I don't. True. There's obviously escapism elements, but they also are trying to tell a very serious like story about like war crimes and artificial intelligence and the deep state controlling thing. Like there's so many different elements to it that are like way deeper than just like I'm gonna play this and blow shit up.
Obviously, yeah. But it turns out you can actually do both, especially with Metal Gear Solid's case, yeah. But anyway, like, there's no reason why we can't have both. But at the same time, their idea of escapism, their idea of serious is different. To them, everything must have a message. Everything must have some kind of super serious meaning to it. Now, I do know that there's an author called Dave Stewart. He's also a YouTuber. He said that technically you can't make any apolitical story because it is political if it's doing something different to the norm. So, like, if you were to write a fantasy book with a world that is very traditionalist and stuff like that, and sees that as a good thing, that goes against the current culture that we live in, arguably. Even if it is, when you read it, you just think, oh, that's a good world, that's done. You don't make any other, super in-your-face political statements. It's just, this is the world that this lives in, and this is a good, and it's, I guess when you read it, you get a sense this is a good thing. That's still political. But it's not saying that the person was political, though. So, in that sense, that's true. But escapism, as we define it, is something that looks good, that plays well, or when you watch it in a film, if you read it in a book, it flows well, that kind of thing. To them, it's like everything must be uglified, everything must have this particular plot. The women characters have to be absolutely perfect, and all them and can't be evil. And increasingly now, minorities can't be evil, and things like that. Rather than just create the best story with what you've got.
I don't play a whole lot of new games. How common is this?
No, I don't. From what I've seen, it depends on the studio. So I would say that it's all in the AAA kind of stuff, mainly, like like Forspoken, stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a woke thing or what, but the uglification is
it
like
is.
Mass
It is
Effect
a woke.
Andromeda.
Well, I don't like that term.
Look at like
I think that
PvE
was
in Mass
more.
Effect Andromeda.
I think that was just. I don't think they were trying to make them purposefully ugly in Andromeda. I think they were just terrible at making games at that point. Truthfully.
That might be, especially since like it seems like
Mm.
at certain angles and stuff, it's like really,
Mm.
really bad. Like you look at like other
Mm.
scenes, and it's like okay, it's like they're not that
Mm.
ugly, I guess. But like,
Well, I mean,
there's definitely some
all it
very
is,
good.
like the uglification of like with female characters and even male characters as well. It's partly a reaction to, you know, what a lot of video games looked like back in the day. But let's be honest, not all video games were like that. A lot of them are quite realistic looking, like Rockstar, for example. All their games have realistic looking characters who you could imagine in real life. But it's also, let's be honest, it's all these ugly, horrible people on the left who feel insecure about people who are better looking than them having more social capital, I guess, and things like that. And they're just putting all their insecurities out there in this game. They're trying to stamp their own insecurities out on the world. You even see it in films now, like they intentionally uglify people with makeup. So, like a classic example is the woman who plays Rose in the horrible sequels to Star Wars. She's actually quite good looking in real life, but they made her look fat and just ugly in the film. Why? Because we can't have anybody who's too glamorous, which flies in the face of the originals because it was you know, they'd love to speak about Carrie Fisher and Leia and all that and create this myth around her. But she was the one that was pushing a lot of that glamorous stuff. It was her who convinced George Lucas to put on the slave outfit. She wanted to do that. He didn't.
Oh, is that true? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, look it up. Yeah.
Okay. So you've already talked about the Gamers Are Dead articles. It sounds like these articles, you weren't a big
Mhm.
fan of them. Is that right?
No, I was horrified at the time. I couldn't believe what was happening.
Why do you think they wrote the articles?
Um, it's many different reasons. At the time, and I do still believe this, it was collusion. At the time, I thought it was collusion, and there definitely was collusion. But then also, QQ made a good point in his interview that it was also laziness. That too, maybe. They copy and pasted, changed a few words rather than write their own thing. But it was definitely coordinated. There was a push at that time to try and nip this growing problem in the bud as fast as possible, but it was too late. That just made everything worse. I mean, I was just shocked that the people that were meant to, you know, speak up for us and to raise concerns in our name were the ones trying to attack us and erase us from culture, basically, and declaring us to be dead. Well, nearly 10 years later, we're still around, and a lot of them are now. So,
If the games press tried to reform or even just ignored the ethical questions that were being raised at the time, instead of writing these Gamers Who Did articles, do you think that there still would have been a massive controversy?
it was literally happening as they released it anyway. So it would have continued on the present course it was on, but maybe slower. That really kicked it into gear. But other than that, yeah, it was still happening. It was going to happen. The cat was out of the bag.
Why do you think the Games Press didn't just say, "Hey, look, we made a couple mistakes. We got too close with some of the game developers. We're going to do better in the future and implement new policies." Why not just do that instead of going the route they did?
They could have done, but they genuinely didn't see what the issue was because, as far as they were concerned, this wasn't an ethical problem. Got to remember, they may have been journalists, but they lived in a world where everything was a bit more loose, shall we say, compared to where the rest of us live. And in that particular part of that area, it was okay to sleep with the person you're reviewing. It's okay to create these cliques and these circles that have a lot of influence socially that can get people blacklisted in the industry, not just in the media. to them that was fine. And to some extent that happens in mainstream journalism to some extent, but because it's so much more vast and broad in that area, those issues aren't as much of a problem as it is in something that's very niche like the gaming journalism. Like, you'd probably see the same thing happen in like gardening journalism then you as well, I would say. Yeah, they didn't think they did anything wrong. They didn't think that there was any issue here, and it was us that had the problem. We had the problem with strong independent women like Zoe Quinn being horrible people, abusers, and that we should check our privilege. And the fact that they had people like Steve Totillo, who actually had a degree in journalism, apparently, defending this suggests that some of them did know that potentially this was something that journalists shouldn't be doing, but they turned a blind eye because, well, it was making them money, and it was giving them influence and power that they so desperately craved. So they were happy to turn a blind eye, and I don't think that they've learnt from that anyway. So even if they did say, "Oh, don't worry, we'll change, we'll do this, that, and the other," which they did eventually do to some extent later on anyway, who was there to make sure that they did abide by these ethics policies? It's what games developers do when they've got their own little problems, like Creative Assembly right now. They'll write an apology after they've just done a Gamers Are Dead article of their own, but rather than say Gamers Are Dead, they'll say we can't have these toxic people in this fandom ruining it for everybody with the criticism and stuff like that, which isn't criticism, it's harassment, that kind of thing. Then when they eventually realise that the arsehole move doesn't work, they'll try and play goody-goody, and that's exactly what they did.
I want to go back to the Carrie Fisher thing because I've looked this up. It looks like
Was that right?
a lot of comments about it over the years.
Mm-hmm.
She looks like she's like mostly negative on the outfit actually. But
Really?
she
I'm
says
sure
that
I read somewhere that she wanted it.
she did say that it was that her her nervousness and negative feelings about the outfit were made up for by the fact that she was able to strangle Jabba the Hutt. So maybe that's what you saw, or maybe there's other comments too. I mean, she probably spoke at like
Maybe,
hundreds
yeah.
of conventions over the course of the past 50 years. So like,
Bear in mind that she did take a lot of drugs and probably said a lot of contradictory stuff.
yeah, true.
I swear she did. I swear it was her idea.
All right, what do you think of games journalism?
It's shit. Am I allowed to swear?
Oh yeah. Just don't use the N
Yeah,
word
it's shit.
because YouTube doesn't like that.
I've got the pass. It's okay.
What kind of reforms would you like to have seen happen?
At the time, I would have wanted them to abide by basic ethics. So don't have sex with the person you're reviewing. Have professional distance. Even if you're friends with them, you've got to be objective. And if you are friends with them and you're told to review them, you should recuse yourself. All the usual stuff that people wanted. That's what I wanted. But nowadays, I would rather just see it all burn down. Or to go the way of Gorka, basically.
You don't think that there's still a role for good games journalism?
No, I don't so. But at the same time, there's not the YouTubers have not been any better. So I guess it's human nature. Maybe there's always going to be things like that happen, and we just have to be aware of it.
What are your issues with ethics in YouTube journalism, or whatever you want to call it?
I think we'll get there when you start asking about that kind of stuff. You got some questions about that, right?
Not really. I mean, I do
okay.
ask...
I mean, more like ethics in games journalism, because I can then touch on it.
We're in that
when we
segment
talk
now.
about that.
Yeah, we're in that segment.
Oh,
now.
are we?
We've
Okay,
transitioned.
right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll talk about it. So it's happened in a lot of gaming communities, but in particular, right now, this is a major issue in the Total War community. So basically, what happened was, as games journalism declined, the YouTubers rose in ascendance, and that was something that we were seeing in real time during GamerGate, and arguably we helped push even further, didn't we? Because naively we assumed that the YouTubers, being actual gamers, would be less corrupted because they're not part of this big group of people like the games journalists are, and they don't always have political interests either, like they also have in games journalism. So we thought that they would be more willing to tell the truth about a game that they play because they're just normal, regular people, right? And for a time, that might well have been the case. But unfortunately, game developers saw all these YouTubers and thought, we could do a scratch your back type thing with these people. And that's what Creative Assembly did. They created this partner program, influencer program. So you could join this program and you could get access to the games ahead of time to review them and stuff like that. But there was a catch, as there always is with things like this, and that is you couldn't be super critical. You couldn't speak your mind on the game because, in their opinion, a criticism is bad for business when it's actually not. There's actually quite a lot of developers that are actually open to criticism. Like I think Baldur's Gate, their developers were open to the criticism, and look how well the game's done. But Creative Assembly is not one of them, and they would just put them in a stranglehold, give them NDA. I think they had NDAs, in the contract and stuff like that. So a YouTuber couldn't speak their mind on fear of losing out in the program. They would be kicked out, and that happened to somebody called Legend of Total War twice. And the first time was he didn't realize that would happen, and then the second time, recently, that's because he was in fuck it mode. And then it also happened to another big name called Voland as well. And we all discovered that basically a lot of these YouTubers were really greedy, just like the games journalists were. Not for political reasons. They just wanted to get the game earlier so they could grow their audiences and make money, as opposed to make sure that the game devs are making good games and that we as the consumer, as the fans, are getting what we're paying for, And we discovered that wasn't the case, and it's happening in loads of other communities. I think even the Paradox, not as bad, but I think even Paradox has a problem with that too. And now, but inevitably, things like this will always, explode, and it's finally exploded in Creative Assembly's face. Because a lot of those YouTubers are now starting to distance themselves from Creative Assembly because it's now become impossible to defend them. It's impossible to defend a game like the new one that's come out, Pharaoh. It sold 50,000 copies, which is the lowest of any Total War game ever, which usually ranges from the hundreds of thousands to the millions.
Well, what is to be done about these
what is
ethical
to be
issues?
done? With the YouTube thing, it's really simple. Just don't allow the game devs to take a hold of you financially or anything like that. You have to stay completely independent. I mean, if you're a fanboy, you're a fanboy, right? You're always going to say something positive no matter what, right? But if there's no development, if there's no partnerships like that, then you can't have conflict of interest. That's one thing, but it's inevitably going to happen because these reviewers want their hands on these early copies, don't they? So they can get it out as fast as possible. But I think some sacrifices will have to be made if you want YouTubers that are ethical and do the right thing and are honest. Well, the fanboy's honest, even if he's way too positive, I take that over someone who's pretending.
Yeah, me too. Are the game developers and YouTubers, do they have to disclose this connection to the audience?
Yeah, I don't know the exact in and out if they need to disclose it. I think people just know anyway because they'll announce it, I guess. Everybody knows. I think the main issue was the criticism aspect of it. And remember, a lot of the fan base probably didn't even realise that they couldn't do that stuff until what happened to Legend of Total War, what happened to Voland started happening. So there's that, yeah. It's hard to explain. You'd have to go look at the videos that Voland and Legend of Total War have done. Oh, and it happened to Arch as well. Arch Warhammer? It happened to him as well. He's also a member
of that world too much.
No, he's also a member of the Total War community, or was, and did a lot of, and was also in that partner program. They blacklisted him. This is the thing. You don't just get kicked out of that program, you get blacklisted. As if a developer can blacklist somebody.
What
But
does that
you know,
mean by blacklisted? What happens to them?
basically you don't get access to the benefits that any of the other YouTubers in that program would get, and unless you grovel to them and apologize after a couple of years, you can't get back in. That's basically what it is. So they're trying to curate the community so that they can only ever get a positive feedback loop, essentially. But now they can't do that because, well, the can of worms has been opened, just like in GamerGate.
How responsive do you think the games press was to calls for reform?
Not very. And even at the end, with airplane stuff, when they did start doing stuff, it was half-assed at best.
Well, I don't know how I want to think about this because at the time I was like, oh, well, a bunch of them did actually update their ethics policy or create them because most of them didn't even have ethics policies to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
And they did issue a bunch of corrections, not to every article that we wanted them to, but to a lot of them. And it depended on like what website and like what website we're talking about. But it seemed like some of them like really did try. But then at the same time, I'm like, well, I still don't trust them though. Like it's not like it's not like I'm gonna like magically start trusting Polygon just because they updated, just because they've issued like a few handful of corrections, or just because they created an ethics policy. So
they
I
only
didn't
did it because
feel
they were
super.
forced to, and they were losing money. Remember, these people will get away with it if they can make money, and they think they can get away with it.
But
that's the only reason.
Yes, I don't like disagree. Like I think there are good reasons to be skeptical of the games press, even today. But like they did actually respond to our calls for reform. They just
yeah, but they didn't really. When you think about it, it was sort of it was an optics thing, because who's to say that they're actually following these ethics policies that they put in place? They don't have to. As long as if it looks like something was done, then that's good enough. If it convinces people that, hey, we're doing something here, things are changing, whereas behind the scenes they're still doing what they're doing. And I guarantee you, at Kotaku and in other places like that, they're still doing what they did years ago.
Are they though? Because like I don't want to be too defensive of them because I don't like the games press too much. But like let's be honest though, during GamerGate, and maybe this is just because there was so much focus on them, but during GamerGate there were new scandals like every fucking 2 weeks. Or well, that's not really true, right? In the beginning, there were a whole bunch of scandals in games journalism. People were able to find all sorts of stuff, and there were probably almost 100 that we've uncovered, like from Deep Freeze. Almost 100 different ethical violations in the games press, and that was from like the first few months, the first like 6 to 12 months or whatever of GamerGate. But as time went on, there were still people looking into this stuff, but we found fewer and fewer of them as time went on. Now
Probably because all that stuff was in the past, and I don't know, maybe nothing was actually going on at the time, the more we uncovered. I don't know. But
I mean, like, there were some things, right? There was like the Metal Gear Solid 5 boot camp. Like that was like a major scandal. Leia Alexander did have another scandal later on. Like there were like maybe a couple other scandals later on, like involving like corruption.
I think maybe it's because the microscope was on him. If the microscope was on them, and it was very heavily, I guess they decided to wait it out, behave themselves. But now that the microscope is off them, like, let's be honest, there's no GamerGate never became the watchdog it was meant to be. That's what some people wanted it to be. So now these people probably doing what they always did, but they're keeping it under wraps. They're maybe not as public about it as they used to be. Because remember, back in the day, it wasn't just the fact that they did these things, but they were public about it. They didn't exactly hide it,
Right. They were literally in some of these cases tweeting like, can't wait to go out to dinner with my friend and they'll tag the game developer in it. It's like, oh my god, dude! And then you wrote like 17 articles promoting their work. It's like, what the fuck?
And the reason why we have less and less scandals was because they were becoming more and more private.
But we don't know that actually. Like maybe they did get better, and we just like assumed the worst.
Of course they have. I refuse to believe that they haven't learned some lessons. But that's just
Yeah.
my opinion.
Yeah, no, like I'm not like saying that I would like trust any of them today. The
Mm.
problem though is that like we have a lot of evidence of the corruption they were engaged in like
Hmm.
the early 2000s or the early 2010s up until like 2015 or so, right? Or 2014, 2015 area, like that era. And then like we have a couple of examples of corruptions after that, but like they're a lot fewer. And so we all just assume, well, they're probably still just as corrupt. They've just got better at hiding it, or no one's looking as hard. People aren't looking as hard. But like we actually don't know. Like maybe they did clean house a bit.
I don't think they cleaned house. I think they just changed the way they operate. But who knows? We probably will never find out. But I remember at the time thinking that this was just for show, that they haven't really gotten better,
And
and
that
it's
was
just to
my
placate us.
perception as well at the time.
Mm.
But I do think it's worth like challenging that because like it could be
I mean, I'm not
otherwise.
saying
But
all of them did it like that. I know for a time the escapists got better, but then they brought people like Bob back anyway. So what was the point? And Tech Raptor went more towards the anti-Gamergate side as well. I think I don't know what happened, but they had like a change of staff and they became way less based.
yeah, I don't know what happened there. That's an interesting story that could be explored actually.
Mm.
Um, if you were the editor in chief of a gaming website and some of your
Hmm.
employees were accused of ethical violations, how would you have handled the situation?
Well, you do what any normal company would do if they had any brains, if they had any notion of ethics, then you would conduct a proper investigation and you would look at the evidence and you would determine if they broke the rules or not. If they broke the rules, they get punished according to how bad the violation was. If the violation is bad but not a sackable offence, you might dock them pay or you might suspend them for a bit. You know, that kind of whatever you would do. But if it is a sackable offence, you sack them. That's fire for the Americans, by the way. Sack means fire people.
I'm not that uncultured.
Not you, but the other ones.
In September 2014, it was revealed that nearly 150 games journalists from competing publications
Mm.
were in a mailing group called Game Journal Pros. What did you think of this
Mhm.
revelation?
Because I mean, it's weird. I should have known better because we all had everybody has some sense that the press is corrupt to some extent. Like you look at the BBC, you look at NBC, any of them. It doesn't matter where, RTE for example in Ireland, like they're all corrupt. Especially if they're state backed, they are going to be corrupt and biased towards whatever the state wants them to put out, that kind of thing. But I think what shocked us was that these were in a hobby, an interest area, a niche where where they're not state backed. These are private companies who should be competing against each other for readers, right? And yet here they are in this group chat, coordinating and working together. That's what I think was shocking. It shouldn't have been shocking anyway. We should have seen, as journalists, this is most likely what they're going to be doing because it seems to me that journalists, as a rule, tend to be a bit corrupt to some degree. They do seem to be inherently untrustworthy. And but it did take us by surprise. But we were naive then. The way I see it now is most of us were naive and didn't know any better. But nowadays, if it was to happen now, and this was revealed, I wouldn't be shocked, because I don't know who it was in one of your interviews. He mentioned that there was a other story in the 2000s. I think to do with the mainstream news.
Yes,
There was some
journalist.
yeah, journalist, yeah. But I didn't know about that at the time. I only well, I just found out about it this year from your interview. So again, it was something we should not have been shocked by, but we were. But
Um,
then but I think it made everything make sense.
is is it so if because they're like in theory journalists, it seems
Hmm.
way worse. If it was a mailing list of a bunch of like lawyers, well, actually lawyers would be pretty bad too. But if it was like a
Not
mailing
really.
list,
I wouldn't
well,
say lawyers is that bad. I mean,
maybe.
lawyers are really good at are really good at, how do I explain it? So if they can defend somebody they hate, who they know has done something evil, then them being in a chat isn't really that bad, because most lawyers are professional enough to not share that information with somebody in a group chat. It could just be stuff like, oh, here's a job you guys could get. Here's a client who needs a prospective client. And that would be anything like, oh, this court
Maybe,
cases.
but
They won't be sharing facts in the court case, because
I would be
that
concerned
stuff would
though.
make them lose their jobs. They can get
Maybe, but
disbarred
Mitch,
for that.
I would be concerned if my lawyer was in like a group chat
Obviously, yeah.
with like the person on the other side of the case. Like I would
They
be
all
like,
know each other.
no, I don't want that.
I don't know what it is in America because it's so big, but in a city, for example, I'm sure all the lawyers and barristers all know each other to some degree. They're all acquainted, right? But they still have a job to do when they do it.
But the whole point I was gonna make
Games
was,
journalists, go on.
sorry, I picked lawyer really poorly. I should have said something like, if it was like a bunch of plumbers who like were all networking with each other, like nobody would really care if they have like their own
No,
private
that would be
mailing
a good
list.
thing.
But because they're journalists, we treat it differently.
Yeah, because these people have social influence that they shouldn't have, really. Arguably, they can control opinion. They can affect influence on opinion. They can control opinion if they're given the power to do so, and because and if they're in lockstep together like that, that's even worse, because they can combine together to make that even more of a problem.
And
That's why it's so bad.
Like, if you look at like
And they were
logs, like they did actually talk about blacklisting people, like Alistair Pensoff, and also a game developer as well, an indie dev. They talked about blacklisting him, and they also tried to pressure Greg Tito to censor the Escapist forums because they didn't like some of the stuff that was being posted on there that was critical of the
and
Game
that's still
Express.
going on to this day. Well, you know that French guy that got blacklisted? You know that game, the pixel game?
Tim Saray?
That everyone fawned. Yeah, the one that everyone fawned over, but I just thought it looked. I didn't like it. I didn't like the look of it. I thought it looked terrible.
Oh, the last night.
Yeah, graphically, I thought, why can't you just make a nice looking sprite rather than something that looks shit?
At the time, I
just
was
don't like that
impressed,
art
but
style.
I'd have to go back and rewatch
I
it.
don't like that art style. That's somebody who sees Mario like on a HD screen and thinks, "Oh, that's what it looked like at the time. I should make it like that and make it look crap." Well, no. If you watch it on if you play the game on a proper TV, CRT TV, you know what I mean? The CRT TV, is it? You know, the old style TVs and monitors. It looks miles better because, believe it or not, game devs back then, once they started into the 8-bit era and 16-bit era, made absolutely beautiful sprites that were animated very well. Sorry, I'm getting on a tangent. I can't stand that pixel art nonsense because that's not what games back then really looked like, unless you count like Atari 2600. But that was 4-bit, arguably. Anyway, can you remind me, what was I saying?
Well, you were talking about the last night in Tim Saray. Tim Saray specifically.
Yes, that happened after Gamergate, didn't it? Right?
Well, see, you say Gamergate ended after Airplay. I guess for you it did.
It did.
And some other people did as well. But several.
Well, what's it done since?
Well, torrential downpour was a major operation. There was also the Operation Double Vision, a few other things too we were doing over the next several years. Like for me, Gamergate transitioned more into an artistic freedom as the primary focus, as there were fewer and fewer ethical violations being uncovered. So I was involved, and also of course most of the meetups, not all, most of the meetups happened in 2017 or 2016, 2017, which were after Airplay. And there were some meetups in 2018 as well. And I was still making hundreds of Gamergate videos over the course of, like, probably over 100 Gamergate videos over the next few years. Like in 2017, I probably made over 100 videos, or maybe like 70 or 80. But
well, I didn't want it to end after Airplay. It didn't end. It didn't end for me personally. I felt like the whole thing just petered out. But we'll get to that, won't we?
Yes, we will.
But regardless, the blacklisting continued, and I think it's probably still going on. And if you look at the state of games now and how they're made and how they look, they have as much influence now than they ever had. But in fact, they have more now than they did back then, because they realised that doing it in such a public manner was stupid, and that they should have done what they always were good at, and that was infiltrating behind the scenes and being an influence, which is something that we should have done as well, arguably, rather than stay completely online. We should have tried to do more in real life stuff.
Well, we did.
And it's Sarkeesian. Well, no, having a piss up is not actually
not
getting
just
anything
that,
done,
but
though.
like a lot of us were running conventions and stuff. I ran 2 different convention panels. There was a convention obviously at South by Southwest, Save Point. There were a few others as well.
I don't mean anything like that. I mean actually going into the industry and doing exactly what they did, and try to exert our own influence on it, or at least stop theirs, so that the game devs can actually have the freedom that we want them to have,
When you say
you can't really do that.
Go ahead, sorry.
Go on.
What does that look like in practice, us going into the industry? And because like a lot of people were indie devs and even like AAA devs in GamerGate.
Yeah, but the one AAA dev that we had,
we had
just makes his games, he just does his job.
Yeah, we had
several. I know about
we had, like Mark Kern,
Troy,
obviously.
Yeah.
Troy Levette, he's
Kern,
technically neutral on GamerGate. He considered himself
neutral. I watching his videos, I would not have thought he was neutral.
Well, he's sympathetic. I've even interviewed him. He's sympathetic with the movement, but he doesn't consider himself and never considered himself at any point to be a supporter of it. He's just a game developer who wanted to weigh in and share his opinion. And then Brad Wardell, Dennis Dyack, is also a AAA dev. He did Eternal Darkness. He was with Silicon Knights. I think there were plenty of others as well, but I don't remember all their names.
But the main is that they don't have as much influence as the left does, and it's clear that the higher ups in a lot of these companies would rather listen to the people like Anita Sarkeesian than to us, and that has to change. And we changed that by becoming more of a bigger influence within the industry. But we didn't do that, unfortunately. But look, again, we didn't know at the time. We didn't know any better. But since then, I now know that that's what you have to do in order to achieve anything like that. You have to do the work in real life.
I mean, the industry is like so many different companies. Well, not really though, right? I mean, like there's like the indie, and then there's like the mid-tier studios, and then there's like the 3 big ones, right? Like maybe like 6 or 7 big companies. So
yeah,
but like, what does that?
It doesn't stop Anita doing it. It doesn't stop any.
Well,
I
don't want a bunch. Like, so like if I mean I don't know what this looks like in practice. Like, does it mean like, oh well, you want to make a woke game, we're gonna immediately shoot that down because we don't like your politics? Like, I don't want that either. I want there to be like
it's not
pure
that.
freedom.
Well, again, they force the developers to make those games, don't they? It's not a case of like, oh, how do I explain it? Like, they force them to make those games because they're making their mark on the industry. They're trying to control the industry. They do control the industry. Every game like Forspoken, or every game like Dishonored 2 is a prime example. The only reason why there's a playable female character in that is because Anita Sarkeesian wanted it. And unfortunately, if you want that freedom, you have to kind of get rid of these leftist, feminist, communist infiltrators. You have to get rid of them. You have to take their place.
Yeah, I don't agree actually. So
that doesn't mean
obviously...
No. I'm not saying that you have to shoot down a woke game. Tell them, you say, "Oh, go ahead and make this communist game, but it won't sell." That's all you tell him. And when it inevitably bombs, you say, "I told you so."
Yeah, I'm not saying but first off, I do think that there are like obviously woke developers, right? Like the people who made Gone Home.
Yeah.
They wanted to make that. And then like, yes,
of course, yeah.
There probably are like developers who are quote unquote like forced to put stuff like this in their games or forced to make games like this. But like, that's sort of like how capitalism works. Like they're also forced to make games about World War II.
But nobody wants to buy them.
I mean, like, if they don't, then they won't be profitable, and the company will fail if they make too many games like that. So,
Well, they've got
That's
ESG and
capitalism.
stuff as well. It's not as free a market as you think it is. It's not capitalism.
Why?
It's more of it's a mixed economy anyway, but still.
Sure, you know, it's
Like,
it's a mixed economy, but
when
like if fundamentally like if these are companies are making games that nobody's buying, then they're gonna not gonna be a very successful company.
well,
Even with
they get
things like
money
ESG.
from. You got to remember they get money from investors and ESG and stuff like that. So a lot of them don't need to make a profit most of the time in order to run in order to function. Anyway, that's a lot of the like Sony should really have gone under after how many terrible films they released from 2016 onwards. Like with Ghostbusters and stuff like that. But the reason why they're still around is because we don't have a true free market. You know. And until we have a true free market where stuff like this would inevitably fail and get these companies, forced to shut down because they can't make money, you have to be an influence within the industry to counteract the communist influence. There's really nothing else you can do, because what's the alternative? They just continue to have a greater cultural influence.
Well, look, obviously,
You
I'm
know?
fine with firing people who are totalitarians, right? Anyone who wants to suppress the artistic freedom of other developers, whether at the same company or at a different company, those people should be eliminated. By which I mean they should be fired. But
Yeah, you get
if
rid of the
if if
HR
all they're
departments.
doing if
That'll
all
help.
they're doing is making their own woke game, I don't have a problem with that. And also,
Again,
what's woke, right?
I don't want to stop
You
them
ask
making the
50
game.
people what woke is, you're gonna get probably 50 different answers or something close to it,
It's
right?
why I don't use the word anyway, and it's not what it means. Woke doesn't mean I'm a communist. It's their version of red. It's an Ebonics way of saying I'm red pilled. That's what that means. I've awoken to the issues of the world, basically.
But like
That's what it means.
if you look at like a lot of the and obviously I'm not talking about everybody, but
Hmm.
it seems like a lot of the anti-SCW YouTube community, at least, they
There was no.
they
I have
all
a bone to pick about that. There
they
was no
call
community, but
everything that
whatever.
comes out woke. Like every game, every movie, every comic, and like sometimes this stuff is like obviously political and ideologically
Well, not
motivated,
every. It's
and
not
sometimes it's just
every
like,
game. Every.
oh, they have a black character, it's woke, and they're like, well, wait, are black people not allowed to exist in games anymore? What the fuck?
Well, no, that's not at all that's not at all the case. What it is, I mean, you maybe argue they've done that with some of them have done it with the um, GTA 6 trailer that came out, but that's only because they think the game will be when we see more of it. They shouldn't really be saying, "Oh, the trailer's woke," like Tim Pool's doing. But I think he does that just for the clicks, really.
Oh,
Most of that's for
probably,
clicks. But
probably,
when
but
they
they
talk
shouldn't be
about,
doing that, like you said.
well, it
Like
is
it's
what
his
it is.
opinion, he's entitled to it, but like,
If it is his real opinion.
if it is, yeah.
But regardless, like, nobody's saying that they can't make these games. If they just made one silly little communist game, nobody would bother. But because they're actively trying to make other people who aren't communists make games that they don't want to make, that's a problem, because these games aren't just made for entertainment. When these people have their influence on it, it's meant to change your mind. It's meant to assert some kind of influence. I don't think it works for the most part. But then in another way, it's them mocking us and saying, "Look, we control your hobby, how your games, your films, your books, and we can do whatever we want with them. They're in our image now." That's another thing that they do, and it's about stopping that as well. Like,
So
yes, you can have your little. I hate the term, but you can have your little woke games like Gone Home. You can even have big ones, but that doesn't mean everybody else has to do them. You know.
So one thing that I'm seeing, and I
Mhm.
understand why you're saying it this way. I don't think it's like inherently bad, but I do want to explore it. So I
Mhm.
don't think of this as a condemnation inherently. Um,
Mhm.
but you're saying like they want to do this, they want to do that, they want to stifle artistic freedom, they want to push their political agenda, they want to
Mhm.
to basically de facto brag about how they control the industry.
Mhm. Yeah.
But
Hmm.
like the they is basically just like a few thousand
Well, it's
like
just the left, isn't it?
woke people.
But that's all you need. That's all you
But
need.
like
You
they have
don't
like
need
different
to.
opinions too, right? Like like I'm not sure this is like a monolithic group.
It's not a monolithic group. It's there. It's an umbrella technically. But you don't need to have millions of people to get something done. A few thousand is all that it takes. And we've seen that throughout history. Like Lenin did it initially with a few thousand people. You know, he took control with a few thousand and then created the USSR. This is what they do because it works. They become it's the is it the 10, I think it's the 10% rule. Yeah. You just need to be 10% of something and if you become that loud minority, and not just loud but stubborn, you can actually change a society that outnumbers you completely. I think it happened in historically with Islam as well. Like they were minorities in the lands that they captured in the 600s, but then over time, because they were the stubborn minority that also happened to rule everything as well, although they've also done it in countries that they didn't rule, it became more Islamic over time. This is a tried and tested thing that works, and that's all we need to do. But we don't even need to censor them to do it because we don't. You know, we don't need to censor get people making games because we fire the totalitarians and let the developers do their thing. I mean, a lot of the developers are sympathetic. We have to acknowledge. Let them continue making their games. Eventually, they will have to make games that people want to buy anyway if they want to put bread on the table. You know.
I guess what I'm questioning is like two things. Like one, like the
Go on.
coordination of this group,
Hmm.
and two is like the
Well,
intentionality.
it's an umbrella of different groups. Just like the right is an umbrella of different groups.
Sorry, I'm pulling up the list again.
Oh, it's fine. Don't
All
worry.
right, some
But you know
GamerGate.
what?
Good.
Oh, so I was just gonna say, like, I know I'm using they a lot, but I was assuming that we all know who I'm talking about. It's not like I'm not trying to be vague or anything like that. Some people like that, you've seen it. Oh, when usually it's a euphemism for the Jews usually, but
You know
I
the
wasn't
the
doing it in that way.
parentheses
You know,
around the they.
yes, I am not one of those people. I'm just saying it because I assumed you knew who I was talking
Well,
about
but
at that
like
given time.
even like if we want to use like
Hmm.
leftists or like
Mm-hmm.
leftists is
Well,
such
that
like a
would still
huge group of
work.
people that like you're talking about everyone from like half the people in Gamergate to Joseph Stalin. So like you know I'm not like even that's such a like an amorphous and almost useless.
Well, then you have to be more specific. Don't you have to say feminists or communists and stuff like that.
I think it is a problem actually, and we might agree on
But we
this
don't use the
that
term leftist to talk about the Russian Revolution because what are you talking about the Mensheviks, the Trotskyites? Well, they came later, or the Bolsheviks. You know, they were actually all leftists.
yeah I sorry I was gonna take this in a different direction, but I forgot where I was gonna go with it actually.
It's fine. Do you want to continue with the questions?
Yeah, that's well. Hang on, give me 1 minute here.
This is what you get with a constant tangents.
No, no, I was about to say something, and we've been cutting each other off the whole time, but like he cut me off a little bit. I lost my train of thought, and it was a really interesting point I was going to bring up about this, but it is what it is, I guess. The people reading the book can fill it in and ask their own questions, I guess. Some Gamergate supporters believed that pressuring advertisers to pull out would be a good way to convince gaming publications to initiate ethical reforms. What did you think of this strategy?
Absolutely brilliant, and I wish we did it more because I think even they realized that that was a really good tactic, and they've been doing it ever since. I mean, they may have done it beforehand, But now they really do. Like, look what happened on YouTube. You know, with the Adpocalypse 1, 2. Was there a third one? There might have been a third Adpocalypse as well. That was leftists using that tactic against not just their enemies on the right, but also regular people to exert control, to pressure YouTube into censoring the platform even more, than it already was. But we should have been trying to do it to them as well. We should have continued doing tactics like that because it works. Yeah, I thought it was a great idea, although I personally didn't do it at the time because, you know, I had university work, so I was more somebody that would debate online and try and raise awareness and share as much as I could and network with GamerGaters, that kind of thing. I also tried to facilitate debate as well, which in hindsight was totally pointless. We should never have bothered trying to debate these people because it never works out properly.
Well, why do you think that is? What do you mean by it doesn't work out properly?
Because there's a few reasons. One is that unless it's a debate in front of normies, and you're able to make them look stupid, it will essentially just be your group versus their group on YouTube, and that will be it. And the end result is that they grow. They've since learnt this, but they didn't at the time. They've since learned with people like Vosh, and actually Destiny did it first, arguably. They've learned that debates like that actually make them more popular. And because it's two niche groups on the internet fighting each other. But there's no point debating them when it comes to that. And also, stupid people will drag you down to their level and beat you with experience, and that's what they do. You know.
Well,
and when they debate you, they don't debate in good faith anyway.
Well, who's they? I mean,
they'll lie,
like
cheat,
you just said, like Destiny and
the
Vosh.
leftists.
Like Destiny and Vosh are like two
the left.
completely. See, like this is the problem.
I'm referring. I refer.
No, like
to the
that's
comments.
actually a great example of it, right? Because like Destiny is like
was at the time. He's not. He's not now. He's not now. But he was an SJW back then.
Yeah, like 7-8 years ago. Yes. Yeah. But like the fact that they would like. So it's funny too. There's a reversal too, because like in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, or like in this time period, it was the social justice people who were afraid to engage in debates.
Yeah.
But now it sounds like you're the one who's like not afraid. I wouldn't say afraid, but like doesn't want to engage.
Oh no, I'm not afraid at all. I know I could probably beat them in a debate, but it doesn't benefit me to do so. It's just not worth it.
But like, so if you don't believe in what do you not believe in, like democracy then? Like how are you going to?
Why?
If you don't
why
believe
would,
in persuasion.
What do you mean? Why would again? This is a debate that happens online in between two niche circles, not something that's happening in a public forum open to the public. You know, like it technically is, but normal people don't venture into these weird internet circles. If it was in a very public place with loads of normies, of course I would. I would do everything I could to make them look stupid, because then they would lose a lot of points, the social capital, stuff like that. The left would. It happened to. I remember. Well, I don't consider them right wing, but quote unquote far right political leader called Nick Griffin in the UK was finally allowed to go on TV after they refused to put him on a debate show called Question Time, and he went on there, embarrassed himself, and his party, the BNP, the British Nationalist Party, completely collapsed within a few years. That's because he was in a completely public place with people who hated him, people who didn't hate him, but mostly with people who were neutral, watching live on TV. Stuff like that I would do in a heartbeat, but because most of the time when we debate these people, it isn't in a situation like that, then it only benefits them and not us.
Yeah, but I guess part of the issue I have too is like.
Well, that doesn't mean I'm against democracy. I don't really care about democracy or monarchy or anything like that. That doesn't really concern me, really. I think it's a pointless debate to have. Whatever system works for your group of people, whatever, right?
Well, I mean, that seems to be where a lot of people on the right are in the United States. I can't speak to the UK,
Not
but
really. No,
oh,
I would
oh,
disagree.
very much so, very much so.
What? Did the left like democracy? No.
Well, I mean, like, yes, given that, like, again, you keep using the left, right? The left, which includes everybody from, like, well, it's
Well, you
basically an
just said the
amorphous
right, so
nonsense group.
don't you
Well,
know?
but yes, true, true.
Don't
But
tell me to say that.
yes, but in America, the left is a very diverse group of people, and the right is increasingly
So is
less so, actually. Like the right,
that's
look,
definitely not
Donald
true.
Trump has like a
I talked to a lot of
stranglehold.
Americans.
Donald Trump has a stranglehold on the Republican Party right now. Look, I hope he doesn't win the primary, but look,
He does. Look, he does, but that doesn't mean that they're not a diverse group. They absolutely
I'm
are,
not
and there
saying.
are
Well,
many
look, okay,
different types
fine.
of MAGA people, let
They,
alone Republicans. You know?
yes, but increasingly,
There's
a
MAGA
lot of them,
communists, mate.
yeah, increasingly, the thing that they all have in common is they don't like liberal democracy and they don't like American institutions and they don't like the Constitution.
What do you mean
Right?
by
That's the
liberal?
problem.
This is the thing. What's liberal democracy, though?
The way that we've defined it through political science over the course of the past few hundred years, like
But the thing
which
is,
is to say, freedom of
America's not
speech,
even a
which is to say,
democracy.
sure it is. It's a representative democracy. It's a form of
And by the
democracy.
way, there's a lot of liberal democracies in Europe, but they don't have freedom of speech.
Yeah, look,
But
there's
they are
so many
by
different.
definition liberal democracies.
Yes, because like it's not like, oh, you have to have this one component. You have to have like multiple different components, um, in order to be considered like a free society. And people are going to in a liberal democracy, and you're gonna have to have like countries that are going to like match certain percentages of that and
Are
certain
you a free
amounts of that.
society if you don't have freedom of speech?
Depends, but like I would say that freedom of speech is extraordinarily important, and we shouldn't lose it. But I don't think that like people in Germany are living under like a totalitarian dictatorship, for instance. I would
You
not say
think
that.
they're getting there?
Well, it
They've been
seems.
trying to ban a perfectly legitimate political party not too long ago.
What the NDP?
Alternative for Deutschland. Yeah, they were trying to get him banned.
Okay. Well, I don't know about that specific case. I know that they're not banned now.
They're not banned yet.
But the fact is, like the right in America is represented, unfortunately, right? There is some diversity in the right, but they're represented by Donald Trump, and they increasingly don't believe
He's not very
in
right wing, to be
democracy.
honest.
No, look, it doesn't matter,
Like,
dude. Like, look, nobody cares about Donald Trump's political views, really. Like, because he doesn't have any, right? He's literally changes them every 2 weeks. But what people like, he's fundamentally a totalitarian figure. He's an authoritarian. He doesn't believe.
Is he?
Yes.
What's
Yeah,
he
he
done
tried
that's
to steal the
totalitarian?
last election, dude.
I'm sorry, he tried to steal the last election.
Yes.
What I think you'll find it was the Democrats that tried to steal the last.
Oh, no,
wait, are you even allowed to say that?
Are you? I don't think YouTube cares, but they might not monetize it, because it's election conspiracy.
You're the only person I've met who tried to say that the Republicans tried to steal the last election.
Well, maybe because you live in the UK, but no. The fact is, like Donald
No,
Trump
like
is
I talked to a lot of Americans, and you're the first American who said that the Republicans tried to steal the election. Not even the Democrats are saying that. The
Well,
leftists
no,
that I've
that's.
seen.
Well, I don't know. Again, leftists. You're using this amorphous term to describe like 4 billion people on Earth, and somehow like they're all one thing.
It doesn't matter. The point is that they are leftists, and I'm going to use the term, so you have to deal with it.
Well, look, maybe part of the problem you're not hearing people who talk about this stuff is because like you are now refusing to debate people on this, and maybe you are.
No, I don't. I can still talk to these
viewpoints.
people and not debate them. You can talk to people to not learn their opinion without debating them.
Do you do that
There are
regularly?
ways. Yeah, I do it at work.
Okay,
I don't
fair
let people know what I personally believe, but I let them waffle on at me all the way through. And also, I can read their news articles. Like The Atlantic is the best place to go if you want to know what I guess quote unquote woke people are going to be doing next. Just like how you could go on the right wing equivalent of The Atlantic or whatever that would be, and get the different version there. Like there's ways of doing it without debate. You know. I mean, watching them debate each other actually is a good way of knowing where they're at.
Do you have any thoughts on deep freeze?
Deep freeze? No, not really. I never really used it. It's like a Wikipedia thing, right?
I mean, it's like a database. They do have a wiki too, but it's a database of corrupt,
Yeah.
basically of the games journalism publications and
Yeah.
journalists, and
I think I
a
used it
history
a
of their
few
track
times.
records and whether
Yeah.
or not they've
Yeah.
engaged in. Here's like a list of like different
Yeah.
questions we have about Kotaku or Nathan Grayson or
Hmm.
whatever that
Yeah, I
concerns
think
we
I
have
used it a
raised.
little bit. Like, you know, when it first came out, I might have had a look a few times, but I don't really have an opinion on it. I actually forgot about it until I started watching the interviews.
Now we're talking about the end of GamerGate, quote unquote. Um,
The end of Evangelion.
in August 2015, Michael Koretsky, a regional director for the Society of Professional
Hmm.
Journalists, hosted the SPJ Airplay conference. The idea
Hmm.
of the conference was to have journalistic ethics experts meet with GamerGate supporters to discuss their concerns about games journalism and the way the media covered GamerGate. The second half of the conference was interrupted by bomb threats, forcing the convention
Hmm.
center to be evacuated. Do you have any thoughts on this event?
It was a missed opportunity, but that's only because the games journalists did the one smart move, and that was they didn't turn up because that was a forum where there were mostly neutral people who were normies and didn't know any better. In fact, it was even chaired by people who were normies and didn't know any better. Or at least they knew a little bit more than some of the others, but you know, they were still neutral. They were like, they didn't really, they weren't like us who were knee deep in it, you know. So if the games journalists had actually gone to the panel and embarrassed themselves, we would have scored an unbelievable victory. In fact, SPJ would have been worth it had that occurred, but it didn't happen. In the end, it was the pro side and the neutral side. And yeah, there were some good speeches. I think Milo did a good speech there, didn't he? Was there, wasn't he? If I
He
remember
was, and
correctly.
he was in the afternoon
Yeah,
panel.
that's it. Yeah, there were some good speeches on both sides. But in the end, I mean, obviously the bomb threat happened, which ended it prematurely. But in the end, nothing was really achieved. I personally feel, and I think you agree with me on this, that it didn't really achieve anything.
Maybe. I mean, like, I don't think it achieved like what we think it would at the time. I think it did achieve is like
Hmm.
that it created a. It was a very like well documented event, and that the
Hmm.
fact that it happened and it had like some
Hmm.
pretty major figures, including like the former
Hmm.
president of the Society of Professional Journalists and
Hmm.
Lynn LaForm from the Poynter Institute, and it was organized by the SPJ. I think that like
Hmm.
those like three facts, as well as like the fact that they agreed with the GamerGate people mostly, at least in the first half, um,
Hmm.
and it also showed like the fact that the event happened and every single like thing that happened with it. I think it does have historical importance. Like anyone who wants to learn about GamerGate will be able to learn quite a bit about what really happened, not what the media lied about GamerGate regarding, but like the actual facts of like, okay, this is what the GamerGate thing was way more nuanced than people thought, well, than the media thought or lied about. So I think that anyone who wants to know the truth, it has proved an incredible resource, which is like why it's been mentioned, I think, in this project
Hmm.
so much. And also, there's a documentary that just came out last month about it. Have you seen that yet?
I've not seen it,
It's pretty good.
so I can't say. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, it did achieve some things, but I think the longer term, like dream goals we wanted, I don't think it did. And it did have the result, I think personally, of ending Gamergate because you know there was people like Sargon and others did think, well, we've done it. There's no reason we can't go any further with it. It's done. We've achieved everything. Let's go. And as soon as all those videos and posts came out, it did literally just end. And I was saying
No,
at the time,
dude.
no, we're not done. We're not done. We've barely started. Like even back then, I knew that this was not going to be something that would last a few months, a year, 2 years. I actually thought this would, and I've been proven to be correct on this. It's going to take decades to sort out. Things like this always do. Cultural issues always take decades to fix. And people were too, even now, well, they are still now, but even back then, but especially back then, they were too short-sighted to see the bigger picture. Like I thought I saw the bigger picture back then, and then it got even bigger and bigger. You know, the more you learn about these things. the deeper it becomes. It's really weird. And then some
Yeah.
people go down like this whole thing about Gnosticism now. I don't know if you've been keeping up on that.
Well, what?
Like the belief
Gnosticism?
that it's the belief that so it's the belief that the SJWs, for lack of a better term, like communists, they talk about their politics as if it's a religion. Well, it is in a way. Well, James Lindsay believes it's like an offshoot of Gnosticism, or it is Gnosticism, in the way that they express it and the certain beliefs that they have. It seems to parallel it. Whereas I don't really think it's quite like that, but like when you learn about that and you discover all their philosophical influences, it's crazy to think about how long stuff like this has actually been around. It's been around for 100, 200 years. Like, these people aren't new. Far from it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so
SPJ, just to get back to
Yeah,
the point, and because of all of that, we didn't know any of that. Maybe some of us did, but not enough of us with influence knew all that, and so we just assumed, oh, it'll be over in about 1 or 2 years, and then we'll go back to normal. Everything will be fine. Well, turns out, no, things got worse in many different ways, and we should really have been more far-sighted, really.
Well,
It's
you
a shame.
say that GamerGate was over after AirPlay, in your eyes at
Basically, yeah.
least.
I
But
know
I
you
don't. I
disagree,
don't.
but
Yeah.
yeah.
But like I don't like. I know that there was the end GamerGate back channel discussion that was happening. I know
No,
because I'm the one
I
who
don't
blew
know
it up.
about that. I
Like
don't.
Game Diviner, Sargon.
Mm,
Sargon, I think later
mm,
denied being a part of this. I don't know what the full story is. I'd have to
mhm,
go back and like.
mhm.
I don't like
Are you gonna
care that
interview him?
much. I mean, I reached out to him, but that was a few months ago, so probably not.
You need to talk to Callum or Jonathan. I think Callum
I've
mainly.
got too many people as it
Secretary of the
is,
CAD.
but
If you want to talk to him, you have to go through his co-hosts now. Or
yeah,
Discordia.
I might.
Discordia
But
might
I'm
be
not
able
going
to
to
get you
interview
on.
him, I don't think. But if he wants to interview me
Mm.
about the project for his show, like whatever, I'll do it.
Yeah, I'll try and I'll see if I can get Discordia to talk to you.
Yeah. So there were people who did want GamerGate to end after AirPlay, but that was like a pretty
Mm.
small group. They were like
Yeah,
some of the E
but I think
celebs,
it ended
basically.
anyway.
Some of the E
Yeah, I
celebs
think it ended.
definitely. But
Mm,
like there were so many
mm,
people. Like I feel like the vast majority of the people involved, and maybe this is wrong, but I feel like at least like
mm.
probably like 70-80% of the people were like, no, we got to keep going. We got to keep working on stuff. And we did. We did like Torrential Downpour, which is like the biggest operation, other than maybe Disrespectful Nod, that GamerGate launched um,
Mm-hmm.
in regards to localization of games.
I mean,
So I,
that's really good, but I see, from my perspective, that's like it's almost separate in a way, because it happened after SPJ, when most people because when I saw Sargon's video, like, it's all, what was it, Gamergate has won or something, whatever it was,
yeah,
it
he
said
made a video like
we've
that, yeah.
won it. Yeah, that video basically killed it. Like, I saw
Well,
most people
he
start
killed it with
talking
like
about it.
his audience, but like there were
Maybe you're right,
still, dude,
maybe.
there were still at least thousands of people very much still plugged into this stuff. I know. I was almost all of
Hmm.
my content that I made, except for some of the early live streams, was before
Hmm.
AirPlay. Like I was doing
Yeah.
This Week in GamerGate. I was really running This Week in GamerGate in like December. I started in December 2015, so like 4 or 5 months
Hmm.
after AirPlay, and I did that for maybe like 6 months, where I would cover all the news that was happening in GamerGate for each week. And dude, there was tons of shit happening all the time, and people were very much plugged into this stuff. And almost
Hmm.
all the meetups
Fair
happened
enough.
after AirPlay.
Hmm.
So I
Suppose
yeah.
so, but I think it definitely lost a lot of steam. I don't think anybody can deny that
Yeah,
a
well, I
lot of
think
steam in the movement
yeah,
was lost that day.
I think what happened. I'm not sure it this because of AirPlay necessarily, but I think what happened is that right before AirPlay, you started to see a lot of people infighting. Right, you saw GG Revolt spring up right before AirPlay,
Hmm.
and
I do
then
have my opinions on
we
that,
can get into
as you
that
know.
later. Yeah, yeah, for
Mm,
sure. And then you had like Ralph doing. Well, actually, that was after AirPlay. Um, but
mm,
Ralph started doing his crazy shit with you covered it in your
hmm.
videos.
I did, yeah.
Yeah. So like there was a lot of infighting and people were
I
wanting
mean,
to
that
go
was
in
from the
different
beginning, but
directions.
it wasn't. The
But it was,
infighting was
I
there
felt
from
like
the
it,
beginning.
for me personally, I don't know, maybe this isn't true, maybe it's just my personal experience. I felt like it was amplified with the GG Revolt stuff because the GG Revolt
Very true.
people
Yeah.
was like they were
I mean, it's
very
called GG
controversial.
Revolt. Look at the name. But no, there was always infighting, but but for the vast majority of the time, it was not distracting. It was just handbags. It was bickering, really, wasn't it? But we still got a lot of the jobs done that we
And
needed to get done. It was
maybe
only towards the end with when the Steam we started to run out of steam, and then with SPJ, it became more of a problem. I find.
well, I think the issue with like maybe SBJ played some role in this too, actually, because the the issue is like if you only cared about games journalism,
Mm-hmm.
like SPJ is kind of a good ending point for it.
Hmm.
But if you cared about like artistic freedom or you wanted to keep going in relation to games journalism, like they did do other games journalism events like Save Point,
Hmm.
which was about games journalism. Um,
Hmm.
and my own panels covered games journalism pretty extensively as well. And like people were still talking about it. But
Hmm.
like if you only cared about games journalism, this is a good way for you to be like, okay, well look,
Hmm.
I didn't get everything I wanted necessarily, but I got some things, and I don't want to. I've already spent like 1 year of my life on this GamerGate stuff, like almost pretty much like 1 year exactly. It was
Hmm.
AirPlay was like almost exactly a year from when it started. Um,
Hmm.
so now it's time for
See,
I
some
want to move
memories are
on and do
flooding
other
back
stuff.
now.
But
Can I just say one more thing? Can I say
yeah,
one
you
more
can.
thing?
One
Because some
minute. I'm gonna
memories are
finish my.
flooding back.
Yeah.
Go on.
I'll let you go in a second. So like for some
Uh,
people, yeah, if you only cared about games journalism, it's an okay exit point for you. But
mm-hmm.
I think a lot of the people involved, they thought that there was still a lot of work that needed to be done. And
Mm.
people did continue to do that work for the next several years.
Mm. I remember thinking we need to create like it's starting to happen now with like ComicsGate and stuff like that. Well, that was happening at the same time, but you know what I mean. But they hadn't done what they're doing now with Kickstarter and GoFundMe and stuff like that, creating an alternative scene to the mainstream. We should have created our own media. I mean, some people were like like the guy who did Games Nosh, who I follow on Twitter, who we were acquainted, like we talk to each other sometimes. He tried to do that from the start, really, didn't he? Didn't ultimately work out, but and obviously QQ had his blog and stuff like that. I feel we really should have tried to create our own niche websites and try and keep them sustainable and profitable and stuff like that, which I think we probably could have done. Some of them would have survived and grown and become big, but it just never happened. You know, stuff like that. I wanted us to create even game studios and stuff like that to eventually become big enough to rival the old guard. But it wasn't to be, unfortunately, because I knew even back then that it's not just a case of if you can't change it from within, then you have to also create from without. Be the change you want to be. That's why he didn't create the movement. It was probably already a thing, but this is why Razor Fist has his own like Iron Age thing. You know, with the novels, comics, whatever. This whole different style of art that's going back to the pulps and stuff like that pre 1980. You know.
Why
That's
do
what I
you?
think we should have done with games and games journalism.
Well,
Yeah.
Game Diviner, he actually wanted.
Mm.
Was that DevDex or was that something else? But he actually wanted. No, it was Solution 6 months. He wanted
Mm-hmm.
to uh, get people to make their own industry and build their own industry, and don't just
Yep,
argue
that's a
about the
very
stuff
good
on the
idea.
internet, but actually
Mm.
build your own
Mm-hmm.
games. That's what
Yep,
he very
I
much promoted.
absolutely agree. Yeah, because if we can't influence them from within, then we'll just do our own thing. And there's not much they can do if it's too successful. You know, if you've got fuck you money. So anyway, let's move
All
on.
right. Yes.
Let's
Why do
see.
you think the media didn't cover SPJ Airplay?
Um, I don't think they were interested, personally. That was one of the reasons they weren't interested. They probably saw it as some fringe internet thing, not worthy of discussion. At least most of them. There were others who probably thought, well, if we cover this, this could be a problem for our political agenda. So they didn't want to cover it like that. But for the most part, I think most of them were just they're in the mainstream of journalism, so they're actually more professional than the games journalists. So they probably just thought it was beneath them.
Did you see the Save Point panel or my panels at Arch Anime and Natsucon?
I don't remember. Sorry.
Do you think the GamerGate banner okay, let me rephrase this. Do you think the GamerGate
hmm
banner should have been used to take on industry issues outside of just games journalism?
Yeah, you could do that if you wanted to. I don't think I ever thought that you should stick only to ethics. I know that QQ was talking about policing the hashtag and stuff like that. I don't think they were policing it. I think these people probably thought they were trying to keep it on topic. Maybe some of them were worried that the politics would maybe make them look bad or something. But they may have agreed some of them may have agreed with QQ that these people are an issue. The SJWs, but that doesn't mean that we have to talk about it all the time or something, or don't let it distract from the goal. But I don't see why not. I don't see why we can't do all of it. It was 100,000 people. We had the numbers.
I would normally move on to the artistic freedom section, but I do want to bring up you ended up getting involved with a little bit of drama, I think, right? With some of the GamerGate live streaming community people.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I had a feeling this would come up because of who you interviewed. Is it Lieutenant Sarge?
Well, I have interviewed Sarge, but I'm not gonna say who told me about this stuff.
Yeah. Well, he was involved in that. It was
lot
me.
of people
It
were
wasn't just
involved in that.
GamerGate Live people. It was people on GamerGate on my side, and people people on GamerGate against me. Basically, what had happened was there's a left wing YouTuber. He's an SJW, but he's been around a very, very long time, called Dick Coughlin, and he'd ended up in that. Do you remember the Christy Winters, Jenny McDermott, Kevin Logan? Do you remember that particular group of
Yeah, it was sort of
SJWs?
they were like the pre-bread tube people.
Yeah, they actually were. It's crazy to think that they were. Yeah, they were. Although they weren't the only people. There were other little groups as well, but they were the ones that became the most infamous. Dick Coughlin ended up with them for some reason. He was originally an atheist YouTuber. I think he sent I think he was just trying to flirt with Jenny or something, and he sent her a picture, and I think he'd sent a few other girls some pictures, but he definitely got consent from what we could gather from the chats that were leaked. And bear in mind, I've not thought about this for years, so I'm trying to go off on memory. But I do remember that we did prove that he didn't actually do anything untoward. And JJ Talks, who was Sarge's girlfriend at the time, I don't know if they're still together, if they're married or
they're not.
what have
No.
you. Yeah. She made a public video accusing him of sharing nudes with her without her consent. And he denied it, and I looked into it because I was starting to get, like how Ash was was involved in false accusations and stuff. That I was getting into that as well at roughly the same time, and I thought I have to be consistent with everybody. I still am to this day. It doesn't matter if they're left wing, right wing, whatever. If they're going to be accused in public, then it doesn't matter what the politics are. The accusations have to be weighed equally. So I went in there and I had a look at the evidence and determined that there was no evidence to suggest he'd done anything untoward. And she'd mentioned,
with JJ
I think,
particularly.
Yeah, she's the one who started it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. We just said, well, where's the evidence? If he did this, then you can prove it, right? And we kept saying, where are the dick pics? That became a bit of a meme. And she failed to prove it. Jenny McDermott came in and said, look, he did post like some things, but it wasn't an issue. It was nothing. I wasn't bothered by it or anything like that. And one photo eventually came out. This was meant to be the smoking gun. He may have not had a shirt on. He may not have had trousers on, but he had his undies on. He had his underwear on. and that was the smoking gun. That's what he was sending people, just like, "Hey, how you doing?" And I think at one point there was one thing where they said, "Oh, I don't want that." He was like, "Okay, that's cool. I won't do it again." Like he shouldn't have done it because it's a risk online to be, doing stuff like that anyway. Just for his own mental health and safety. But he wasn't doing anything illegal or untoward. It was just stupid more than anything. Yeah, is that what you're referring to?
I don't know all the details of the story actually, so I was just gonna
I don't
float
remember
this out
most of them
there
anyway. Don't
and
worry.
see where you took it. But yeah, I knew JJ
Oh,
back then, and we got along. But I don't
yeah.
I don't know enough about this specific
Mm,
situation, and I don't know the Dan
mm.
McLaughlin guy at
Look, it's
all.
the first time I've
So
talked about it since that time, so I'm a little rusty. I'd have to watch my videos again. But I just remember they tried to ruin this guy, and and GamerGate people trying to do it as well made me really want to crack down hard on them and say you can't do this. These are essentially false accusations. If you had such a problem with it, you should probably have gone to, I don't know, you should have blocked him and moved on. Or if he was really such a problem, call the police. Don't don't use it as a way to purge him from the group.
yeah, again,
That was my
I
opinion.
don't know enough of the situation, so
Yeah,
I've not looked into this at all,
it's
really.
been nearly 10 years. Like I really don't remember most of it, but I do know he was very very grateful for the help that me and the others did as well for him. He's the only SJW I think that likes me. So anyway, what's the other
Yes,
questions?
yes. I'm getting to that now. Were you involved in the artistic freedom side of GamerGate?
I suppose so.
Or did you
Yeah.
consider that to be part of GamerGate? Because I know you said earlier that
Yeah.
okay.
Mm. I would say so. Yeah. Again, as I will clarify, I do believe in artistic freedom. I do believe if they want to if they want to make those types of games that we don't like, woke games, go ahead. But if they don't sell, don't come crying to me. I just didn't, because even back then they were starting to try and influence it and force them to do things, and that's what I wanted to stop. But it's gotten worse, and I'm now of the belief, I'm more of the belief that we should just create our own stuff. Although, if at the time we probably could have tried to influence the industry ourselves, but honestly, creating a new thing is better. And I think it will see much better, bigger dividends over time. It just depends. It depends on the situation at hand, arguably. But yeah, I was a part of it, and I did the ethics thing, and I did the politics thing. I dipped my toes in many different things. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I don't remember ever policing a hashtag. I just did my own thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess you kind of did police the hashtag, quote unquote, with the Ralph stuff, but like that was
Oh,
justified.
but that was not telling him. That wasn't telling him what to write. That was or what to believe. That was, hey, don't do such horrible things. If that's called policing, then so be it.
And like,
I don't know if you want to talk about that
I
or
don't.
not.
I'm not like a. I don't care, dude. He basically, if you don't know the story, he allowed a
Mm,
doxer to dox me, in his
mhm,
chat room, which Charming Man covered in his video, and he also, he also did some really crazy shit with the same guy, the same doxer, Wild Goose, um,
mm.
where
He was
they.
in the QQ chat, wasn't he? I don't know if you remember that. He might be watching this now. Who knows?
Oh, who Wild
Hello,
Goose was?
Goose.
Oh well, I mean, I
Yeah,
might.
yeah, yeah. He was. He was.
I
Yeah.
don't
He
remember
has a
him
different
being in
name
the
now.
chat. Okay, well, I do.
He had a
If he
different
wants
name and
to,
said it's Goose here. Yeah.
honestly, that might be an interesting interview to have. Except he's the kind of troll, or at least he used to be. I don't know if he still is. He's the kind
Mm.
of troll who, like, you can't trust anything he says. Which you can't really trust any of the
No,
trolls anyway. But like, I
you
don't
shouldn't
know
trust
if
me,
he'd
mate.
be straight with he. I don't think he'd be straight about like about unless he's like a completely different person now, which he could be. I don't know.
He
Um,
he was surprisingly involved in the chat. Like he was actually like giving opinions and stuff. He was
what's
very well
what's
behaved.
his
I
name now?
noticed. I'd have to go look at the stream um,
But
and
the
get back to
QQ chat had like there were so many people in the QQ chat though.
Mm,
I
mm,
wasn't paying super close attention to it.
mm.
But
Oh no, he was there. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. I mean if he wants to do an interview, I'm not really adding new people, but I'd be open to considering it because he did dox
Mm.
like half the people in GamerGate practically,
He
him and his
really did.
friends.
Yeah.
So like plus I don't know if he ever fucked with the anti-GamerGate people actually. But he really fucked with the
I
pro
don't know.
GamerGate.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
So, but that could be an interesting perspective to hear out.
I do remember. If we're gonna talk about it, like I did police the hashtag, but only because of bad behavior. Not that I wanted to tell people what they can and cannot talk about.
Oh, dude,
So
you were in the
the
right.
thing with
There's a reason, like,
I was.
there's a reason that I was very much on your side
It had
too, and I
it
think
had a
everybody
negative
pretty much
effect on my
was.
reputation, though. It did have a negative effect on my reputation, though. When I was CharmingMan93, not so much now that I'm still not. I was meant to set up my new YouTube channel for this, but oh well, it doesn't matter. I'm busy. I have a career now, but technically, but the problem was you get labelled a drama YouTuber or somebody who likes drama when you talk about people getting. I mean, as crazy as this sounds, this is what happened. I had this reputation. I even made a video about it, but I never released it on my old channel, on my second channel that I did. Because even though I only ever covered stuff that I felt was important and was not something, I didn't say it wasn't. Well, apart from false accusations that he said, she said, but I didn't. But when I say he said, she said, I just mean, oh, he said this and called me that. Oh, that kind of drama. The nonsense, that everybody should ignore, but it somehow gets millions of views. I would only cover stuff that actually affected people. So, what happened to you affected you and your family. I talked about that. The Lily Feng thing as well. That somehow got totally memory hold about Ralph. Until he
Well,
eventually
the
had
people
his
I've
fall.
interviewed, a lot of them have brought it up. Some of them have. So like
Oh,
people
yeah.
involved with
But I
GamerGate
mean,
remember, but nobody outside of GG even knows what it.
but that's what I mean. Yeah, like people had forgotten that he was always like that. A bit crazy, would do horrible things to people. He's never changed. He's only gotten he's gotten worse, I guess. But yeah, I would only cover those things. But I still got this reputation of somebody who liked drama, and it does affect your reputation. It does affect the channel as well, because it gets you. It does get you views. It does get you subscribers, but they don't stick around. Because I guess they're also expecting more drama, more of the stuff that's petty and not worth discussing. I don't even
Well,
like calling it drama. That's not drama. That's affecting your life.
yeah. I mean, it wasn't like the end of the world,
You know what I mean?
but like it was bad, like they literally,
yeah.
he was, you saw the chat logs, you went through it on your video. He was literally on the phone with my parents and calling them and sending pizzas to the house for like 2 weeks.
They even went after me. They even went after me. They didn't dox me, but they found my Facebook. And because back in the day I used to write lots of horrible teenage poetry, they took a lot of it out of context to try and frame me as a pedo. Because I used to have when I was in high school, I had a girlfriend who was in year 9, which is like 13. They're like 14. So I don't know what's 30. If you're in a class and you're 13 and 14, what's that in America? What grade is that?
That's probably freshman year, or it's either late 8th grade or it's the freshman year of high school. Probably,
So you
unless
got
they
to bear
got
in
held
mind,
back or something.
I'd known her since I was in year 9 and she was in year 7, so I was 16 when she was 14. She's now married, by the way, my ex girlfriend. I made some poetry about our breakup and mentioned the age difference, which really is minor. Let's be honest, no pun intended. Like it's nothing. It's 2 years, but they made it out like I was into some 14-year-old girl at the age of 21, which is not true.
Well,
but nobody bought it because everybody knew it was clearly out of context. And it was just a poem made like years before, in like 2009. Yeah.
yeah, they were not the nicest people. I'm
They tried and failed to call me a pedo. So
it was 100. Like you were 100% correct to call out Ralph for what he did. That with both the Lily Fang situation, and the Cult of Vivian stuff. And with me, like you were 100%
I remember
right.
when I used to read him, a lot, and for a while I thought Vivian was horrible, was a bit of a bitch, but I'd never met her, and then I met her and realized she wasn't.
Yeah, her and I haven't talked to her in years.
You don't realize I haven't either. Yeah,
but we got along great back during GG. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's super chill.
I don't really get this whole she wanted to police the hashtag and tell us what to do.
She basically just didn't want Ralph to harass people. Probably, like, because like, well, so I can't say too much because it's from DMs from like 10 years ago, but
Yeah.
a lot of the GamerGate people, myself included, were
Mm.
becoming uncomfortable with Ralph. Which is to
Mhm.
say that we thought he was going down this very dark path, and that like
Mm.
previous attempts where we, like some of us involved, would
Mm.
try to have conversations with him, like, "Hey, look, man, you got to dial down some of the rhetoric. You're getting a little crazy here." Or
Mm.
like, "Hey, look, that seems a bit too personal. You shouldn't have gone that route. It makes
Mm.
the community look bad." Stuff like that, where we would have
Mm.
conversations with him, and like maybe he
Optics
seemed
is
like
important.
yeah, he seemed like a couple times, like maybe he was open to
Mm.
being like, okay, look, guys, I'm sorry, I'll try and it seemed like he was at least
Mm.
maybe willing to have the conversation in the beginning, um,
Mm.
but it got way he just over and over again would
Mm.
just either walk right up to the line or cross it, and it's like, dude, look,
Mm.
you're making the whole community look bad, and some of the stuff you're doing is like actually like kind of immoral, so like you shouldn't be doing this
Yeah.
stuff, and you shouldn't be doing it
Are we,
as a GamerGate person, quote unquote, So we were
should
having,
we talk about Revolt at some
well, it's
point?
coming up
Like,
later, but yeah, and also
okay,
I do want
right.
to say Lisa in the chat said that she thinks that Wild Goose doxed her too.
He
Do you
probably
remember?
did. It's been a long time.
Do you remember Lisa?
I remember. I do. Yeah.
You two got along pretty well.
At the time, yeah.
Not anymore.
Not talked to her in years.
Okay. Sorry, Revolt. Normally this comes up way fucking later, but what do you think of GG Revolt?
Um, I thought it was a colossal waste of time. If they wanted to go and discuss the politics stuff, they could have done that without making it look like a split in the movement. And why is it that they? I mean, QQ's sympathetic to them, and he has his opinion, and that's fine. But to me, from my perspective, they only ever seem to attack GamerGate. They never left us alone. They only seem to attack us and never the other side. At least most of them did that. It just seemed a bit odd, that's all. Almost as if it was artificial to create some kind of split to divide us, which kind of failed anyway because it was going to run out of steam eventually anyway. That's the more I think about it, the more suspicious GG Revolt seems. I don't know about you.
Well, I don't know if it was like a deliberately planned to be that, because like the fact is like there were some crazy people involved, and like
Mm-hmm.
for better or worse, it seemed like all the crazy people were on GG Revolt. So like was it like a psyop created by someone who didn't like Gamergate? Well, probably not. Like I mean, look, it could be, but I don't have evidence of that.
It doesn't have to be a psyop, but like it could have been well, maybe it is a psyop. Maybe that's a definition of a psyop. What I'm saying anyway, but well, we didn't used to call it psyops back then, but basically some SJWs infiltrated and just stirred up tensions between people to such an extent that some broke away. That's something that it's in the art of war in Sun Tzu. You divide and conquer, that kind of thing. I think that,
Oh no,
but
sorry,
whether
hang
or not
on.
that was the case,
I'm sorry, I can't. Either my battery on my wireless headset's going down, or it just shut off. But
oh
I
dear.
but
What?
I could use my phone as a last resort to continue the interview.
That's
Um,
fine.
but
Yeah, yeah.
anyway, maybe I accidentally hit the button, so it might not be the battery. Anyway, I'm sorry. I am back now. I didn't hear like the last 30 seconds.
um. Oh,
You were
can't
talking
remember the
about
last
GG
30
Revolt. You
seconds.
said it's not necessarily a psyop, and then my
Yes,
wireless
it's
headset
not.
died.
It's not necessarily a psyop, but I guess it. The way I describe it makes it look like it is. But basically, what could have been the case, I can't prove it. It's probably wrong. It probably was. They're just idiots who wanted to break away and make it very obvious to everybody else out of the movement, outside the movement. But sometimes, to me, when I look back at it, it feels like some SJWs infiltrated and stirred up tensions to such an extent between, those of us who aren't GG Revolt and those who were, that they decided that it could influence those couple thousand people to break away and form their own group,
Dude, it wasn't
and
even a
then
couple
try and get
thousand,
them
dude.
to.
At its
Oh, it was a couple
peak,
hundred.
dude, not even that. So like well,
Really?
it was for the first 2 weeks because 8chan actually keeps
Mm-hmm.
track of how many active users are on a board. Um,
Hmm.
so when GG Revolt first launched, think it was about 450 people roughly. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and then about 2 weeks after that, they were down to under 100, and they remained under 100 for pretty much their whole history, except
Mm.
there was a spike where they went over 100 of active users briefly.
Mm.
But that might have been the Sargon drama, if you remember that with Necromancer. That might have been during
Oh
that period.
God,
I'm not sure though.
what was that? Oh God, I can't. It's weird because I've been watching those interviews. I'm amazed at how much I've forgotten.
Remember, Sargon was Remember, Sargon was a game developer at one point, and he even did a
Oh yeah, he
Kickstarter,
was.
but he never finished the game. And at the time, people were criticizing him, rightly so, right?
Mm.
But
Mm-hmm.
he was just saying like, "Hey, look, the artist quit. We're trying to find a new artist. It's been slow going, but we're still planning on releasing it. We're just
And then it
over
quietly
schedule."
disappeared.
And
Yeah.
then it quietly
Mm.
disappeared. Well, he might have it later
Yeah.
on. I don't know. I haven't like followed Sargon's life. Maybe he did announce it being canceled. I don't know. But they never did finish it.
I think he did at one point, but it wasn't official. Yeah.
Yeah, because like I remember at the time he was still at least pretending to work on it. Because like
Mm.
he did do a live stream like a couple months prior to that, where he was
Mm.
working on the game on the stream. And then there was also an issue
Mm.
too where he promised people that if they donated to the game, they could get in uh, a special emblem on the forums for the game. Um,
Mm.
but the forum shut down before the game was quote unquote finished, right? So people didn't end up getting that, or they got it only for a couple months.
Mm. To be fair though, he's learned from that because now the Lotus Eaters is doing really well.
Yeah.
So it may have just have been he didn't know what he was doing.
Well, do you think he has a moral obligation to go back and finish the game? Because he promised people he would do it.
Um, at this point, probably not. It's been so long that does he even have the assets left?
Dude, I
I
have
mean,
no idea.
if at the time I would have said yes, although I think at the time I was a bit more defensive of him. I remember, I think used to defend him on that a little bit, but looking back now, yes, he should have just finished it. How hard is it to get artist? He wasn't he wasn't like the Colossus he would later become, in popularity wise, but he could still get artists.
Yeah, and
I'm
from
sure
the
someone in
sound of it,
GamerGate would have done it for him.
the way he talked about it, at least in the conversation with Verilo,
Mm.
um, it sounded like basically most of the work was done, so he had two choices. He said the original artist who quit, said you can't use any of my assets unless you pay me $1,500. But
Mm-hmm.
Sargon didn't want to pay him the $1,500, so he was
Mm.
supposedly trying to hire a new artist. But it's like, well, either one, just pay the guy $1,500, dude. Like at this point, you've got like
Mm.
700,000 subscribers on YouTube. Okay, I don't think you're doing too bad.
Did
Like
he
pay
really
him.
have 700 at that time? Wow.
I don't
I
know.
thought it was a little.
Maybe it was like 300 something back then. But like he had a
Yeah, he
lot.
got to 900 at his peak. Yeah.
Yeah. So like either pay the guy the $1,500 or hire a new artist
Mm.
and just finish the
Mm.
fucking game. Like how hard can it be, right?
I know. In hindsight, you're
Assuming
right.
he's been honest
Yeah.
about how close
Mm.
he was to being done.
But I remember vaguely that he said most of the funding came from family initially.
I don't know exactly how much because this was before he was big, really. The Kickstarter
Yeah.
was. It's before he blew up. Before
Mm.
GamerGate even. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so I assume like most of it probably was like family and friends, and maybe like some people who saw
Mm.
it on Kickstarter and were like, "Oh,
Mm.
this looks like it could be interesting. I'm going to chip in $20." Or
Mm.
people who were YouTube fans of his because he did have I think he did have a YouTube channel at the time. It just wasn't as big as it was.
Mm.
And he did claim, at least I don't know if it's true. He claimed that he offered refunds to anyone who asked for one, but he didn't like issue
Mm-hmm.
blanket refunds. At least not at the time. Maybe when he
Mm-hmm.
officially canceled it, he did issue refunds, but I have no idea.
Who knows? Yeah. Who
Yeah,
knows?
I don't really care that much.
He's definitely learned from experience because the Lotus Eaters has not had any problems with that.
All right. What do you think about what do you think of arguments about video games causing or reinforcing real-world sexist attitudes?
False. They don't. Even now with the left having more the leftists SJWs whatever you want to call them with the with their ever greater influence on the gaming industry to the point they can now force them to make whatever they want, it's still not making people believe in what they believe. Turns out it was wrong. People don't learn. People, how do I explain it? People don't just start believing something just because they play a game. Like I play GTA, for example, for a couple of months. Do I then believe I can go out there and start selling drugs and running people over? No. I don't believe that crime is good. I don't believe that it's something I have to do in order to make it big. If anything, arguably, especially with GTA 4, it makes you think, what was the point? Why go to crime? You know, it seems like a total waste of time. That's my opinion anyway.
Well, I guess
If it influenced me, it only made me want to hate crime more. Or like in if I played the World War II game, well, I hate Nazis anyway. Why would it make me hate them even more? Probably not. You know, or like if I played Papers, Please, which I haven't done, but would that make me dislike the communism in the USSR more than I already do? No, probably not. Would playing Gone Home make me a leftist again? No, it would make me bored, probably.
Well, I guess they would have like a number of different like arguments that they could use against this. But they would say that the things that you encounter in life, including artistic works and media and entertainment, that those things can have like some minute degree of impact on your perception of the world, and that this could cause you to form beliefs about things that aren't true.
But you see, games, everybody knows that games aren't real. It's only them that seem to have this belief that they are real, or at least they have some weird influence on the real world, and they can influence people's opinions. But I mean, I have a game called This War Is it This War Is Mine? I think that
I've
was
heard of it, I've
created
not
by
played it.
what? Not. It was created by charities, NGOs, alongside game developers to highlight the needs of people in war-torn countries, right? But I don't think it's had a societal-wide effect on people. Most people still don't like war. You know, people are still sympathetic to people in those situations. So, and they would have been regardless anyway without the video game or without films. You know, because it's part of human nature, isn't it? Anyway.
Well, they wouldn't
If
talk
anything,
about societal. Well, actually, they would probably, but they would say that society is composed of individuals, and that an individual could become more sexist
not
because
really, because the
they
game's not telling him to. You know,
well, they would say that everything is political, right? Everything has a political theme to
of
some
course,
extent
yeah,
or another,
yeah.
and
Hmm.
therefore people could read Harry Potter, and because they eat meat in Harry Potter, they could say that it's promoting animal cruelty, or that it's normalizing the consumption of other conscious beings, animals in this case.
Although that is normal.
Right, but like
Normal anyway.
they would say that
Mm,
the act of portraying that in a
mm.
movie, a book, a film, whatever it happened to be, a video game, that by portraying that as normal, you continue the cycle of normalization, basically, right? That it's
Even though
now
it's something that's,
good.
I know what you mean. I know what you're trying to say. But if they did make that argument, that would, I mean, because I think vegans do anyway. But that wouldn't make sense because as animals, as omnivores, we have that instinct anyway. So it wouldn't be reinforcing it. It would just be you would just see it as, oh, this. Well, you wouldn't even think about it for starters. You wouldn't think, oh, this person eats meat like I do. Just be like, oh, he's eating some bacon sandwich or something.
Right, but that would be
But
unconscious, right? They would unconsciously be reinforcing the normative
well,
claim of.
that's well. But they'd have to prove that there is such thing as this unconscious influence, which is very hard to prove because we don't understand how the brain works, for one thing. But however, there is one thing I think that they never make this argument, and I think this might actually be true, and it's nothing to do with video games. It's real life videos. So like like videos that go viral of people getting beat up in the street by a particular ethnicity. It could be anything. It doesn't matter if they're black or white or Asian or Indian or whatever, right? if you see enough of them constantly in your feed, you might actually get, because it is real life. It's real. It
Yeah,
happened, right?
it's different than a video
It's
game.
not fake, for the most part. You might actually have the opinion that these people are violent, or not that the whole group is violent, but this particular group has an issue with violence, and that actually could be true. But then that would make you have a negative opinion of them. You might end up just generalizing them all, thinking, "Oh, most of them are like that. I better be watching my guard," even if it's just one issue that group has, but everybody else is fine. I think that has a real influence on people, and that's something that the media has done for years. So it's just projection, really, if you think about it.
What do you think of attempts to link games to violence and/or censor games in the past?
There is no proof that it makes people more violent, and anytime like a school shooter or a violent criminal has used a game as a reason for what they did, I always think that's something to deflect from the fact that they're just evil. They're trying to create a reason. They're trying to create some kind of distraction. So like, oh, it wasn't my own horribleness that did it. It was the video game that made me do it. So they're trying to absolve themselves of blame, of responsibility for their actions. And then obviously, you never let a good crisis go to waste. Some of the people who have a vested interest in controlling culture and art and all the wonderful things that we take for granted will use that for their own agenda. Some of them may be true believers and think it genuinely did make him do that, but I don't think a lot of them are. A lot of them are just doing it because they want control and will use that for their agenda. They'll use it as propaganda.
Some political
There's
activists
no
believed.
effect. It may make you aggressive. Apparently, there's a study that said it makes you aggressive. But then, what do you mean by aggressive? Do you mean you get miffed? You get angry? Like, you get frustrated at games. You get elated at games, because like you would at films. Like, I've been angry at films. I got angry at the end of the last Skywalker. Was it the last
The
Skywalker?
Last Jedi.
No,
Or
Last
you mean
Jedi.
the
No,
next
it's
one,
not.
The Return of Sky? What was it? What was it? I don't remember, dude.
Return of
Dude,
bloody
episode 9. I
Disney
don't. It
Wars.
was so bad. The Rise of Skywalker.
Rise of Skywalker. Yeah, we remember. Yeah, I didn't shout it out in the cinema, but at the end when she goes, "I'm Rey Skywalker," I whispered to myself, "Fuck off." That made me legit angry. Is that making me now violent? No, I'm just angry. There's a difference.
Some political activists believe that using social media campaigns to demand artists change artistic elements of their work was a good thing, such as
Hmm.
hashtag change the cover. What do you think of this tactic?
It's a viable tactic like anything else. Tactics are tactics. But it depends what you're using them for. Now they would it didn't happen with Baldur's Gate. There was no petition, but because it was in early access and they wanted feedback, arguably you could say the fans demanding this character change because they're too much of an asshole was a good thing. They didn't make an official petition, but they made so many complaints it arguably was them petitioning, and in the end they made a much better character as a result. So you could petition a game developer to say, look, this particular feature of a game doesn't work. You need to remove it, or you need to patch it, or something. You can petition anything for anything for anybody, right? That would be a good thing. But what they do is they're trying to influence the artistic freedom of another individual. It's not just a case of this doesn't work, fix it. It's we don't like it, get rid of it. Well, I'm sorry, you may not like it for political reasons, but that's not enough of a reason to remove it. That's when it starts to become immoral.
Well, let's explore that a little bit more then, okay? Where do you think the lines are between criticism and advocacy of censorship?
Well, I mean, criticism is just, I don't like it, here's the reasons why, and it needs to be changed. But you don't have to do it, you know? Like, I can criticize you and say, you need to change your avatar to a Royal Air Force guy rather than a US Air Force guy. He is, right?
I have no idea, dude. It's just some
At
stock
least,
image I found.
well, let's just change. Okay, I want you to change it to a Navy SEAL instead. because I could say, well, people who ride in jets aren't cool, but people who sail the seven seas are way cooler. You don't have to. It's a criticism, but you don't have to. But censorship would be me gathering a load of people together and forcing you by any means necessary to change it. So we could try and doxing you, we could try harassing you, do whatever we can so that you eventually change it to a Navy SEAL. That's censorship. Does that make sense?
Yes. What do you have any thoughts on the removal of content from Japanese or other foreign games when they're localized?
I dislike the removal of it. I understand translating the language is difficult, and this has been mentioned a lot in all of your interviews. That's one thing, because language is made up of idioms and stuff like that, and they don't always translate well. You just got to try and make a rough approximation, right? But that's not what so-called localizers do. Localizers are a terrible euphemistic term, isn't it, for censor? You know, they literally will change the entire thing because they don't like it because it's politically incorrect. It doesn't abide by their cultural norms. When really what we want is a Japanese game that we can understand, but that still represents their culture, their beliefs, and stuff like that. You know, it would be like translating William Shakespeare into French and remove like Henry V, but making the French win the Battle of Agincourt. That even makes sense. Although they can't do that, but you know what I mean. You can't. Although they can change the plot with the localizing, right? Have they done that?
They're not. They do it all the time. I don't like it though.
Yeah. Like
They used to do it all the time. At least I don't know
well,
anymore.
you'd have to rewrite the whole play to do that. But you know what I mean. It'd be like changing the dialogue to make Henry V less of a sympathetic character, for example, in French. You know.
Some critics of GamerGate have argued that the movement was mostly or entirely right wing. Do you think that was accurate?
No, as we now know, well, we knew at the time it was mostly left wing. I was left wing at the time. I didn't fully go to the right for another couple of years. I think it was. Oh, it may have been 2016 when I finally owned up to it. You know, like you just one day go, oh, I guess I am then. You know, but as far as I was concerned, it was dead by then. Anyway, I know you disagree, but from my perspective, it was done. It was gone, but back then I was definitely on the left, yeah, and most people were. I don't know to what extent they were, but you can't argue with the facts.
Do you want to talk about your political beliefs or philosophy?
A little bit, if you want. Yeah,
Sure.
it's not that important, but yeah, I'll talk about it. What do you want to know?
Just I guess like how do you describe yourself? What do you care about? What are like the guiding principles? I
Well,
guess.
I used to call myself a right-wing libertarian, but since the Ukraine war and how badly most of them dropped the ball in that regard by becoming, well, they've always had that issue anyway historically, but I feel it's become worse. Although one of my acquaintances on YouTube disagrees. He thinks it's gotten better over time, but and he may be right. He's been in the game longer than any of us. He's called Freedom Alternative on YouTube. He's really good. He knows V. You might, if you watch V's content, you'll have seen him interviewed on there. Since they all most of them dropped the ball in regards to Ukraine, I feel like I can't call myself a libertarian, because how can you be for freedom and yet support the Russians in that war because you hate. I understand that the mainstream media, the elites that we have are horrible at the moment. I get that, but does that mean we should now support Putin? No, stop. So I just call myself right wing now. My beliefs are libertarian, obviously. So I do believe in stuff that a minarchist or an ANCAP would believe economically, I guess. Although I don't really know if I'm an anarchist, though. I think I nearly was at one point, but I don't know if I am. I'm just pro liberty, really. At the end of the day, it's easier to say that from a right wing perspective. Yeah.
You do think that the West or that like I don't know what you call it, like the democratic countries around the world should probably support Ukraine though, and do something to help them
Yeah,
defend
because
themselves.
it's a matter of it's not just that. If they fall, we're next. Well, it'll be Eastern Europe, then Western Europe, and then America are next. Basically, yeah. It's a civilizational battle, whether we like it or not, because that's how the Russians and Chinese and the Iranians see it. So we have to see it like that also. Yeah, and also it's just a moral thing to do. Not everybody supports them for moral reasons, but at least it's for the right reasons, you know. it, like Adam Smith said, it's not out of the goodness of his heart that the baker bakes the bread, you know.
True. So you've said your politics have changed
Although for
since.
me it's moral. For me it is. I personally feel it's a moral duty to defend them, but that's just my opinion, you know.
No,
Whatever.
I agree 1,000%. Um, you said your politics have changed since GamerGate. Have they changed
hmm
due to GamerGate?
I guess so, but it's less to do with the people in Gamergate and more who we were fighting, who the people who I thought were on my side but weren't, and it kind of just made me realize that I was probably brainwashed from childbirth to adulthood, and that everything I'd been told was wrong, and at least most of it was wrong, and I went through, and I've been through I still see it as an ongoing discovery of my philosophy and myself and stuff like that. I don't feel like philosophy and politics are things that should stay in stone, because look, situations change. We learn new things about ourselves as a species, and as a result, philosophy and politics need to change accordingly with that. Because you don't want a worldview that isn't informed by reality. You want it to be informed by reality as much as you can. Yeah,
Are you okay with gaming sites criticizing games through a political or religious lens, such as a Marxist,
they
feminist,
can do.
Christian, or other lens?
They can criticize it however they want, but just don't try and use it to influence my life and try to control the industry and tell them what they can and cannot create.
Do you think there can be any value in analyzing games, or other works of art through a political lens?
I'm of the increasing belief that no, there isn't. It tends to be the worst kind of analysis anyway.
Some people say that Gamergate was the quote first battle of the culture war unquote. Do you have any thoughts on that framing?
It's absolutely wrong. It was not the first battle. It was probably like the fourth or fifth, because you got to bear in mind that in 2011, Atheism Plus was a thing. That was the SJWs infiltrating the atheist community after the death of Christopher Hitchens. Although they were already there, because if you read Richard Dawkins, the God Delusion, he mentions P.Z. Myers by name, who was like the big daddy of the Atheism Plus movement. He was like the main guy. He wasn't Rebecca Watson, although she was in it and obviously influential. They were in it for a while, but obviously the Four Horsemen were such a dominant influence, largely because of Christopher, that they couldn't control it, because those guys single-handedly kept them on track. You know, about how it's just about the new atheism. It's about calling out religion, rationality, that kind of thing. You know, and then once he died, their influence waned because they broke up, and I think also they'd achieved quite a few cultural goals, at least in regards to Christianity. Obviously, they didn't achieve anything in regards to Islam, because Christopher Hitchens and Dawkins were starting to talk more about that, and I think Sam Harris did as well at some point. But by then, and then obviously there was, at the same time as that, there was Occupy. There was a few minor incidents as well in America and Britain and other countries. Gamergate was not the first. I think it was just the first big one that awoke a lot of people up to the fact that this was going on. Because for most people, these cultural wars that happen, it passes them by completely, because they don't register the subtle effects it has on their life. But because we're involved in this niche, we're now personally affected by it. We could see tangible changes happening that we didn't like and agree with, and we knew was going to damage the hobby, and so we acted accordingly. But if we hadn't have seen those subtle changes, which later became obviously with GamerGate, it started subtle and became they became too arrogant and overconfident and decided to push harder. If they hadn't have done that, we probably never would have known. Only a few people were talking about stuff like that before GamerGate, and one of them obviously was Razor Fist. So yeah, I disagree with that entirely. It was not the first. But then again, 2016 is considered the first cultural war for a lot of people, and that wasn't either at all, as you know. So,
yeah, no,
that.
I actually agree. I agreed at the time too when I wrote my book, GamerGate: First Battle of the Culture War. Like I was even, I think, pretty upfront that it's a good title. But I agree. It was not the first culture war battle. There was the Atheism Plus stuff. There were also there were a few other like controversies too, like the Dongle Gate stuff prior to GamerGate.
Oh yeah, Donglegate. Yeah.
So there were like a few other controversies for sure. It was not the first battle, but I do think it was the first like major battle, and like not even intentionally either. Like I don't think that like most of the people involved with GamerGate were like, oh boy, I can't wait to go fight a culture war. I think it was just sort of like forced upon them by accident. Well, not by accident, but like very deliberately by the people who didn't like them.
Oh yeah. But like I said, if these people had never noticed it, effectively, they would never have got involved. I probably, if I hadn't gotten involved in GamerGate, I never got. I don't know. Would I have ever got involved in the culture war? Maybe. It's hard to say.
What do you think of the framing of GamerGate being a response to a moral panic about video games?
Possibly. I mean, that moral panic was going for a couple of years before GamerGate anyway. When I don't even think Anita Sarkeesian was the first to say games cause sexism, but she was the one who became the most popular as a result. But I think that just happened anyway, concurrently, which fueled it. Because these people who were creating the moral panic were using the moral panic to control the industry or to try and gain entry, which they did. She did become the most influential person in the gaming industry, arguably. But GamerGate itself initially was not about that. It was about the ethics side of things. Then we realised, I think a lot of us realised the two go hand in hand, and then we decided to go down that path. Others didn't, and that was their thing. They didn't have to. I personally don't think anybody was trying to force people to do one thing or one thing only. But
well, there was the whole "you're an ethics cuck" thing. I don't know. That's not forcing people. That's true.
That's what they call it, astroturfing, right? It's just an astroturf term. Forced meme.
What do you think of the framing of GamerGate as a battle between those who believe in classical liberal values, like artistic freedom, free speech, and pluralism, and those who don't?
I mean, that's just what it ended up being. I mean, that's what it was anyway. Just because, well, communists don't believe in that. So, and those of us in GamerGate did. So, yeah, it was. But I mean, it would be anyway. Like by nature, I guess. Yeah.
All right. Did you interact with any anti-GamerGate people?
A few times. One guy I followed, when we all started just frantically following everybody. Do you remember that? I never used Twitter much until GamerGate. Yes, yeah. Although I may not have known if it was. Did I know it was an operation? I guess so. Yeah.
I didn't know it was an operation when I first did it. I just thought, well, hey, look, I need to follow a bunch of people who are talking about this, or I could just naturally
I did that,
happen.
and then I did that at first, and then saw there was an operation, and then just thought, well, keep doing what you're doing. And then I followed one guy during that follow frenzy, and he said, "Sorry, you believe in GamerGate. I'm gonna have to block you." That's the nicest way I've ever been blocked.
Nicest anti-GamerGater ever.
Yeah. Hey, at least he was honest. He didn't just moan and groan or just block me instantly. He said, "No, I'm sorry. We're not going to get along. I'm going to have to block you." Okay, bye, I guess.
Well, I'm not.
But yeah, I had a few debates, but it was like, that was on Twitter. Twitter debates when it was like 240, no, less, 140 characters, wasn't it?
Yeah, back
Back then.
then. Back then, I think it was 140
Yeah.
or something close
Yeah,
to
it was
that.
all public stuff. It was like on Twitter. It wasn't like YouTube debates or anything. I tried to set one up. He was willing, but it never happened.
Helicopter guy or someone else?
I can't remember the guy's name. It was just some random guy.
Well, I'm not super optimistic for this next one. Then, did you ever change anyone's mind on GamerGate?
Don't know. Maybe. I have no idea. I'll just say no, just because it seems more likely.
And you're not? Are you friends with anyone who was on the other side?
Oh yeah. Oh no, I'm not friends with them. No, that's
Well,
not
Dan
true.
Dan Coughlin, right?
Dick Coughlin.
Dick
We're not
Coughlin.
friends, but we have a mutual. Well, he's friends with people that I'm friends with, who would. I think they weren't in GamerGate, but they would be. They would obviously be supportive. One of my friends called Jim Jesus. As he's an ANCAP. He's known Dick Coughlin for years. I think they're friends, or at least friendly. Yeah. He's friends with people I'm friends with, but we're not friends. But it's not political. We're just not friends. We just don't talk. But there is mutual respect, definitely. I would say. I think he definitely respects me for what I did.
How could the conversation
Although
about
he did disappoint me though. That made me almost regret helping him
oh,
because
what
he went
happened?
to he went to who was it? Was it Tommy Robinson? He went to somebody's house to kind of threaten him like a political enemy, and I was really disappointed in him.
Oh wow.
But he's also a bit crazy. He has issues as well, which may be one reason why he did it. But I thought, why did I do that? But I don't have any regrets because it was something that had to be done. So, yeah.
Well, Mitch, how could the conversation about Gamergate have been more productive?
um, um, less infighting. Obviously, that goes without saying. We needed more of a we needed to stop being naive. But how could we? But that's hindsight for you. We needed to think longer term rather than short term. We needed. I don't really. I mean, I don't personally get attached to the whole we shouldn't have any leaders because there was a whole thing no leaders and stuff like that. I guess it worked, but the problem is it's human nature. We're going to gravitate to people who are natural leaders or who are popular anyway. Like some people saying, "Oh, there shouldn't have been cliques. There shouldn't have been groups of friends. We should have all been one big thing." Like, you do understand that was going to happen anyway because we were all different people with different beliefs,
Yeah, I saw
different
your comment
interests, different personalities. Yeah,
on the
it was
QQ's video, right?
inevitable. Yeah, yeah. I mean, he did later say that, yeah, it was human nature, but a lot of people don't seem to understand that was inevitable because we're human and that's what we do. The trick really is to make sure that those groups are all kind of, even if they don't like each other, they still go in the same direction. That's something that leftists are actually really good at, like SJWs. Even if they're constantly infighting, they're still infighting in the same direction. That's what we should have
Well,
done,
I
but
don't
I don't.
know
I
if
think we did
that's
it initially, but then it fell off the rails towards the end.
well.
Yeah,
Would you
we got
consider
distracted too much.
Brianna Wu a social justice warrior?
Absolutely. Although apparently I've heard she's changed her views. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. I keep hearing something about her constantly.
Was
Have you?
she's well, yeah. I've talked with her actually, not for the
Mhm.
book, not like a public stream or anything.
Mhm.
Um, I've talked with her in private and
Mm.
cordial conversation. Nothing like
Mhm.
not she was like screaming at me or all caps, go fuck yourself, Tachyon or anything. She was polite.
Mhm.
Um, but she's actually involved in some drama recently where
Mm.
yeah, over the trans. Are you familiar with trans medicalism?
I'm aware of the whole debate around the transgender thing with like kids and stuff like that. If they should have operations and things like that. But transmedicalism, I'm not familiar with that term.
Okay, I don't know. I think it kind of started as like a pejorative, like woke people started using against these people, but like now it's been claimed by the people who've been called and demonized. Or I don't know if that's how it started. I shouldn't say that. I don't know if 100%, but like that's
Mm-hmm.
kind of an impression I got. Um, anyway, transmedicalism is the
What does it
view
mean?
that trans people or trans gender
Mm-hmm.
dysphoria, like trans people suffer from like a legitimate medical condition known as gender
Oh,
dysphoria,
right, yeah. I
and
know the
that
debate. I didn't know there was a term. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
and that the people who are trying to expand this to include like, oh, I feel gender non-conforming, therefore I'm trans, because like some days I wake up and I'm slightly more feminine, and other days I'm more masculine in how I feel, and I'm a gender
Mm,
fluid and I'm
mm,
non-binary. Basically, the
mm,
transmedicalist people think that those
mm.
people don't have any like real medical issue, and they're just kind of like
Mm-hmm.
engaging in a cultural fad or
Oh,
lifestyle.
so transmedical people are normal.
Yeah, basically.
Well,
But
normal as
they've
far as somebody with gender dysphoria can be, but you know what I mean. They have normal views on it.
yeah, they've got like normal views on it, but like
Yeah.
Brianna Wu, um, and like many other people too, like are in the trans
Mm.
medicalist camp, and they're like, yeah, the non-binary stuff's not
Oh,
real.
isn't it ironic?
I mean, not really. Like I don't know
Well,
if like
she was.
Brianna today at least is pretty more moderate, like than she used to
What I
be.
mean is, she was involved in a lot of infighting on that side, probably trying to police what people were doing, purging uh, the people who were unclean. You know, that kind of thing. Like, probably involved in struggle sessions and all sorts. And now it's happening to her because she believes that gender dysphoria is a mental issue that needs treatment.
Yeah.
It is ironic. It is ironic.
Yeah, I don't know if like she specifically like 10 years ago was like trying to cancel people for this stuff. I don't remember. I'm sure I would have brought it up if I
She
had like a very
definitely,
clear example
well,
of
we
that.
didn't call it cancel culture back then, but she definitely was involved in stuff like that. I do seem to have
No, I
memory of
know
her supporting
Zoe
those
was very
actions.
much trying to cancel people. But I
Oh,
don't
of
remember
course,
like
yeah,
who
yeah.
specifically doing. But I could be wrong, dude. There's so much lore out there about Brianna Wu
Hmm.
that I
Well, she
have no
supported
idea.
the people who wanted to cancel. I guess by proxy, she did. Yeah, she never called them out.
Well, she didn't. She kind of wanted like to cancel GamerGate, I guess, but like not like a
Yeah, of
specific
course she did.
individual.
Yeah, yeah,
Like I don't think she was like, oh, Total
yeah.
Biscuit
All 100,000
specifically
of us.
deserves to die or anything like that.
Yeah, he wasn't even pro GamerGate. He wasn't even neutral. He
Well,
was
he
very.
was pro
I
GamerGate in
actually
the
was.
beginning, at
He
least.
was just as bad as any SJW. I really don't have
What?
many positive memories of him. No, he was. He. I remember. He had this trans girl on once. I think he interviewed her, and he used to censor his comments all the time, didn't he? In fact, they were never on his YouTube channel. He had this weird setting where you could do a comment, but it would never show up. Um,
Oh yeah, he
so
did.
much.
He did
Yeah.
have all comments held for review, and either didn't ever
Mm.
do it, or like mostly didn't ever
Yeah, he never
approve them.
reviewed them. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then apparently he went in and had a look at the comments that one time, and apparently his audience was so transphobic, so he had to make a video just being an absolute arsehole, lecturing them on how not to be transphobes. And I thought, this is a guy who we should respect. Like, he
Well, I mean,
never once
whatever.
showed
That's
any evidence. I don't
I don't
remember
know
him
what
showing
specifically
evidence.
he said, but I don't know what specifically he said, but like whatever. That's like his opinion on it.
I
Like
don't
I'm pretty
remember
pro-trans
specifics, but
actually too. Like I'm like in the trans medicalist camp myself. Like I'm not transgender or anything. But like yeah, I
I
think
mean,
that
I
the
mean,
people
I,
do
I,
need
I agree with them
help.
too. Although I don't know if it should be physical operations, though. If it's a mental health issue, should we maybe do mental health treatment instead? But I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
know.
gonna leave that for the doctors to decide. I
I
don't.
know that's for other people to decide. Yeah, but yeah, I don't think Total Biscuit was ever really on our side in all of that. Really,
Well,
he's not the kind
he
of
wasn't
person he
anti
should have been.
woke. He wasn't anti woke, but he was definitely like he for him it was all about ethics. And he talked about ethics all the time. Like I'll defend TB. He's not here to defend himself. He's dead.
Yeah, I
Unfortunately.
know.
But like like,
But I don't have to blow smoke up his ass
no,
either.
no, I'm not saying you have to like suck his dick or like, anything,
Mm,
or but he did really care about this stuff. Like, there's a reason he dedicated a lot of time and energy towards the GamerGate stuff because he was very passionate about it, and a lot of people in GamerGate agreed with him, and they also agree. Some people agreed with
mhm,
him on like the woke stuff too. Like that was a part of the GamerGate movement,
mhm.
and he was very passionate about ethics. He did talk about his own
Although if he
experiences as a
hadn't
YouTuber
died,
and how he received like promotional materials from games, and they're like, "Oh, well, we'll send you this laptop if you
mm,
praise our game or if you don't say anything too negative." Like he was very open about talking about stuff like that, and like
mm.
no, he was 100% pro GG.
He might have been at the time, but I know he's dead now, and this is purely hypothetical. But if he hadn't have died, could he have potentially ended up going the way that Jim Sterling did? Because he was another one who was all about ethics before GamerGate, and then threw it all away as
Well,
soon as he
TB
could.
was during GamerGate. Like we don't have to like
He was,
speculate
and
about what Total Biscuit's
but
views
who
are on this.
knows?
We know what Total Biscuit's views are on
Mm.
this. Like it sounds like you don't like him because of like he has woke politics, right? Which is like fine. You can
Well, it's
not
not.
like him for that, but like that's not related to like doesn't mean he like didn't support GG.
I mean, I never got the impression he was pro Gamergate though. Even when he was talking about it, I think he always tried to remain neutral, but he had sympathies at the beginning, and then as soon as it became uncool for him in his little circle to be even a little bit sympathetic, he stopped being sympathetic. Like, there's a reason why he stopped being. Well, you would say pro Gamergate, I would say sympathetic. There's a reason why he stopped.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, whatever you want to call it, like pro GG or sympathetic.
Mm,
Like I don't think he like
mm-hmm.
went around every day calling himself a gamergator. Like I don't think that like he identified himself that way. Maybe he did. I don't know. But
But
like
what
he was very
it's
sympathetic with.
hypothetical, like I said. It's hypothetical. If he'd lived, could he have gotten worse like Jim Sterling did? And like
I
it's,
mean, dude, look, I'm
I
not
think
gonna
there was a strong
speculate about whether
chance.
or not if
So
this guy who died but died supporting our
I know.
cause, like whether or not like if 5 years from now would he think about this things the same way, or would he have gone a different direction? Dude, I don't know. We'll never know. Like
I know we'll never know, but
I'll judge Total
it's
Biscuit for the
nice to
man he
be.
was, not the man he may have ended up becoming in some hypothetical
I know, I
scenario.
know, I know, I know. I don't usually do it myself, but we do it with Christopher Hitchens all the time. Like, what would it have been like had he lived? Would politics be better or worse? It's a nice little thought experiment. But I just no, it's not. It's not just about. It's not about the politics. Well, it is a little bit because again, if it weren't for the politics, he wouldn't have stopped supporting us or
Well, I mean, he
being
was also
sympathetic.
he
So
was also getting chemo and like cancer treatments and stuff. So
I know, yeah,
like
yeah,
he had a
I
lot
know,
going
I know
on.
that. I know he did, but again, I don't fault him for caring more about that. Obviously.
Um,
Obviously, like if you're dying, treat yourself. Stop dying.
well,
Try
I
and
know.
stop
I'm not
yourself from
saying that.
dying.
Yeah, obviously you're not saying that like but like like I don't know why specifically he decided he wanted to stop talking about this, and like maybe it was most because he
He
never
talk.
said he never released like a blog post or anything saying like here's why I don't talk about Gamergate anymore. He just kind of like stopped talking about it.
I'm sure there was, maybe we're forgetting. I seem to have a memory of he may have said something,
Or maybe he
but
did. I don't.
it's been so long.
I missed it.
I'd have to look it all up again. But I do remember there's a reason, other reasons other than he's just you know a woke arsehole. There's definitely more to it than that. For why I don't see him as pro Gamergate as others do. I think it was just the way he talked about it was too on the fence,
Well, here's
like
a
trying to
famous
please both
quote.
sides.
There's this famous
Yeah.
quote of him where he
Mhm.
says, um, I don't have the exact quote, but it's something along the lines of, if we need to address the very real issues in games journalism that people have brought up, and we need
Mhm.
to resolve those. And yes, it's the internet. Some people are going to be assholes, but we're going to have to do the right thing and make sure that we address this. After we address these ethical issues, if there are still people out there engaging in any sort of harassment, then you'll have my full support in stamping them out. I think it was something along those lines. So like he
Hmm.
did think that some people were engaging in harassment, probably, or at least he was open to the idea that there were people who were doing that. Um, but he also thought that they really needed to solve the very real corruption issues that they had.
Oh, I'm not denying that he didn't believe any of that though. But anyway, you got. Do you want to move on?
Yes. Do you have any thoughts on Not Your Shield?
Um. Well, I mean, it's weird. I'm not even white. I'm mixed race, but I never actually did. I ever do a post on Not Your Shield? Did I ever do it? I can't remember. I have thousands, hundreds of thousands of tweets, but I don't remember ever being really involved in it. But it's not really my nature to get involved with in stuff like that over race. Like, I mean, I'll talk about the issue and stuff like that, but in terms of like going into groups based on race, I've never done that. You know, partly because being mixed race is kind of difficult. You stick out like a sore thumb no matter where you are, even amongst other mixed race people, because we're all different. But it was a good idea at the time. But I think I agree with QQ that that eventually they used it too much, and you've got to come up with something new. Although I don't think, but I do disagree with him on the fact that they will always beat you when it comes to identity stuff. Because I have seen times where somebody's identity has them totally on the back foot, and even their obsession with it has hurt them as well within fighting, and sometimes the tactics will backfire. So they'll try and placate some particular minority group, but then that minority group doesn't like them. For whatever reason, whatever cultural, religious, political reason, they don't like them. They don't want anything to do with them.
Well,
So they can be beaten on that, in my opinion. Yeah.
I just checked out of curiosity. You do actually you
Mm.
use the Not Your Shield hashtag one, two. Well, actually, no, sorry. You only
How many
use the
times did I do it?
hashtag 3 times.
Really? Yeah, I knew I
Yeah,
did it a
you
little bit.
said I'm late in August. Sorry, October 22nd, 2014. You said I'm late to it and might as well. I'm a mixed race straight guy. Hashtag straight. Sorry, I'm a mixed race straight male. Hashtag Not Your Shield. Hashtag GamerGate.
Yeah, that was me definitely being left wing back then. Because I wouldn't say that now. I would just say I'm a mixed race guy. Fuck you. I wouldn't say it at all. I would just say I'm not white. Fuck you or something.
The GamerGate
What was the other two?
discussion. Oh, the other two was you sharing a YouTube video. The theme
Mm-hmm.
song to the Literally Who's. I don't even know what
I need to
video it is.
remember.
It doesn't exist anymore. It's been deleted.
Oh, that's a shame. I don't remember it either.
Yeah, I actually posted them in Discord. Well, I posted the um
And you know what's the sad thing? Most of it's
screenshot.
gone, and we'll never see it again.
Yeah, that's true. And then the third one was you replying to someone named Mackenzie Kelly, who is an Austin City Council member, and you said,
Really?
yeah, to have. I mean, maybe she wasn't back then. I don't know. She said,
Her name sounds familiar. Was she particularly crazy?
I have no idea. I don't remember this person. I really don't. Um, she says to have a transparent and ethical media. So to keep to have a this is sick, okay? SIC, which is to
Hmm.
say exactly verbatim. To have a transparent and ethical media, so to keep extreme political elements out of gaming from a mixed race man. Hashtag not your. There's got to be more context to this, dude. It's like it looks like you two were going back and forth, but
Yeah, we must have
she
been.
might have
Yeah.
deleted her tweet. It looks like, so I have no idea.
Mm.
I can check and see if archives exist, but
Basically, what she's accusing me of is that I'm running interference for evil, far right, white nationalists. That's what it sounds like.
yeah, again, I don't
And
know the full context because
my
the post
response,
doesn't exist anymore.
I know what my response would have been back then. It's like, no, 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 I'm not. I'm not doing that at all. I would call these people out. Nowadays, I'd be like, yeah, they may have these views. So what?
Well, she could have just asked, "What is this GamerGate thing?" Because your answer could be interpreted as responding to a question about what GamerGate is, maybe.
Oh, who knows? Who knows? It was a long time ago.
But again, maybe, yeah, I don't know. You probably know more than me because it was your life where you lived this. We'll have to reach out to her now and be like, hey, look, what was the question you asked him and then deleted?
It's crazy that she's now a counselor potentially. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, in Atlanta. Well, again, I don't know. Maybe she's like totally normal and like she was just asking what it was. I have
Oh,
no idea.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, did she ever? I don't care that much. I was gonna see if she ever tweeted about GamerGate. Um, the
I did,
gamer.
obviously, loads of times. Yeah.
Well, no. If she ever did,
Oh, probably.
I mean, at least that once, right? But
Mm.
or wait, did it? She it looks like she talked about GamerGate a lot, or she posted like one really popular tweet, and a bunch of people were.
Mm.
No, it was definitely.
But you know what's interesting? I find about looking back was how small it was. Actually, like all the big SJW accounts. I mean, obviously the companies were big, but their actual Twitter accounts were tiny. So
Wait,
only a few of them were actually big.
was she pro GamerGate or was she neutral? I don't think she was anti
Oh, I don't know. It
because
was
like
so
people
long ago.
here, people like there's like dude, there's like thousands of tweets replying to her on this,
Oh God, who knows?
and yeah, dude, I don't. It looks like she was asking what GamerGate was about because there's a bunch of people answering
Hmm,
her question, as in like hundreds of people answering her question.
who
Oh, well,
knows?
hang on. One of the people, I guess a GamerGate person, I don't know, I don't recognize them, was saying that they wish they lived in Austin so they could vote for her. So maybe she was a city council member at the time too.
Oh, right, okay. I don't remember.
And then someone else says that she's a politician running for office on the GamerGate platform. I don't know if that's true. That sounds like some.
Doesn't
So
sound true to me.
yeah, I feel like I would have heard about this. Maybe she mentioned it like one time or something.
Hmm.
Or well, a couple times since looks like she's talked about it a few times, but she deleted all of her old tweets
But
about
anyway,
it. But people are
I think we
responding
should
to.
move on
We
though.
should move on.
Like
Anyway,
she's not worth talking about.
the GamerGate discussion was widely censored online. Why do you think that is?
Hmm. Well, it's simple. They didn't want the ugly questions that were being raised to be answered or to be talked about at all because it made them look bad and it was causing too many problems for them politically. And they wanted to hush it up. That's why. It was purely because it was too inconvenient. It was too much of a problem for them. It was something they hadn't anticipated would happen. It was out of their control, and that's what they do. That's one of their go-to tactics in order to deal with opposition. But
Why
the
do you think?
scale of it was what amazed me, though. The scale of it, no matter where you went, apart from a few sites, 4chan was being censored. Mute, is it mute? Mute, MWOT, was it?
Yeah,
Mute, yeah. Even he was exposed as being as part of that whole like clique of SJWs. Like that was the great betrayal, wasn't
yeah. I
it?
don't. I'm not a Chan person, so I know that
I'm not either, but I'm yeah.
Moot allowed the moderators at least to censor it. I don't know what else
Mm.
his connections are there. I know some people have looked into it a
And it was
bit, and there were people talking at the time that like maybe he had some sort of like financial ties with. I don't know. I'm not gonna get into it. I'm not gonna
mm,
make accusations for the book that I can't verify. So,
mm, mm-hmm,
why do you think some? Now we're in the harassment sexism portion,
mm-hmm,
and we can get through this pretty quick. I know we've been going for a while.
mm-hmm.
Why do you think some people claimed that GamerGate was about harassment or hating women?
It was to create a narrative, so to demonize us and to make sure that well, what little public opinion there was about it was entirely on their side and against us. That's what they do. They do that all the time, these SJWs. They will create a narrative to paint a picture of you as being some kind of evil, horrible extremist when really they're the ones. It's projection. It's one of the it's literally in books that shows them how to do activism. You know, like Rules for Radicals, stuff like this. It's literally what they're taught to do. And that's what they did. They were going by the book. Unfortunately, we also went by some similar rules that they were doing. You know, with attacking the advertising and stuff like that. And in many ways we weren't playing by their rules, and they couldn't really get a grip on us initially.
Well, let me
But
ask,
that's why they do it. Yeah.
3 specific people have obviously gone to the media and
Mm-hmm.
said that GamerGate is very bad and that GamerGate is dedicated pretty much solely to destroying their specific lives. Nina Sarkeesian,
Mm-hmm.
Zoe Quinn, and Brianna Wu. Do you think that?
Literally who?
Yeah. Do you think that it was all fake? That like there wasn't anyone like actually like criminally harassing her, which is to say like harassing her in a way that everybody would recognize as 100%, not like a mean tweet once or someone saying your game sucks or whatever, but like actual harassment, like the criminal level of harassment.
Well, I've never seen it prove. Well, what? But there was like one guy that the FBI found that could potentially be interpreted, excuse me, as actual genuine harassment,
Well, he
legally.
called her cell phone, or I don't know, it might have been her home phone. He called her phone like 40, 30, was it 40 to 50 times? The FBI said. So
Yeah.
yeah,
But
that
was he pro Gamergate? That was never proven,
they
as
never
far as I
said.
know.
The FBI never said. Apparently, they
Mm-hmm.
talked to
So
the
as far
guy
as I'm concerned, he isn't.
and he apologized and was like, "Hey, look, I'm sorry, I won't do it
Mm.
again." I don't know if he did do it again after that, but probably not because like if
Probably
the
not.
FBI's knocking on your door, bro, you're not gonna
Mm.
you're not gonna do that again. And there was the guy
Your
in
trolling days are
well,
over.
there was the people who called the bomb threats in on both sides, right? To Anita Sarkeesian stuff, like she got bomb threats at one of her events, um, or maybe 2. I don't remember, 1 or 2 events. And then
I don't
obviously
remember that happening.
it was the University of Utah or something. I don't remember the exact school, but
Mm-hmm.
it was in the FBI report. Um, now
Mm-hmm.
it probably like there were like 3 bomb threats called in, or there were 2 bomb threats and a mass shooting threat that were emailed in to this school
Mm-hmm.
that the FBI looked at. And like one of them seemed like it probably was a joke. It says, "I've planted
Mm-hmm.
over 9,000 bombs in the auditorium." But like obviously, like you can't do that. That's still
That should
illegal.
have.
That still does probably
That
right.
should not even have been. I don't know why they got scared over that. Obviously, nobody can plant over 9,000 bombs and get away with it.
But like whatever. But
Even
there
if you
was
don't
another
know the
one.
reference,
There was another. There were 3 threats made against Sarkeesian. One
Mhm.
was that.
Utah thing now rings a bell though.
Yeah, and then the other one was a more serious threat. I don't remember exactly what they said. It was something like, "I'm gonna kill everybody there." Um, and then there was like a third one too, where they talked about planting a bomb in like the cafeteria or so. I don't fucking know, dude. But like they were
Mm.
planting a bomb at the site. So like there was
But
like one
did
joke
they
threat
link
and
it
like
to
2 real
Gamergate?
threats. No, they were never linked to
But did
Gamergate.
they exactly? So therefore, we can say that it wasn't Gamergate because it wasn't.
Yeah,
There was no proof.
and
But we can
it
definitely.
probably wasn't. Like if you like you know how we were back then. They're like the chances of it being like one of
Mm,
our people versus being like some random troll or like Wild Goose
mm.
is like it almost certainly wasn't us.
It definitely wasn't Gamergate because we, as you said, we were maybe artistically obsessed with making sure we didn't do anything like that. But you can't say the same for them because there definitely were threats that were from their side, the anti-Gamergate side, for
Yeah,
sure.
well,
You could definitely link it.
the the more serious threat I talked about. So
Hmm.
I could. It does actually mention Gamergate, but it's also it's obviously a troll if anyone knows about Gamergate stuff. Because I was
Mm,
actually reading through the FBI report recently, and if you read, so there was one threat that did mention Gamergate in it. It says, "I am the
mm.
leader of Gamergate,
Oh, I remember that.
and we call ourselves Gamer Gators with a AT gator like the alligator. We call ourselves Gamer Gators like alligators." And then he says, "As the leader of Gamergate, I'm going to blow up your school or something." But like, obviously, uh, uh,
Mm,
anyone who's like spent like 5 seconds on the internet could recognize that okay, this
mm,
is obviously a meme, and like it obviously
mm.
isn't a Gamergate person, probably because like one, like we didn't call ourselves as a Gamer Gators. There's no leader of Gamergate, It's obviously someone who's
I
trying
think we
to
eventually
troll.
started calling ourselves GamerGaters. I think
We
it was
did. We
it was a
did.
label we adopted.
Well, Gator,
Mm.
Gator was more of a. That's what the anti-GG people called us,
Yeah,
and some people just adopted it kind of
Gators. Yeah,
tongue-in-cheek. Yeah, tongue-in-cheek kind of. I
yeah,
think it
yeah.
wasn't like a serious thing.
Mm.
But I'm the leader of GamerGate, or was it the king of GamerGate? I don't remember which, but it was like some. I think it was leader. Yeah, it was
Leader of
leader.
GamerGate, I think it was. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, but it's obviously fake. It's obviously a troll.
yeah.
It's not a GamerGate
Mm.
person.
Mm. But they definitely sent threats that you could say was from the anti-GamerGate side. I think was SPJ proven to be them, or
Yeah,
was it a third-party
Airplay.
troll?
Yeah, SPJ Airplay received bomb threats from somebody. Again, we don't know who. I'm not gonna say it was
Mm.
anti-GamerGate. Could have been a troll or
Mm.
something. And then so did a couple of the meetups too. And they harassed me in real
Mm.
life when I tried to do my panel at
Mm-hmm.
Archon. So
Mm.
that was not good.
There you go. You see, it's
And
always
that actually was
projection with them.
anti-GamerGate people. Either that or it was an
Yeah.
extremely dedicated troll who made like 25 sock puppet
Mm.
accounts just to fuck with me, or like
Mm.
maybe a dozen sock puppet
Again,
accounts.
remember like SJWs will always project because that's part of their strategy in getting what they want. So they're like something, but in order to hurt you, they will project that onto you, even if you're not like that.
Are you familiar with the Women Action Media study or the Newsweek/Brandwatch study on harassment in
Um,
Gamergate?
I vaguely remember the women in action, but I don't remember the other one.
Okay. Yeah, 0.66% of Gamergate people engaged in harassment according to the Women Action Media study, and it's a pretty solid methodology. The other one's not even really worth talking about.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I imagine as such. I don't think I ever saw any Gamergate person harass anybody apart from GG Revolt, but they only harassed us.
Yeah.
They never
Yeah.
harassed the other side, which is again
Which is
why is it so
actually it's
convenient?
pretty funny that's the case. Well,
Yeah,
with Ralph, I don't know what Ralph all did, but like he was he was
Ralph was an
GG
idiot
Revolt
being used.
basically. He at that point
He
he
was
was
he
with
was an
GG
idiot
Revolt.
being used.
Yeah.
Hmm. But he was also an idiot. He was being used by. I mean, bear in mind he was doxed by Goose, or somebody who Goose knew, and yet he was still friends with them all.
Yeah, they leaked his
What an
credit
idiot!
card information, and he still like became friends with
What?
them and like let them troll
I
people
just
on his site. Like, what the fuck?
why? Why? I just don't get it. I will never understand how they managed to. I mean, I know he's stupid, but I didn't realize he was that stupid. Like how they did it, how they manipulated him into allowing all that stuff to be written on his website. But then it still didn't ruin his career. Like he bounced back.
Yeah, which is insane actually that happened. What did he
But then
actually? Did
because
they actually? I got the credit card thing from your video, so I'm assuming it's true. But
Hmm,
did they actually leak his credit card information,
definitely, yeah.
or it was bank account information? I don't remember
And
which
he
one it was. One of the two.
it was something. Some docs was released from them, and he was still friends with them. Do you want to talk about the Lily Feng thing though? Because I didn't get a chance to talk about that.
Sure,
So
yeah.
like, yeah, I really do think this needs to be talked about more because now that everybody hates him, it's actually okay, and you won't get heat. But I think it's important that if anybody does see this, who's aware of what the Gunt has been up to recently, I love that. I love calling him Gunt. It's so good. Do you know about that, right? That they
No,
call him
I've
the
not
Gunt.
talked to him. I know the Arby's thing, but
Yeah, so because he's so fat and horrible, like he's probably bigger now than he was back then. They call him the Gunt, Gunt, the Gunt, and that's just what he is. He's the Gunt. And there's like music called, I think they call it Gunt Wave or something. It's a great meme. You need to look it up. But before he became the Gunt and was a general laughing stock and getting, although I did defend him kind of when he got beat up by Cog's mate. Did you hear about that? He got beat up.
no, I've not heard about this. I know he got
Do you remember
arrested by because he assaulted a police officer while drunk.
that was before that. But what happened was he's been at war. Do you remember Cognitive Thought?
No, dude, I don't. I don't pay attention to like Ralph or Ralph's World at all.
Well, Cognitive Thought used to be. I don't know if he was part of Gamergate. He may have been. He was from Manchester, like I am, and he was like we're like one of the only Manchester YouTubers doing anything like this. And he later became. Well, we later fell out over something else, and then he ended up becoming like a drama streamer, that kind of thing, and he was friends with Ralph, and then inevitably, Ralph was no longer friends with him because it's Ralph, and live on wherever they stream now, he's Cog said he was going to go beat him up, so he took a friend with him to Portugal, which is where Ralph was on holiday. They found him, and Cog's mate beat him up. Now, some of the memes were funny about that. I know I shouldn't laugh at something like that, but it was kind of funny. Like, one of my mates showed me a screenshot of him getting punched, and it had the logo of the album, A Vulgar Display of Power from Pantera. If you know that the artwork to that, that's why it's funny, because it's a fist or something, or somebody getting punched. Something like that. I laughed at it, I hate to say it. But he didn't deserve to be beat up, just, you know. You don't just go over to a foreign country to beat up a foreigner, you know. How stupid
Sounds like
is
a
that? But anyway,
weird fucking story, dude. But yeah, I don't support people flying to other countries to beat people. I don't support people beating up other people as a general matter.
No.
So
unless he hurts you first, there's no reason to. But anyway,
Yeah.
Lily Feng. So Lily Feng was like she was one of the more popular people in GamerGate, wasn't she, for a while?
I
Like
mean, like she was moderately popular. Yeah, I didn't like know her personally,
More
but
like
I knew
people
of
liked
her
her.
even before. Yeah, people
Yeah,
liked
you knew
her.
of it and you liked her. Yeah, yeah. I don't know of anybody who disliked her other than the trolls, but I think they were just targeting her probably because she was easy. And unfortunately, she killed herself. She threw herself in front of a train. I don't know why she killed herself. Did you ever find out any reason?
No, but I
Potentially?
did talk to the guy. Dude, she was supposed to the night before. Dude, this is whole fucking backstory with the Lily Fang thing. I
It's
just found out
horrible.
like a few days
Yeah.
ago. So
Mm.
she was trying to go to the GamerGate meetup literally the day before she killed herself. Um,
Really?
yeah. So she was supposed to be there, but the organizer didn't know her, so he
Mm.
purposely didn't give her. I mean, not like as like a evil like oh Machiavellian. Like
No.
he's like I don't know this person.
Mm.
I don't trust giving them the address of the Airbnb.
That's absolutely fair.
So he
Yeah.
didn't give them the
Mm.
address where they were all staying. So she was
Mm.
supposed to be with them the night before and possibly I guess crash there at the Airbnb. So she would have been with them the night before and the morning, but because she never
Mm.
got the address, she didn't go, and then she
Mm.
killed herself the next day in the morning. So
I
like,
mean,
dude,
it was
it's this.
probably just
Yeah, I don't
yeah.
know. Maybe she
She's
was
meant to be
going
getting
to anyway.
married.
Maybe she
Yeah, she probably was. She's meant to be getting married to to the lad as
to
well who she
Ashton.
was
Yeah.
with. Yeah, it was horrible. So she killed herself, and obviously, Tachyon. Is that how you say his name? It's been a long time.
Ashton Liu, I think, is his name.
Oh, Ashton. Sorry, Ashton.
Ashton.
I heard it completely wrong then. Sorry. Yeah, Ashton. Obviously, he took a little bit of a break to deal with the grief. So he didn't. I don't think he announced it first, did he? It was
No,
Cult of
it
Vivian.
was Cult of Vivian and Oliver Campbell, but
That's
they
it. Yeah.
literally had permission from
Mm-hmm.
Ashton to do
Yeah.
this.
Yes, but we didn't know that initially at the time. So when they released the statement saying, "Unfortunately, Lily's died. She killed herself," the third-party trolls took the opportunity to say, "How dare you do this without his permission? What are you doing? What were they saying? Grave standing? I forgot what the term was. Where you use
That's what
somebody's
they
death for
no,
your
but it
own.
was fucking dude. It was they were obviously
Yeah.
bad faith, dude. Like
Mm,
these guys,
mm,
like Wild Goose was 1,000%. I mean, first of all,
mm,
like we know why they were trolling, right? They love to
mm,
troll everybody in this shit, or at least the pro
mm.
GamerGate people. I
They're
don't know if
just
they ever
evil.
trolled the
They were
antis. Yeah,
just evil.
they're
Yeah.
just assholes. But
Yeah.
dude, they 1,000%. They were like, go grave, dude. No fucking shot, dude. Like, especially since like we. They were these same people who were like, "How dare you grave
Mm,
stand on her grave?" Were the same
mm,
people who were tweeting like pictures of people getting hit by trains to her boyfriend. Okay,
yeah.
like the same
Yeah.
people. It's not like a different group.
I know.
So like they were so
But they
bad faith.
convinced a few idiots that was actually happening, that Vivian and Oliver Campbell were using this for popularity. Like, why would they do that? They didn't do that. Nobody was doing that at all. They had permission. That was proven later on. And then they got a few idiots. Ralph was one of them. And who was the disabled woman? Shannon. Shannon? Do you remember her?
Liberal lunacy or Shannon or
Yeah,
whatever. Yeah.
liberal lunacy. Yeah, Shannon. Yeah, she she was also convinced that this was happening, and released her own article, which was really bad. I think I covered that in my videos. I'll get to her in a minute because there's some interesting information I have that I don't think I ever revealed, but I will reveal it here because time has passed. It may have been DMs, but what? It's 10 years ago, and I think it, if anything, it actually helps her rather than hinders her. Although it still doesn't excuse what she did. So she released an article, Ralph released an article, Goose released an article, and then I found it. I found out what had happened, and I talked to both sides. So I talked to Ralph briefly. In fact, I knew him for a little teeny weeny amount of time. I knew him, and I was on a stream with him actually before all that happened. Getting to know him. And then I talked to Vivian. I think I talked to you about that. I talked to you about your doxing, though.
You asked for permission to talk about it in your video, and I said yes.
Yeah, I talked to Vivian, and then his side didn't. I mean, to be fair, I didn't handle talking to his side very well because the problem was you guys. I mean, it was obviously the truth, but you convinced me so thoroughly that nothing he could have said would have made it look better. You know what I mean? And so I went ahead and did my video, probably a bit too quickly, and then Ralph hated me forever from then on, and it blew open the whole thing. And they basically, I think it may have actually stopped them from trolling him, Ashton, because then he came out and did his own statement, didn't he? At some point,
well, he
around
did,
about that time.
and then he also,
Yeah.
I don't know if he deleted his account, but I know he stopped posting. He because he was a big GamerGate person too. Well, not huge. He wasn't like but he was very involved with the movement, and
a lot of people knew who he was.
Yeah, he was very popular as well, and he basically quit GamerGate and stopped talking about this stuff altogether on the internet because of the harassment he received. And I'm sure his girlfriend killing her, or Beyonce, right? They were engaged. I'm sure. I'm sure that didn't help, but he says pretty much expressly that the harassment that he got from Ralph and the Wild Goose people, the Bill Wagner crew, that that's basically why he quit GamerGate, because he didn't want to, he just couldn't deal with the horrible shit happening.
I don't blame him,
understandable.
Honestly. So Shannon, I think, I can't remember if it was just after or during all this was going on. She DM'd me and she said, I wrote that article. I think it may have been after. I think my videos may have convinced her that she was maybe wrong. I can't remember exactly what she said before she revealed this information to me. She said that she made the article because in her life, a friend had killed himself. So she actually wrote that out of grief and frustration and anger. Doesn't excuse what she did. And I told her as such. I said, he may have done that, but that doesn't excuse what you wrote. But there you go, guys. Something revealed. I bet you never knew that, did you?
Actually, I think she did say something similar to that. Maybe not exactly word for word, but she did say something similar to that at the time, publicly, I think, too.
Oh, did she?
Because she got, they got a lot of flack for this shit, so she had to go on the defense right away.
I think it's one of the few times I've actually had an effect on something like that, other than the old SJW brain. What I forgot what Bearing used to call them, the brain trust, something like that.
Or well, maybe she made that comment after your video. I'm not sure, but I thought, well, I don't know. I don't remember the timeline, so.
I remember the title. Was it Lily Feng and the Self-Righteous Suicide Drama, or was it Ralph and the?
Oh, that might have been. That might have been the. Was that her article or was that Goose's article? I don't fucking know. There were so many articles.
Well, my video was reference to the System of a Down song and obviously the whole point was the people who were accusing others of being self-righteous using the death for their own gain was actually Goose and all them. That was why I named it that.
As juicy as the drama is, do you want to move on?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts on the GamerGate anti-harassment patrol? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do. It was why not? Why not? It's not like it wasn't policing thought. It was make sure nobody was doing anything illegal.
How important to you was it that bad actors were condemned? I guess we saw that when you took out Ralph, but or you
Yeah,
tagged
yeah.
Ralph, but
Only within reason, obviously. So what I did, that has to be done. And to be fair, I don't think a lot of people got involved in that, did they? Apart from the obvious actors and me. I
well,
don't remember it.
I mean, I condemned him too. I wasn't like a huge
Hmm.
YouTuber or anything at the time. I might like a couple thousand
Neither was
subscribers.
I. Neither
Um,
was I.
and he got banned from Kotaku in Action, his website too. Um,
Hmm.
or maybe he was banned from there before that. It might have been because like
He may have been.
he
Yeah.
had like a really he was on really bad terms with them and with V.
Hmm.
And I think maybe GGHQ. Like he burned a lot of bridges over his time. So
Hmm.
I don't remember if he got banned because of that specifically, or no, it was
Hmm.
because of that. It was because of that because I
Hmm.
remember I've doing the research on this. There was a
Hmm.
major topic that got a ton of upvotes that was said after Ralph's article we need to ban his site.
Hmm.
And that's when the moderators stepped in and they actually agreed and said yes, we're going to do that.
Hmm.
And there was I think most of the people were on board with that, but one person
Hmm.
did speak out against it at least. Gethin7, if you remember him.
Oh, him. Oh God, the
Yeah.
one with the RoboCop style avatar.
No, it was the Geth from Mass Effect, or maybe he changed it over time.
Oh,
But
oh no, I'm thinking someone completely different.
okay,
Sorry.
yeah, he did defend Ralph, not like on what Ralph did, but he defended it on free speech grounds. That like as evil as Ralph's comments are, or not Ralph's comments, but like Wild Goose's comments on Ralph's site, basically. As evil as this is, we should still allow it. But I think he was very much in the minority on that one. His blog
I
post
mean,
defending Ralph got downvoted.
like, I understand they're not banning him to police thought. It's more like he's an unreliable source that we shouldn't be using. I guess that's the idea, right? And also morally reprehensible.
Well,
But
I
there
guess
was
it's
some
also
good
not really
journalistic work
ethical
done on.
to like do what they did. Sorry.
No, I mean he did have some good journalistic stuff that he did. Like he did blow the lid on quite a lot of stories and stuff. I remember that, but it was less of that by that point. It was less of the good stuff and more of the let's just cause problems for everybody. So now you know, people who may be watching this, that Ralph has always been horrible and always probably will be.
Do you
But
think?
yeah,
God.
go on. Sorry, I
Do you
forgot what I
think?
was going to say.
Do you think most GamerGate people did a good job condemning harassment?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's hard to condemn all of it because it was such a big movement. I mean, but to be honest, maybe that's because I'm a YouTube. I still am, I guess, technically a YouTuber. I did get a negative reputation. Well, not completely, but it was a black mark because I covered stuff like that because people just considered it pointless drama. Although I thought, well, this is having real life effects on people. It should be talked about more. It should be addressed. So even though we 99% did a good job, I think wasn't there were some things I feel that weren't quite. It could have been better. Things that,
Oh, and dude, the backlash against Ralph was pretty big.
it
Like
was,
remember
yeah,
there was
it was.
also Operation Wreck-It Ralph. Remember this?
Wreck-It Ralph. You
it
have
was
to
it was
you have to
most
remind me.
it people talked about it in public a little bit, but
Hmm.
I don't know how big it was. But some group of GamerGate people got together and they
Hmm.
got his site banned from Google AdSense for harassing Lily Fang's family and
I mean,
friends.
again, it's a totally legitimate tactic, and he deserved it.
Yeah, he
He
did
shouldn't be
deserve
making
it.
money
He
off
did deserve it
like that.
100%.
Mm.
And then
Mm.
actually, not only did I condemn him, when I remember when he had the Candace Owens interview.
When was that?
This was like some long ass time ago. This was before
Was
Candace
this
Owens
before she
became famous.
became
Well, she was
so?
like
Well,
she
she
had
was
back when she was doing the website where she
an
was Candid or whatever it was, right? Or no, it was something
No, no,
else.
she wasn't Candid. Social Autopsy or
Mm,
something like that. I think it was
yes,
called.
social
Yeah,
autopsy.
it was like a spying app. She made a spying app. This is why you should never trust her.
Yeah, so she did that, and
Mm.
so Ralph interviewed her because
Mhm.
Zoe Quinn and her got into like this personal drama,
Mhm.
which I don't really care.
Mm.
But basically, her and Zoe Quinn got into this personal drama, and so Ralph
Crazy to
interviewed
think
her.
they knew each other.
So Ralph interviewed Candace, and
Mm.
like apparently Candace had made some like pretty, I don't remember at the time, but she had made some pretty serious claims about Zoe Quinn. Like Zoe Quinn is like I don't know remember exactly what it was, so I'm not gonna say. But basically, he did this interview with her, and then I did a video because like normally I would not talk about the Ralph stuff at all, anything involving Ralph. Or if I did, it was like Ralph's an asshole, and I don't want anything to do with him. But I'm like, well, shit, this is actually kind of newsworthy, so I'm gonna cover it. So I made a video talking about that situation, but without linking to it, or maybe I archived it. Maybe I linked to an archive. And he lost his shit. He's like, "Oh my god, how dare you not? how dare you not link to my website about this interview I did? That's copyright infringement." Like, no, it wasn't actually.
Wasn't he one of the people who used to hate people false flagging and copyright striking and stuff as well?
I don't know. Everyone on YouTube
That's
hates
copyright.
that stuff.
Copyright infringement.
Yeah, everybody on YouTube hates it when people file false claims on YouTube, though.
Yeah.
Because like, it destroys your channel. Or can.
There's only one YouTuber I know, well, I didn't really know him, who did take somebody down for copyright reasons, but it was actually legit because they didn't ask him for permission to mirror his video.
Yeah, but like he's trying to claim that I engaged in copyright infringement because like, I didn't include a single clip. I didn't include a single clip from his discussion. I talked. No, I know. Just for clarify for the book. I didn't include a single clip from his even thing. I don't think. Plus, if I did, it would be fair use unless I like copied the whole thing verbatim, right? Like if I just took like one clip and talked about, but I didn't talk about. All I did was talk about what was discussed within it. So I didn't like use clips even from his interview with her. So this idea that it was copyright infringement is so utterly ridiculous. Anyway, we can skip this one if you want because you've already answered it kind of. If you saw someone on your side doing something you thought was bad, how would you handle the situation? Well, we kind of already know.
I can tell you how I would do it now. If I was to do it again, I would make shorter videos because I had no brevity back then. I know with this interview I've been waffling, but it's an interview. You're allowed to waffle. But I would make a shorter video, and I wouldn't use the term drama. I would just say this person has done this to this person. So they've doxed them, they've stalked them, they've harassed them. I would not use the term drama because I think that makes it sound less important than it actually is. It kind of it makes it seem petty when actually harassing a grieving. But you can't call him a widower, can you, Ashton?
Well, he wasn't married, so I guess no. But they were engaged.
Wasn't
That's
married.
Pretty close. It's pretty bad.
I'd call him a widower. I'll call him. He's a widower, really. Let's be honest. A grieving widower, harassing someone like that, and then projecting all this nonsense onto his friends who were doing him a solid, helping him out in his time of need by telling everybody in the movement about this popular girl who's died. I wouldn't have used the term. I would never use the term drama because it's not drama. It's real. It's actually real life stuff. Really, it's not just over the internet, is it? When they start harassing.
No, it entered the real world.
Doxing people and
so
yeah.
It's I would feel comfortable. I don't know if it meets the legal definition. The train stuff might actually, because they repeatedly sent like Wild Goose and them. They repeatedly
they were trying to cause him mental anguish.
Yeah, they repeatedly sent him pictures of people getting hit by trains. And like their corpses afterward, and like the gore and all that stuff. They did that over and over, and then they also created a fake GoFundMe, where they were like, no, I don't think anybody donated to it because it was obvious. It was pretty obvious that it was fake, but like that probably does. That might be illegal, actually. I don't know, because he's like in theory raising money and pretending to be Cult of Vivian. Remember, he impersonated her. So that actually might be illegal, trying to raise money in her name.
Yeah.
And then
probably, yeah.
So he might have actually broke the law. That's like real harassment at that point.
So that's one thing I would have done. I wouldn't have done that. That might have helped me in the long run as well, and the people. And what else would I have done? I'd probably be a bit more careful as to how I approach it, because I was very gung ho back then. Like I still don't have any fear of these people necessarily. Like I would still do it all over again. I would still call these people out, but I would definitely make sure that my ass is covered. You know, I've never actually been doxxed, but my name is out there, but it's not my full name, thankfully. So even if you were to look me up with the name that's out there, you wouldn't find me. You might find maybe some social media if you're lucky, but there's nothing on there that would get my address out or anything like that, or my place of work. But that's what I would do as well. I would make sure that I'm protected and that the people I'm helping are a bit more protected, because I was just very reckless and gung ho back then with how I did it.
All right. Well, you don't have to talk about
I don't know
it.
if you. Oh no, but that's it pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if you agree with me on that. Would you say I was too gung ho back then?
No,
Reckless?
I don't know all of your videos. I've only, to be honest, I've seen a couple of them over the years, but the only ones I remember are the Lily Feng one, and the one about me getting doxxed.
And you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
when you were Netscape back in the day.
Back when I was Netscape, yes. And you're the only person who covered that story, I think, actually, about me getting doxxed.
See, that's why I say it wasn't 100% good enough.
No, but you asked me first, and I told you it was
cool. Did, yeah. But that's one of the reasons why I feel we didn't, even though we were really good at dealing with harassment, me being the only person covering what happened to you isn't good enough.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, though, like, I didn't talk about it publicly. Because I didn't want to feed the trolls, right? Because like if I made a big deal out of this, dude, they'd 100% keep going at me, you know. But if I just keep quiet for a couple weeks, which is what I did basically, they'll just kind of get bored and go away and find someone else who's actually a juicy target, you know. That's how I saw it, at least. I don't know if that's what they were thinking. If maybe they would have. But like, if more people came to me and were like, "Hey, look, can I do a video about this?" Also, remember too, the only way you even found out about this is because somebody leaked Ralph's private chat logs. Right? Or did you find out about it other ways?
I can't remember how I found out. I think you must have known people that I knew, and then the leak happened as well. So that could have been the reason. Honestly, I can't remember how I found out, but I knew it was important to talk about because it was from literally one of the biggest names in GamerGate. Attacking you with he didn't personally dox you, like just like how Manson never personally killed anybody, but he still enabled it, didn't he? You know what I mean? You can argue Ralph
he very much enabled it. I mean, he even expressly said, I don't have any sympathy for him because he didn't talk to me before I criticized his article or something.
I mean, you don't actually have to seek permission to criticize anybody.
True.
But that's how I don't remember how I did it, but I just can't believe that nobody else talked about it. I didn't know that. I assumed other people must have done something.
Well, I don't.
And that's why
I deliberately didn't make it a big deal, though. Like I didn't tell anybody. I didn't even know how you found out about it until I saw that the chat logs got leaked. So like I think they would. I mean, it would. I don't know if it would have been good or bad.
Well, I can tell you why.
Covered it,
I can tell you why some other bigger names didn't talk about Ralph doing all this, because they were mates with him and didn't want to look like we were infighting.
Well, not the GamerGate.
That's what it
was.
was.
Like some of the obviously like Oliver Campbell and Colton.
Oh no, they were.
Like they would obviously very much. And Kia.
They would, but I mean,
Kia didn't know about the doxing part. They only knew about the. I mean, I think everybody in GamerGate pretty much did a pretty good job distancing themselves from Ralph.
Did Sargon say anything about it?
Well, Sargon was out of GamerGate at that point. Remember, this was after Airplay. This was like 2017. This was like 2016. This happened.
Oh, fair enough. My mind just groups it all into one big thing.
Well, so this was Sargon. Sargon left GamerGate after Airplay.
That's fair enough. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Maybe shortly after Airplay. But
there was still there was that sense that some people didn't say anything because they couldn't afford to say anything against him.
Some people probably were afraid of getting doxxed too, because the Bill Wagner crew, they were very active.
They were very good.
Everyone. And anyone who criticized them for doxing people were like, "Hey, these guys are doxers. and pointed it
You
out,
see,
they were the next targets. In
here's
fact, that's how I was the
what we
target.
should have
The
done.
reason they went
This is
after
what we should
me.
have done.
Well, hang on, Charming. Man. All right, Mitch. The reason they went after me is because I criticized them
Mm-hmm.
over the Lily Fang stuff. I think it was. That's why they doxed
Yeah.
me.
Mm.
Because I was literally like,
Look,
these guys are evil. I didn't say
mm.
like, I don't know if I said evil or not, but like these guys are. But they basically were, right?
I've since learned, and I think I learned that at the time. My lesson from that was you dox the doxers because they always stop after they themselves get doxed all
Yep.
the time.
Well, he got fired too because someone doxed him.
Did he?
That's what I've heard. Yeah.
He did. Oh well, good. He deserved it.
Well,
And if he's watching, you did deserve it, and I hope you learnt your lesson.
Yeah. But he lost his security clearance because of it, because his online activities were not really in keeping with the with I guess what the American security establishment considers to be like good order or
No
good
way.
conduct.
He was a Fed.
I don't know. I think he was like a private contractor who worked
Fair enough.
for the military or something. But I don't know the
Well, he
exact
still
story.
glowed in the dark. He's still very glowy.
All right. Why do you think the media largely didn't cover harassment against GamerGate supporters like me?
Well,
Or
it's very
Lily Fang's
simple.
people?
Well, it's very simple. In your case, it was what they would deem as infighting. Although, it's not really when Goose was not on either side, and stuff like that. But Ralph was on our side, technically speaking. Although he'd split, but whatever.
Yeah, at that
right?
point, I
It
think
was,
he in the logs he did say that he doesn't consider himself a part of GamerGate anymore, and he wanted to burn it all down, basically.
yeah.
By that point.
But to them, that's immaterial. They don't see that. They just see gators fighting each other. So the media didn't care about stuff like that because, well, it's whatever. It's people infighting. It happens. But the other reason why they wouldn't talk about the anti-GamerGate side harassing us or the third party trolls doing a little bit of it, apart from your case because it was a bit more complicated. It meant again they had a narrative that we were the harassers, so they couldn't cover any of that because then that would paint the picture of, or make it's a bit more complicated than GamerGate is a movement of that only harasses women. That's what we're designed to do, which obviously is bullshit. So they couldn't do that. If they did, their narrative would crumble because then other people who are neutral would look into the people getting harassed by the anti-GamerGate side and then realise it's a load of nonsense.
Oh, I stand corrected, by the way, apparently. Lisa in the chat says that her and Lord Nurgle did talk about me getting doxxed on stream. So I guess other people did cover it. I just maybe didn't see it at the time.
I must have just forgotten about that.
Do you have any thoughts on Zack Attack?
I don't even know what that is.
Do you remember Mombot?
I do, yeah.
It's basically some anti-GamerGate people tried to dox her.
Oh!
And then they got outed.
Yeah, I do remember that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she wrote a news story about it, right?
Yeah, dude, she made like this, a Medium post or something.
Yeah, it became like a sort of weird psyop. So their operation to dox her ended up being an operation to expose them.
Yeah, and then dude, some of them were like fucking like high-profile people actually. Like Izzy Galvez, dude.
I remember him. Oh, he was an asshole.
Oh, dude, he was a massive asshole. And then also one of the people was.
He was a game dev, wasn't he?
No, I don't. Well, maybe he called himself one. I don't know if he ever made any games. But he was a big Gamer Gazi poster, and he was a huge like Twitter social justice guy. He worked for the Crash Override Network actually, Zoe Quinn's organization, and was like he was a big part of her inner circle. So he was like in her private chat logs with the con leaks and stuff. And he worked for Amazon too. He was what was it, an abuse specialist or something. So he was like one of the people who was supposed to be going through and like making sure that there's no abusive comments or anything on Amazon reviews and stuff like that. Or I don't know what exactly his job entailed. He was an abuse specialist though. Trust and safety abuse specialist. And it's like this is the guy who's doxing people. And then Pal Hofstein, this Ubisoft developer actually was in the doxing group too. Yeah.
That's crazy. That they always had these little groups where they would try and coordinate and do stuff like that. I didn't realize. I've totally forgotten that there were some big names on that. I do remember Mombot's attempted doxing. Now that you mention it, I just forgot it was called Zack Attack or something like that. But I remember. You may remember this? But one of the other, I guess it's not drama. They were trying to cancel people. The brain trust. Jenny McDermott, all that lot, right?
Yeah.
They were planning to do a false flagging campaign against a few people. The most obvious one was, the most famous was Thunderfoot, but they also tried to go after one of my friends, Oziar, who was small, but because he was really good at criticizing them, like I think he really got under their skin, which is weird because I used to go after them relentlessly. But he was the one who got put in the firing line and was doxxed, and they even tried to impersonate him on a blog to make him out a creep. And this was exposed because some guy, all he did was he was one on our side. He got like a blue-haired girl avatar and just pretended to be an SJW, and they let him in to their little group. And there was like some people in there who could have blown the lid on it anyway, but chose not to. They just said, "Oh, I don't agree with this. I'm not going to do it," but then didn't say anything. And then when the shit hit the fan, they were reeling because I think it was me who got the scoop, either second or I may have been first, but I was one of the early ones to get the scoop on that and expose it. They were doing that all the time. It's what they do.
I love like little psyop stuff like that. Like the Zack Attack thing very much was a psyop because one of the basically the reason the logs got leaked is because one of our people infiltrated their group and pretended to be one of them.
Brilliant. I wish we did more of it. Imagine what we could find.
Oh, it would have been
I thought about
juicy.
doing it once. I just didn't have the patience. I didn't have the patience to ingratiate myself and.
Oh, it's a lot of work. If you want to be like deep
Mm.
cover, it's a lot of work. Like Rudderhouse did, but like yeah, I kind of thought about doing something like that too at the time, but I'm like, nah, it's not worth it. Plus, like, am I kind of like a dishonest actor at that point? If I'm like having two accounts and one of them I'm infiltrating the anti-GamerGate community and like,
Not
I
if
don't
it
know.
does good work.
If it's an act of journalism, if it's an act of journalism, I guess it's pretty chill. Because like you are finding out stuff.
If you're discovering that they want to false flag people to remove their voice online or to release their details, go ahead.
Do you know who else is a false flag?
Go on.
Brianna Wu. Are you familiar with Brianna Wu's actual backstory and not the backstory she tells the media?
I do know that she has a sordid history of being involved in a lot of internet drama, but I can't remember it all.
She started her engagement, it looks like, in the GamerGate stuff in September of 2014, and she started it by pretending to be pro GamerGate and had this whole fake account.
I remember that.
Bro Lulz, where she was trolling the GamerGate people by pretending to be one of them and saying a bunch of really stupid stuff to make GamerGate look bad on purpose.
Like that's how you know that it's fake.
That's her entry. That's her entry into the GamerGate stuff. Her basically being a troll, and impersonating the pro GamerGate people. Yeah. She later said it was satire.
Right, I'm sure it was. Just satire. Do you remember Sarah Butts?
Unfortunately, yes. Have a good night, Lisa. I'll see you around later, maybe. And what's up with Sarah Butts? Well, aside from the fact that, I mean, there's the whole allegation, but I don't want to get like. I'm pretty sure it's legit. It's pretty legit.
I was just saying. I was mentioning it because like they this hasn't changed, but they just have the weirdest habit of always defending the most undefendable people. Yeah. And being and like being friends with them and everything. Like Amber Heard's a classic example, obviously, but nowhere near as bad as Sarah Butts. Well, she was a domestic abuser. That's pretty bad. But Sarah Butts allegedly was a nonce, as we say over here.
Yeah. Allegedly, but like the evidence is
Enough for Milo
really
to make
strong, actually.
enough for Milo to make 2 articles on it.
Yeah, that was. I remember Leo Pirate's video on that.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah,
Oof, dude. Well, like,
I
look,
miss his
dude,
videos.
I'm like one of the most like innocent
Mm,
until proven guilty.
mm,
Let's not cancel people.
mm.
Let's be very welcoming. But dude, that that's actions at this
I mean,
point, and your
it
actions are
is. Yeah, yeah.
so bad, dude.
I mean, she literally said she did it.
Well, I don't. Well, she
Right?
said she did it, 7 years ago or whatever. Or
Mhm.
no, this was like 10 years ago now because like remember this was
Yeah,
from her
yeah.
Final Fantasy forum. Um,
Mhm.
this wasn't from the GamerGate stuff specifically. She ran a Final Fantasy fan site, and a lot of the stuff that she did with the alleged nuns stuff was on there, where
Mm,
she was talking about how she wanted to. Or sorry, she allegedly talked about. I'd be very careful.
mm,
Allegedly talked about
mhm.
how she wanted to rape her cousin, who was a minor, and all this stuff, and it
Oh,
was like really bad. Like,
mm.
and I think she later tried to claim that it was just edgy humor. She was never gonna do it. But like, why are you joking about raping your underage cousin and sharing pictures of her with a bunch
I
of
know.
random people
Yeah.
in this chat room? Like, it's kind of
Mm,
weird. It
mm,
doesn't look like a joke based on the context, but
mm.
man, I don't. That's really bad.
I know. It is. So you got any other questions?
Yeah, sorry, we're rushing through. Yeah, we can rush through if you want.
I don't
Um,
mind. We can take our time.
okay. Do you have any thoughts on the term sea lioning?
Is it, if I remember correctly, is it to do with if somebody says something, you just blindly support it, like just clapping, like yes, oh, that's amazing, like that, right?
No, this one was more. It's something the anti-GamerGate people said. They said that it's when you ask a lot of questions in a
Mhm,
polite way, but the person
mhm,
gets annoyed because they think you're asking too many questions about public statements that they've made. So, like, if somebody says, "I hate Jews,"
mhm,
and you're like, "Well, what the fuck, buddy? Why do you hate Jews?" And they're like, "Well, I don't want to talk about it." And they're like, "Okay, but like, it's kind of weird that you're going out around saying you hate Jews, and now
mhm,
when you're questioned, you say you don't want to talk about it.
mhm.
It's kind of suspicious." That's sea lioning.
Well, that's basically them trying to demonize normal behavior that you would want to ask as many questions as possible. But again, they do that because they don't want people to ask questions. They just want people to listen and believe so they can continue doing what they're doing. That's really all it is. It's like how I'm trying to think of another thing that they've made. They have a few other ones. I'm trying to think. The sea lioning, um,
It's based on a
not
webcomic,
gaslighting,
the sea
not
lion thing.
gaslighting. Is it? Yeah. I'm
I can
trying to
link you
think.
the
They
comic.
have they come. Oh, I'm all right. I don't want to read that. But I'm trying to think of other terms they've done that tries to demonize like a normal behavior because it doesn't benefit them. But I can't think of anything. All I've got is manspreading.
Oh, manspread. Well, hang
That's
on.
it. Mansplaining is better.
I don't.
Mansplaining is
Yeah,
better.
I think making it a gendered term is incredibly stupid.
Well, that's on
Is there
purpose because you want men
actually
to shut up.
yeah is there actually though a phenomenon of men being culturally conditioned to or consciously or unconsciously to speak over women or explain things to them? I don't know
No,
idea. Is that a thing?
people speak over each other all the time for many different reasons. It's not a male only issue. Women do it as well. In fact, women do it all the time. They love it. A lot of women love doing it. Like there's whole comedies about how a wife will lecture the husband and he's not really listening, right?
Yeah.
Is that not womansplaining? And he's just like whatever. But whatever. That's what they do. They just create these terms to demonize what is really just normal behavior because again, it doesn't benefit them. They don't want men to have much of a voice because they're misandrists. So demonize what you say. You call it mansplaining, especially if what you're saying is harmful to their agenda. Just like how they don't want you asking too many questions, so they'll accuse you of sea lining. But it doesn't seem to have caught on much sea lining, has it? Because
I don't think
they
so.
don't really use the term anymore. Yeah, it went too far because it's like, well, you would want to ask questions. It's only natural. So
Well,
yeah.
I mean, we say it hasn't gone anywhere, but it's on Wikipedia
Mm.
and it's on dictionary.com.
Yeah, but
And it's on
Wikipedia is.
Merriam-Webster. So
I
like,
mean, all those sites are run by those people anyway. SJWs. So
yeah.
of course it would be on there.
Though Merriam-Webster has a different definition for it than Wikipedia does.
Well, they're a proper dictionary, aren't they?
They just claim that it's anytime someone's been dragged into a conversation, apparently. Or I don't know.
Really?
Well, hang on. That's
Maybe that's what it used to be. Maybe.
yeah. Well, they actually do say. Hang on. That's the introduction. It says that, but later on it says, oh, it's they have like a whole like I don't think it's not in their official dictionary actually. It's in an article. What is sea lioning?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not. They don't have an official definition of it on here.
Mm-hmm.
They just have. But anyway, sorry. Do you have
Next
any
question.
thoughts on the burgers and fries stuff?
Oh, it was my. It was my. I have nothing but fond memories. It's my entry into all this horrible culture war nonsense, and I wouldn't change anything for the world. It was a. It was a great. It was a crazy story, and it has all the themes and hallmarks of stuff that we now talk about and think it's normal to talk about. So, for example, male victim of abuse. Erin Joni. It's not the Joni, it's Joni. I think it's like an Albanian name or something. So it's like Joni, something like that. If I remember correctly, you're going to be interviewing him, aren't you? Which
I
is going to
am.
be great.
Well,
But
he
only for the
told
book,
me.
right?
He told me before. He's like, "Yeah, I want to do it. We'll do it off air. It'll be
Mm,
great." And then I reached out to him and I'm like, "Hey, what are we scheduling?" And
mm.
still waiting to hear back. But it's also the holidays.
Uh,
He's probably busy.
don't forget, to remind him though,
Yeah.
because he's obviously interested. But
Yeah, he is.
anyway, he's a male victim, and it's a female perpetrator, and arguably, don't get me wrong, MRA did a good job of raising this into the public space for years and years and years, but that, and then obviously Johnny Depp, and there's been loads of other stuff in between and before, has really put all that. This is actually real male issues into the public sphere. Nobody was really talking about it that much back then until the Zoe post, and nobody actually took things seriously until roughly around about this time. You know, there's that. There's obviously there's the ethical problems and stuff like that, and things like that. It was a really interesting can of worms, wasn't it? But I still feel like to some extent Gamergate overshadowed it because they weren't actually the same thing. People usually think that Five Guys Burgers and Fries and Gamergate is one and the same thing. The conspiracy, but they're actually not. They're totally different. They're not really even related at all. That's why we came up with the literally who's, because obviously Zoe was using it to try and deflect from what was going on with Erin, and obviously wanted to make a book out of it as well, and so did the other two. And so
Well, the other two did
in order
write
to
books,
divorce them and write books, yeah.
but they did like further their career in various ways.
But then I never felt like we got a proper closure of the Five Guys Burgers and Fries. Like I don't feel like we ever truly got to the 100% through to the end with it. Like who were the other two guys that she fucked? Because I think was it three? Because it turned out some of them who were named didn't actually do it. Right? Aaron got it wrong.
The Grayson one was confirmed by Stephen Totillo himself.
Yeah,
But
that
the
was.
other
Yeah,
ones,
that
I
was.
don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't look
Mm,
into them because I'm like, well, I don't care about the burgers and fries stuff. I only care about Gamergate.
mm.
So I never
I
like
cared
looked
about
into the.
both because that the Grayson thing links to Gamergate. That's the only thread between the two, and maybe somebody other game devs
Well,
who
and,
was.
and the fact that she claimed that Gamergate is a harassment campaign, which is like not true.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. What do you think though, out of interest?
Of the burgers and fries stuff, I've
Yeah.
never read the actual blog post.
I only read
Maybe
bits
I
of it.
should. Is there like an audio version or something?
No, I don't think so. Someone should use an AI to do it.
I mean,
I reckon.
honestly, you could probably um,
Hmm.
put it like to a text to speech thing. Those are not as bad as they used to be.
Hmm.
You might be able to do the whole
I
thing.
know. Yeah. Hmm. I do remember reading bits of it, but it was just so long. I mean, I just didn't have the patience. I rather would have read other things at the time. But I do. I've read but I've had the cliff notes from loads of videos all over the place, and it just it. I never got why some people dismissed it, even on our side. Like, oh, he's just moaning. Like, well, the guy's been manipulated. He's been abused, clearly, and I think why not? Why can't he lay all this out? Nobody would question it if a woman did it. You know.
Yeah. It is actually interesting that he. Again, I've not read the full thing. Maybe he's like a real
Mm.
asshole in it or something, and like just makes stuff up. But I don't think that's the case. He provides a
No, he
lot of
doesn't make stuff up. I
receipts.
think he just gets wrong on a few things, and
Yeah.
he definitely does have evidence. I mean, we have chat logs in it. You know, just because he may have accused the wrong people doesn't mean that he didn't hear it from somebody that it could have been them, right?
Yeah. I don't know enough about the situation to say,
Yeah.
but like, if a woman said that her boyfriend, I mean, well, I don't know. I mean, like, women have said stuff like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like, I think for a long time they probably weren't taken like super seriously, and then like now they are for the most part, and that's like good. But like, if a woman came
I would
out and wrote
say
about this in like the 1950s or 60s, I don't know if it would have gone so great.
I think it would have gone. I think they would. I think from what I know about the 50s, I think the attitude would be the same as now. Believe it or not, I think they would have took the woman far more seriously than the man. They would tell the man to shut up and get on with it.
And it
But
probably
the
like
woman, they
depends on
would have
like
been
if he's black or not too, because
no. Even
like
I don't
well
think it
like
matters about
the
race.
Emmett Till thing, right? Like Emmett Till was
Well,
falsely
that was
accused.
obvious. Yeah, he was. Yeah. If he was, I mean, well, they did actually lynch 25% of lynch victims were actually white. Believe it or not.
I'm not super shocked by
But
that.
like,
We hated a lot of we Americans hated a lot of white people too, like
well, I mean, it's
Irish,
a big country with
Italians,
different.
Jews.
Well, I mean, it's a big country with different people,
Yeah.
really. But that's besides the point. Yeah, I mean, but I'm just meant I wasn't talking about false accusations. I just meant like if something like what Joni did happened in the 50s, and then however they would have done it back then, it would have been like a leaf, like a pamphlet, right? And he released a pamphlet amongst his group, his social group. He probably would have been told to just get on with it, whatever, mate. Nobody cares. But if he was a woman, they would have took him more seriously. They'd been, oh, how could he? He's supposed to be the provider and everything. He's going around cheating, you know.
Yeah, I'll have to read the
In
post
fact,
at
they
some
probably would have
point.
took the nick out of him. Hmm.
Well, before I interview him, I'm gonna have to read it because like
Yeah, yeah,
the
you
interview is
do your
gonna be
homework.
based heavily on that blog post.
Mm.
So
But if it wasn't for that and finding Internet Aristocrats videos, I never would have got into this. So yeah.
can you define what you think harassment is?
Um. Oh. I know what it is when I see it.
It's like
Basically,
porn.
it's
I know it when I see it.
well, it's sustained attacks on a person to the point where they are trying to do physical or mental damage on them to some degree. Like it's not just one insult and then you forget about ever making the insult. It's like no, this person or this group of people are continually doing it for a particular reason. I mean, there
What
are
do
also
you?
legal definitions, but I don't know what they are.
Yeah, I think the legal definition is like close to what you said, right? It's like
Hmm.
repeated
Hmm.
unwanted contact after the person's been told that they don't want to be contacted anymore,
Yeah,
or something like
basically,
that.
yeah, yeah. Hmm.
All right, but it probably depends on the jurisdiction you're in too. Like it could be different based on
Mm.
each state and based on like the
Mm.
which country you're in.
Mm.
What do you think about how the media covered Gamergate?
Like they cover everything terrible.
Are there any journalists you think did a good job covering Gamergate?
Obviously, Milo did. Ash did a good. Did Ash cover it, or did she just?
Well, she didn't write like an explainer of here's what Gamergate is, but she wrote about
Hmm.
the Save Point panel at South by Southwest. And
Yeah.
so like she wrote, I think like 2 articles about that. So like she
Mm.
covered things that were related to GamerGate, but not
Hmm.
specifically an explainer of GamerGate, to my
Yeah, I mean,
knowledge.
obviously the pro GamerGate journalists who were like independent, like Games Nosh, early Tech Raptor. There was also like the. Do you remember those other gaming sites that
Oh
popped
yeah, there
up?
were a
I'm trying to
bunch.
remember.
Niche Gamer,
One angry niche gamer,
One Angry
one
Gamer.
angry gamer.
Did you see
Yeah.
him go
What
crazy?
I vaguely remember him going
Oh my
crazy, but I never
god,
really
dude.
followed it.
Uh dude, he had this whole list of traitors to America. Oh my, you gotta check this out. It's so
Hmm.
funny.
But I might end up agreeing with some of it though.
Yeah. Well, like half the people on it are like GamerGate people he doesn't like. Well, not half, but like maybe like
Oh well, fair
20% of
enough.
them.
Well, then that's stupid. That's
Yeah.
stupid.
God. Oh, here it is. I'll link it to you.
What was there was another website I used to read as well alongside his, but I can't remember. But they all did a good job, obviously. And oh, can't forget Alan Bakari, who I met in real life.
Oh yeah, I've not met him ever. I've
Andrew
talked to him a
Yang.
couple
Oh
times.
God. Amazon,
I
Adobe,
do it like there's like so many
343
people
Industries,
in companies and organizations on this list.
Discord, Civvy11, whoever that is. Black
Like
Nerd,
Chris Reagan's on there,
Razzus.
isn't he?
Well, yeah, arguably he is.
Oh, well, is he not on the list? I thought Reagan was on the list. Maybe there was someone
Jacksepticeye,
else.
he's not. Jacksepticeye's Irish. He's not American. What? That doesn't make sense. How can you be a traitor to a country and you don't even? Well, I don't know if he lives there, but I don't know if he lives in America. But he's Irish. He's not even American.
Review Tech USA.
Erin
Uh,
Fitzgerald, is she an SJW voice actress or something?
Stephen King is a traitor to America.
Oh, definitely, he definitely is.
Twitch.
Neil Druckmann is definitely a traitor to America for Last of Us
Ryan
2.
Reynolds too.
Ryan Reynolds. I
Ryan
mean, he
Reynolds
is
is on the
American
list.
now, but he was Canadian back then, wasn't he? I don't know what he did.
Well, he's an actor, right? What did he possibly? Well, does he link to things that they said? Oh,
I
because
mean,
he participated. Oh, hang on, I don't. The article's still loading, so maybe I shouldn't say anything yet. But it looks like
yeah.
he went to a BLM protest, or he donated to a BLM. No, to the N. So Ryan Reynolds donated $200,000 to the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. That's what he did.
Well, then I can't blame him for putting him on that list. Then, arguably,
Was the
but
NAACP Legal Defense Fund bad?
it's not the Legal Defense Fund. It's the NAACP themselves who just they've gone from trying to fight for equality to being, SJW grievance politics type of thing. So I can see why One Angry Gamer put him on the list, but he was one of many. Like loads of people would have done that.
Well,
So
he's got a whole list of them right here.
DreamWorks,
But like,
Harmonix,
is he really gonna call people
HBO Max.
traitors just because they donated to an organization he doesn't like?
I mean, to be fair, some of these corporations probably are quite treacherous, but
Oh,
like
sure,
whatever.
yeah, like the corporations
Toei
for sure.
Toei Animation are Japanese. What? What did Steve Carell do? I've never seen him make a political statement. Maybe he has. Seth Rogen's Canadian. I mean, he lives in America, but he's not American as far as I know. Maybe he is now. Young, yeah.
Okay,
That's funny.
so
Young, yeah.
he
Young
says
out.
he links he links to the article here for why they're a traitor. Steve Carell and Seth Rogen, they donated money to bail out protesters in Minneapolis.
All right, that's pretty bad.
That is pretty bad, actually. Well,
Because they
it
weren't
depends.
protesters; they were rioters.
It depends on like if they vetted them or not. Like, because some people I think probably did get unjustly arrested.
Maybe.
But
Who's
some.
Chugga Conroy?
Any other highlights on the list you want to go through before we?
I'm trying to find something funny. Young, yeah, obviously is there. I mean, I would put him on that just because it's Young, yeah. Not for any. He's not. He's not American though.
I
Is
don't
he?
know him. Who is he?
Oh, he's he's a YouTuber and he's also a voice actor, and he used to just do the most milquetoast, non-critical, like following the party line content. I used to watch him though. He was because I wanted to play Phantom Pain, and he was the one who was updating people on progress and stuff. But then I started to dislike him more and more over time, and he's recently become a voice actor. Oh, he did make political statements, SJW type stuff. Then he became a voice actor, and he's like the voice for English voice for some what game was it? Yakuza game, and he's awful. Like there's karaoke in those games. His karaoke is so bad that they actually auto tune on his singing.
So it looks like
Yeah.
I actually voted for Andrew Yang. I was a big Andrew Yang fan. Like I still like the guy actually quite a bit.
I just thought
He's on the list of traitors too.
I won't call him a traitor, but he was a total waste of time though. No offense.
I think he's a really smart guy who has some interesting ideas.
I don't think he's. I mean, again, smart people can also have really dumb ideas. Like that universal basic income can't work. Well.
I mean, actually, a lot of people have supported UBI. Like Milton Friedman actually supported negative income tax.
Support UBI, yeah, but that's not actually the same. It's different.
No, they are different policies. You're right.
Yeah,
but
it makes more sense. But the problem is with UBI, he just wants to pay you money to do nothing, and it's like, where are you going to get the money from?
Well, his whole thing is that AI is going to kill a large number of jobs over the coming decades.
Well, it's not AI that's killing the jobs anyway. It's not AI. AI can't even do anything physical. As far as I know.
Well, a lot of people work non-physical jobs. I think he's not wrong actually. I think that there's there's a non-zero chance.
I mean, I'm in
a
IT,
large number
and I can tell you that AI is not that advanced. It's not very good.
It's rapidly advanced in the past decade.
Yeah, but it can only advance so far, because if it's meant to be kind of like a brain, we don't really know we don't actually know an awful lot about our own brains. So it can only be as smart as we are. And so it will make the same mistakes that we do. It will be as fallible, and it will be and it is still unreliable. And what we call AIs, they're not really true AIs. They don't really think for themselves. They're what in Mass Effect are called VI, virtual intelligence. It's virtual intelligence. It's not really true artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I don't think we should sleep on the possibility of massive technological disruption, though.
But what is causing job loss is more automation than AI. And for example, I don't know if you have it. I assume you have it in America, but over here in Britain, a lot of shops, a lot of chains now have self checkout.
Yeah, we have that here.
You have self checkout, right? Yeah. I just don't know how popular it is over there because different countries. A lot of countries don't have much of it. Some don't have it at all. It's everywhere for us now. There's only a few shops that don't have it. That's probably because they don't have the space or something.
Yeah, I don't want to get
that's not AI.
Huge debate about it because it's not GG related. But
I will just finish I will finish the point that it's not AI. It's not even automation. It's just you've got to do it now.
I don't have strong opinions on it. I just think that there is.
Yeah.
I think that there's a pretty significant chance that I would we not are call going to see massive disruption. But
he he may have been a Democrat, but he never struck me as a traitor to America. But oh well, let's move on.
Okay. Did anyone in the media reach out to you for an interview to discuss the movement?
No, don't. No one's ever done that for me.
Except me.
I've known, except for you. I wouldn't have talked to them anyway.
No.
No.
If the BBC reached out to you, you wouldn't have done it.
No, definitely not the BBC.
Like the Telegraph or something, or what do you like there in the UK?
Well, the BBC's one thing. That's the state-run organisation. Then you've got Channel 4, which is a bit of both, private and state-funded. Then you've got the private ones like ITV and Channel 5, stuff like that. Then with the newspapers, obviously you've got the Guardian, the Telegraph, Spectator, Daily Mail, take your pick. But I wouldn't have talked to any of them, even with the Telegraph and Daily Mail that are technically more my ideology. Well, they're not libertarian, they're conservative, but I wouldn't talk to them because I wouldn't trust how they would, portray me and the movement. Because if it's one thing I know about conservatives, apart from Milo at the time, they may have wanted to help, but they could have fucked up because they were boomers and wouldn't understand. you know what I mean?
Well, the Guardian though, that's a like apparently. I've
They were
heard this too,
anti-GamerGate,
but
as far as I
they
know.
very much so. But
Mhm.
they were anti-GamerGate. They were the first like British publication to talk about it.
Yep.
From my
I stopped
understanding.
reading them because of that.
And
Yeah, I used to read them all the time.
well, they got one side of the story because Leia Alexander, literally
Know
went.
somebody at the Guardian, yeah.
She knew someone at the Guardian, and she literally went up there, like in person, and told them
Really?
Apparently, this is like apparently a thing. James Desborough talked about it in my interview with him. And that apparently, that she basically went there in person, like to one of their, or she met someone in person from the Guardian, and was telling them, "Hey, there's this online hate group called GamerGate that's trying to destroy, that's trying to kick women out of gaming." And then the Guardian basically ran with the story without reaching out to anybody else on the other side or verifying if it was true. All they did was just take her word for it.
Yeah, it's
And
the Guardian. That's what
that's
they do.
what
Yeah.
arguably that's what caused GamerGate to like be demonized in the mainstream media,
I mean, the
because like
Daily
that
Mail.
specific lie that Leigh Alexander, who herself was implicated in the corruption scandal,
She was.
and was responsible for the Gamers Dead articles, she specifically lied to them, and they took her word for it. And then other places just copied the Guardian without doing any research.
Well, the Guardian would have been against us anyway, even if she didn't lie to them, because they believe the exact same things that a lot of the games journalists believe in. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. The Guardian is literally one of the worst rags in the country. The Daily Mail's pretty bad from the right-wing perspective, but at least they do some things. They will at least try and ask the other side, even if they're very biased, and even like they will do some of the journalistic things right. But the Guardian doesn't care. They actually have there's a nickname for them called the Groniad, that a satire newspaper called them. It's called Private Eye. And that's because, at least back in the day, it's probably still the case even now. This is during print. This isn't like online. This is during the days of print where there was no internet. They were known for the typos and the bad quality of the newsprint. So they were called the Groniad.
That's pretty fun.
Yeah, they've never been good. In fact, you know what's funny? They were formed in this very city where I live. It used to be called the Manchester Guardian, and then they moved to London because they grew too big.
So no one reached out to you. Did you reach out to any
No.
journalists or media outlets?
No, never. Unless it was a Twitter argument, I guess.
Apparently, you were in touch with like the city council member of Austin, so Austin, Texas.
That would have been because she appeared on my feed. But I do know that I used to read The Guardian specifically for Charlie Brooker. You know the guy who did Black Mirror? He used to write Black Mirror.
I've not seen the newer seasons, but I really like the show actually.
He's anti-GamerGate.
Oh,
He
no.
did an article about it, I think, or mentioned it in an article.
Oh no! Don't ruin this.
I assumed he would have been on. This is why I don't watch Black Mirror, because it's him who writes it. So you don't give money to people who hate you. That's a new thing I believe in now.
Yeah. Well, I generally am able to separate the palette, but I've never had. Well, I guess
you can't with those people.
Yeah. Well, I'll reach out.
Everything they do.
Maybe I should reach out to him, and he might have just like believed the media lie without ever researching it.
Well,
so...
he is part of the media, isn't he, Charlie Brook? He writes for the Guardian.
Well, he's a TV show writer, right?
And that too, yeah. And it's annoying because he used to have like, he used to do like TV shows that would just criticize absolutely everything, and it was really cool. Like, you know, that whole Philomena Kunk thing. It comes from that. I never found her funny. I never understood why she ended up getting her own show.
Yeah, I'm usually able to. I pretty much like don't care what people's when it comes to artwork, I don't consider like, oh, well, this person's conservative or liberal or whatever. I try to evaluate the work based on
I can read
other
Stephen King though,
merits.
because he actually does divorce his politics from his novels, because he's smart and he knows if he did do that, he'd probably lose sales. So he runs his mouth off on Twitter, which is fine.
Did the media's
Like
coverage
you,
of
if
good?
I'm just, if you read The Shining, you would never know he is what he is. You know what I mean? You would just think, oh, good horror fantasy writer. You know?
I've actually never met Stephen King or never read any of his books. Though he used to go to the St. Louis convention, the Archon, which I got
Hmm.
my panel banned at. Well, which a social justice weird mob actually got my panel banned at.
Hmm.
But he actually
Hmm.
used to go to that convention. It's actually like a pretty good convention, aside from the fact that the organizers are spineless pieces of shit who caved to the slightest bit
Hmm.
of pressure and then lied about me. Uh,
Hmm.
but aside from that, they run a good party. They're
Hmm.
up till 7 a.m. hardcore. Well, not them, not the organizers, but like the people who go there.
Hmm.
It's a very good party. But yeah, the organizers are spineless pieces of
Yeah.
shit, or they were 10 years ago. It could be
You're not
different
the only
people
one.
now.
You're not the only one that's had to deal with that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, what something with you?
Not me, no. But people I know. Do you remember the Honey Badgers?
Oh yes, Calgary Expo. Yeah.
Yeah, Alison team, and she lost the court battle as well, which was crazy.
Yeah,
I
I
don't know how. Well,
defended
it's
her
Canada.
too. That
Hmm.
what happened to them was bullshit.
It's Canada though.
Did the media's coverage of GamerGate increase or decrease your trust of the media?
Decreased, obviously. Yeah, I already distrusted most of the media back then anyway, but that's only because I was a lefty and thought that the BBC had a right wing bias, which it doesn't at all. It's not right wing at all. It's pretty much run by the same types of people who read The Guardian and believe Leigh Alexander's lies. But yeah, I don't trust them at all now. And there was a moment where I nearly became fully trusting of like more right wing media, but thankfully, all the stuff about Ukraine. I mean, not that all the right wing is bad on Ukraine, not at all. Like Sebastian, what's he called? Oh no, Gorka. He's pro Ukraine, but obviously he's from Hungary originally, so he understands the Russian threat. And he was on trigonometry, the interview show. You there, Tachyon?
Yeah, I was thinking about if I wanted to. Well, I might go. I plan on doing a media tour once we get closer to releasing the book.
All right, yeah.
So I might actually be on that podcast actually.
Oh, that's good.
Among many others. Among many others. I have like
Hey,
a
I'll
whole
get to see
list of
your
like
face.
200 different media
I don't.
contacts I'm gonna be reaching out to. So,
That's really good.
or
That.
maybe I don't know.
Did they
I
get
didn't
back?
count it, but I've got like
Hmm.
I've already done 3 interviews with people. Like when I say media contacts, I
Hmm.
mean everything from I'm gonna be reaching out to
Hmm.
YouTubers, podcasts, streamers, like traditional media outlets like
Hmm.
newspapers, everything. I have like a whole list
Hmm.
of contacts I'm going to be going through, like a Rolodex practically, just
Hmm.
so I can get this. Because my first book, I
Hmm.
never really promoted it. I did like a small media tour on like 7 YouTube
Hmm.
channels where they interviewed me, which is cool, and I'm grateful that those people did it. And some of those channels I'm going to do again probably, like
Hmm.
Sitch and Adam. Like Sitch and Adam had me on their show,
Hmm.
but this time it's going to be a
You also
much
got to make
bigger.
sure that you can advertise on Amazon and stuff like that as well. It's quite. You got to put a bit of money into it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, I'm not sure I'm going to self-publish this time. I might
Hmm.
go the traditional publishing route, but I don't know yet.
I think you may be better off self-publishing, from what
Well,
I've heard.
there's very much a lot of pros to self-publishing, but the problem is that this book is going
Mm.
to be the interviews verbatim, and
Hmm.
you may have noticed they're a little long.
Oh yeah.
And Amazon, at least they didn't used to, maybe this has changed. They didn't used to even do like hardcovers or anything. So
Hmm.
having a paperback book that's like 17,000 pages long or 1,700, no, probably like 17,000, maybe 7. I don't know, man. It's gonna, I don't know how many pages this is gonna be, but it's gonna be a fucking shit show.
You'll just have to do it volume 1, volume 2, volume 3,
I've thought of that
something like that.
too. I don't want to do it that way, but if I have to, I have to, you know. But I'm gonna try not
If you
to.
go the traditional route, if you go to the traditional route, they'll tell you to cut it down like that. Yeah.
And there's benefits to that too, but like then it's
Hmm.
like an encyclopedia. Like then it's like really an encyclopedia. Like you know how they used to have like Encyclopedia, or they still do, Britannica,
Hmm.
where it's like
Hmm.
75 volumes or something, and like.
But yeah, what was the question again?
Yeah, let's move on. If
No,
a
wait. I was still in the.
it was the
I was still
media,
talking.
your did did the media's coverage of Gamergate increase or decrease your trust of it?
Yeah, and then yeah.
You said it was already
Need to
pretty
finish the
low
point.
for a different reason because of the
Yeah,
BBC you thought
and
was
then
right
I
wing.
nearly trusted. Yeah, so I nearly trusted right wing media a lot for a while, and then loads some events recently. So the Ukraine war was amongst them. Not that all the right wing media is bad. Like in this country, it's pro Ukraine and stuff like that, but not in America and other places. But that brought me back down to earth, and also like I was just getting fed up with some of them. Like Tim, well, not that Tim Pool's right wing. I don't think he's right wing. He obviously isn't, but he does love to grift off that
Well, I wouldn't say obviously isn't, quote
audience.
unquote. I wouldn't say
I
that.
wouldn't say he is. I wouldn't say he is. Not
I
at all. I wouldn't
I
say
don't know
he
if
is.
he's right wing or not, but I wouldn't say obviously isn't. I don't know if the
I would
obviously
say
part.
obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in that world, so I can tell. I can say
Okay.
for sure that he's
Fair
not.
enough.
But I mean, what? He hasn't really changed. He's just doom
I
and
was
gloom, like
never
civil
super familiar
war.
with him. I've only seen a couple things with him, but like I've
All
not
it
been
is
super
civil war is
impressed.
happening any time now. All you need to know
Yeah.
is civil war's happening at
Yeah,
any moment now.
he's been very
Tachyon.
irresponsible with his rhetoric. He
Yeah,
talks
but it
about the
gets
Civil
some
War
views.
quite a bit on Twitter at
It
least.
gets some views though. That's what it. Oh, and on YouTube, it gets some views. That's all it is.
Are
And
there
that's and stuff like that, and just repeating of nonsense and believing propaganda from like China and Russia and other countries that are attacking the West to make us more divided than we actually are, than we already are. Like I understand why the culture wars happen and why it needs to be addressed, but that doesn't mean we have to start allowing uh, foreign powers that have a vested interest in ruining our cultures and civilization. I don't know why we should let them, well, enable them to do that because we don't like our elites. We could deal with our elites ourselves. We don't need them coming, being being able to use it for their own means. But yeah, that I don't trust any of the media now at all. Utterly, I can't. I can only trust but verify. So anyway, let's move on. Yeah,
are
sorry.
there any specific articles or videos you want to discuss about Gamergate?
um, none off the top of my head. I think I addressed them at the time, probably, so I don't need to really address them again. I know a few people in the interviews did, but genuinely, I don't because I can't remember most of it.
Well, it was a long time ago. I understand.
It was.
Yeah, and we're nearing the end, by the way. So,
Oh,
if a journalist who got Gamergate wrong in your view is reading this now, what do you want them to reconsider?
I won't be able to change their mind anyway, so no, let them do what they want. It's up to them ultimately.
What do you think the media? Well, if the media, let's reframe it. If the media was genuinely trying to get better and they wanted to analyze how they got Gamergate wrong and learn from it, what do you think they could
Hmm.
learn?
Not to take what people say at face value, and to I know it was an amorphous, leaderless blob, but if Glasgow could come and talk to us, there's no reason why they can't. It's that
True.
simple. Do your job. Do what you say your job description has. That's it, really. But I don't expect them to because they're journalists.
Have you seen the Wikipedia article about Gamergate?
Yeah, it's shit. But that's Wikipedia for you. I mean, I didn't realize until QQ said that they don't allow primary sources on Wikipedia. That's
Yeah,
insane.
it is insane.
Like you should never trust a site like that that doesn't use primary sources. I just assumed you don't trust it because it's often wrong and it's not a source. But I didn't realize that they didn't use primary sources.
Would you like to see, quote, the narrative, unquote, about Gamergate change in your lifetime?
I mean, it probably won't because that narrative. is, well, sometimes they'll raise it as like a spectre boogeyman type thing, but it's getting less and less the case now. I think the mainstream has largely forgotten it now. I don't think the narrative will change because it's kind of been forgotten about.
Has your conscious experience as a human been made worse to any degree because of the negative narrative
Um,
about Gamergate?
no, not the negative narrative of Gamergate. No, more my political journey probably has had more of an effect. That was sparked by Gamergate, probably. I mean, yeah, but then again, if the SCW says, you see, it was a radicalization thing or whatever, I can say, well, no, you radicalized me, not Gamergate.
Yeah.
You did. It's that
And
meme, that Chad meme. You did.
yeah. Yeah, well, that's what I keep. That's what I debated. Well, not debated. I interviewed Pinko Merchant.
Mm,
He's an anti-Gamergate person. Well,
mm,
he wasn't anti-Gamergate when it happened. He didn't like, but
mm,
he didn't. He watched it. He didn't talk about it, but he says he watched a
mm,
little bit of the Gamergate stuff at the time, and he had a negative opinion.
mm.
So I interviewed him, and he, uh, yeah, he believes like the radicalization stuff. Which I mean, like some people did
Again,
get radicalized, but it's because of
yeah,
them lying about
yeah.
about it
And bear in
and
mind,
being
I didn't
assholes and
become
censors.
fully. Bear in mind, I was, well, I assumed it was dead and buried by the time I became fully right wing anyway. Like, so really, it happened. I became right wing after Gamergate, not during it.
You should tell them
They wouldn't listen.
that.
But again, it's them who do the radicalizing. They'll radicalize people into their own movement and then make other people go the exact opposite way just to confront them and oppose them, or that kind of thing. It's funny how it works.
Also, I mean, like I don't even know if you're like fucking radical, dude. Like I don't know what you think of the 2020
No, I
election in the
don't think
United
I'm.
States of America, but like,
Well,
it sounds like you're
I
like a basic bitch, like libertarian who's pro-Ukraine,
well,
which is like normal mainstream political views.
it's mainstream over here, isn't it? But I'm British, of course I'm going to be anti-Russian. But that goes without saying. But no, I'm not radical. I mean, I'm radical in some things and not radical in others, I would say. Um, like, is a radical view of mine. We should divide Germany. It's a bit of a meme, but there is actually some historical evidence that the more divided it is as a country, like as in like it's different states, different countries, the more safe Europe is.
What's your favorite video game?
My favorite video game is Mass Effect 1.
Good choice, actually. That's a great game.
At least my favorite RPG. My favorite. See, it definitely is my favorite game. But then when you but I also love Total War. Like my favorite Total War game is Rome Total War 1, and that could arguably be my most favorite game. There's so many, but it's definitely Mass Effect 1. Only because it blew my mind at the time. I only played a certain amount of games when I was young, and when I got it when I was 16, and I was making choices, even though it's an illusion of choice, as I now know. That blew my mind. I'd never done that before in a game.
What do you think of 2 and 3?
Two's overrated. It's still a very good game. Don't get me wrong, but they sacrificed the RPG elements and the world building. Well, they did a bit of world building in number 2, but they made it into an action game, and then 3. God, don't get me started on that ending. That in itself was actually, funny enough, the reaction to the ending was a mini Gamergate and led to Gamergate.
Yeah.
I've heard some people say this, and it's definitely true. And it was Colin Moriarty, who for some reason has been forgiven. He's never ever apologized for this, as far as I know. He was one of the people. He probably is. Agent Zero or whatever. I forgot the term. Something zero when it's the start of
Patient
something. You know
Zero.
what I mean? Patient zero of the games are entitled narrative. He created that, or at least helped to create it at the time, because that's when that started being used. Was when people criticized the ending and accused BioWare of false advertising and things like that. They said, "Oh, you're entitled. You think that the developers should do it this way to please you." And it's like, well, no, we've done all these choices, and then the ending is this totally. It's almost unrelated to the plot, isn't it? In many ways.
Yeah, well,
That's why we were
the whole
angry.
thing is a fucking disaster. And it's like
Mhm.
they're all the same, basically.
Mhm.
All the endings
Mhm.
were the same. Even when they did the
Yeah.
extended edition,
Mm.
they didn't change a whole lot, really.
I didn't play 3 until a few years after. So when I was in uni, and I still hated it. I got to the end and I experienced it for the first time. This is with the DLC, I think, by the way. Had all the DLC. I was still insulted.
Yeah, it was still
That's
like
how bad it
they
still
didn't.
is.
All they did was make it longer and like add like a
Mhm.
couple extra scenes. Like that's really all the extended ending
Yep.
was.
Mhm. And the Citadel thing, which is awesome.
Oh, that was actually really good. Yeah.
Hmm.
What did you think of the Citadel thing?
I liked it. It was if it, you know what, it would have been good even without the clone shepherd thing.
Yeah,
If
that
it was
was kind
just
of
a
dumb,
big,
but
he was meant to be dumb.
yeah.
I like it because it's dumb. But if it was just a big piss up, that would have been even better. Arguably, if it was
It,
just let's have a big party with everybody.
yeah, that was. I mean, I feel like the party and like the extra romance
Mm.
scenes you get with your partner are probably like the well. Who do you ship, by the way? I gotta ask.
Oh, who do I ship? At first, when I played Mass Effect 1, it was Ashley, but then I learnt my lesson, and it's been Team Liara ever since.
Yep, I'm Team Liara too. Though when I
Hmm.
was younger, I liked Tally.
I never got Tally. She was like a friend. Never would have thought she would be a girlfriend.
I never
Obviously,
even
the
did her
best
romance
bro.
route.
I never did. The best bro is obviously Garrus, but I
Oh
also
yeah.
really love Rex. If I ever get them in my team, they're my go-to. It's the most. If you have a soldier, shepherd, and then you have Rex and Garrus, I felt that was the most balanced team because you got bionics, you've got sniping and a bit of engineering, and then you got yourself just tanking, mowing down people, and Rex can tank as well. It was just I felt like it was an unstoppable combo, personally.
Did you ever kill Rex?
No, well, I did the first time, and then but then I didn't. But then I reloaded it and saved him. I
Also,
think that's what I did in my first playthrough. Yeah.
Mass Effect 1, phenomenal game. Love it to death. But
Mm.
let's talk about the colony. The colony where the plant has taken over people's minds.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Why was there never any choice? Because clearly the plant is intelligent, right?
Hmm.
Why was there never any peaceful ending to that? Why do you have to kill it? That's not really
I
Mass
don't
Effect
know.
like.
I never thought about that. Maybe well, it may have only been intelligent to a certain point. Maybe it was just simply pure evil and just wanted to dominate people's minds. Who knows?
Yeah,
I'd have to play it again.
I don't even remember what the plant
It's
was
not like the
called.
Rachni. The Rachni made sense because they were genuinely intelligent and it turns out they actually had more emotions than just we're gonna kill everybody. You know.
Well, if you think about it, like what
Mm,
Commander Shepard does when he arrives on that planet is he
mm,
basically he kills the last known surviving species of this like plant intelligence.
mm,
And again,
mm.
we don't know just how
Oh,
intelligent they are necessarily.
it was
Um,
justified though because it literally had an unprovoked did an unprovoked attack on all these colonists. You know, influencing their minds.
True, but like it's their planet, right? Like the colonists arrived
Mm,
second, which like not that like they didn't know the plant was there, so it's like
yeah, they
not their
didn't know.
fault.
Yeah.
And the
Mm,
plant should have tried to like negotiate with them or something instead of try to take them over.
hmm.
But I still think that the game would have been so much better if it gave you a choice in how you want to approach
I'll
the
give you. I
situation.
think so. Yeah, I think I'd be open to that. Yeah, I never really thought about it until now. I just did it. Yeah, I like the Ratnai one. I always save the Ratnai Queen, and it's always justified in the end.
Yeah, I save her as well. Did
Because
you
I knew deep down they wouldn't. It wouldn't be another big bad. That makes no sense when you got Cerberus and the Reapers anyway.
right? Like, what are they gonna do? Are they going to
Mm,
like oh well, some players save the queen. Some players didn't. We're gonna make them the main bad guy now. Like they're not going to do it, obviously, from like a gameplay perspective, because like half the players aren't even going to encounter them.
Here's what's shit about the ending, right, to Mass Effect 3. So the Star Child's like, AIs and not humans, and organics, no, synthetics and organics cannot coexist peacefully. Well, in my playthrough, I've got the Geth and the Quarians in my fleet kicking Luke her ass. What the fuck?
Yeah, same here. It's like that. How is this? Yeah, dude, that pissed me off.
And there's no
dude.
dialogue option. There's no dialogue option for Shepard to say, "Take a look out the window." Who's fighting on my side? Synthetics and organics.
Yeah, and there's another one too. So there's two things about Mass Effect 1, I guess, that like really bother me story wise. And like one is the thing with the plant, and the other one is another similar situation where again, you remember how on the Citadel you encounter I'm not sure if you ever did this quest, but the side quest where you track down the credits, the casino.
Oh, it's the AI, right?
The AI is stealing the casino credits, and you have to destroy
there is a
the
law
AI.
reason. There is a law reason for that. That's because AI is in
illegal,
except
right?
for the Geth. Well, not just that. They generally just go completely insane and try to kill people. The Geth aside,
and
obviously,
it does
the
try
Geth
to kill you.
Different. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Warhammer 40k, where AIs just become psychopathic. So that's the in-law reason, I guess, and also they're illegal. Yeah, but
well, they're heavily regulated, right? Because don't they allow some research, but not other research, but only if you have like a license.
Yeah,
VIs, there's like a whole
yeah.
thing, yeah.
Although now you're making me question, well, if the Geth are different, what makes this AI different? But then again, it was definitely a psychopath. So
yeah. Well, it tried to kill you. I don't know if it was maybe because from its perspective, you're a Spectre coming to turn it off, probably, right? So like from its perspective, it's engaging in self-defense, even it's not even necessarily unprovoked.
But to me, it's a machine that simulates having feelings and stuff. So whatever.
Yeah, but from a role play perspective, especially since like the whole fucking of course you can't. I understand why, because like you can't have there be like a peaceful ending to that encounter this early into the trilogy when the whole trilogy is about artificial intelligence versus humans, like or at least that's how they ended up taking it in the end, I guess, with the Star Child.
They just totally messed that angle up, didn't they?
Yeah. But like if they would have proved in episode 1 in the very first the first 4 hours of the game or whatever that like oh no actually they can live peacefully, like that would kind of ruin the whole plot.
That. you have your own Geth party member
and Edie, right?
Legion.
Or Edie's Mass Effect 3, but no, she's in 2 as well.
Edie's
she's the ship.
Yeah, she is the ship, and then she becomes a sexy Metropolis-looking waifu. That's what I never got. Why would Joker fall in love with a robot? I don't think that would happen in real life. I don't see it. You can't have kids with her.
Anything else you want to say about Mass Effect before we move on?
I'm not looking forward to Mass Effect 4.
Oh, that's right. They announced that recently, didn't they?
Yep.
What could they possibly do?
They need to retcon the whole ending. That's what they need to do first and foremost, because the mass relays get destroyed, right? They need to do away with that. That's nonsense. Or maybe the galaxy discovers a new way of doing FTL. No, yeah, fast and light travel. Or just and then also make sure that Shepard survives. And but beyond that, I don't know. It's not the same BioWare anymore. So, and I know they're not very good at making games as well. So I'm just not looking forward. Although to be fair, apart from a little bit of censorship, the Legendary Editions were really well remastered. I think they look really good.
I still need to play the remastered edition. Oh, but they don't show Miranda's butt anymore, do they? In the same way.
They do, just not as much. Not as much. Okay. Yeah. Which I mean, I don't know if the guy who defended it, he was the director, wasn't he? No, there's a reason why we do this. It's because she's perfect, and we want to show,
what a perfect ass looks like.
Well, she is genetically perfect, although I don't think she's actually that good looking as a character. Her face is a bit weird.
Yeah, it is a bit. I know that like everybody was like, "Oh my god, she's like so hot" when the game came out. But I'm like, well, her face is a little bit weird. But that could just be the technology at the time. They just didn't
I
have.
think it's the lips. It's the
Yeah.
lips. But anyway, yeah. Next question.
Did you attend a
I still hit
GamerGate
it though.
meetup? Oh yeah, for sure.
Never,
100%.
never. And there was never a GamerGate meetup in my city. I did go to a kind of one in Birmingham, but it wasn't a GG one. It was something else.
Do you want to talk about the friendships you made during GamerGate?
The ones that we made along the way.
That was the real
Yeah, there's some
GamerGate.
people. It really was. Well, there's you, for example. We're friendly acquaintances. We're not like we're not friends, but we are friends. If you know what I mean. I don't mean to insult you, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I find we could be good friends despite political differences because we're
Oh
not
yeah.
actually that
I
different.
don't even think we're that. Yeah.
Or even personality-wise, I think we've always gotten along well. Personality-wise as well. QQ was honest with you and said we probably wouldn't, but I don't see any reason why. Like sometimes personalities are better off being a bit different from each other anyway. You know, you might gel well because you're different, but who knows?
True.
I
Opposites
have
attract, QQ. Opposites attract,
they
bro.
do, they do, they do.
No,
They
but
they
he might be right.
complement. Who knows? But we're all different people from 10
Yeah.
years ago. We're not all the same.
Yeah.
I've
True.
still got friends 10 years ago. I'll shout out one of them. He's called I'm remembering his real name, but not his username. One sec. Asdasia, yeah, Asdasia. He was called S Knight or S Man.
I don't think I
What was his
remember.
old
Was he a
username?
GamerGate guy?
Gamergate, but not a content. Well, he did a bit of content creation, a little bit. He's mainly just a supporter. Yeah, I've been friends with him for years. I met Omegan. Remember Omegan
No,
with the
dude.
Cthulhu character? He was in
The
Gamergate. I'm
name
pretty sure.
maybe sounds a little bit familiar. I might have followed them on Twitter or something,
Um,
or seen them on Twitter, but I don't think
As
so.
Sage, I've known him since Gamergate. He's one of my closest friends online, and we've met in real life as well. Trying to think, who else did I meet during that time? Ozzy, I think Ozzy was in Gamergate, or was he not? Oh God, I can't remember. Honestly, it's hard. It's hard because I've known some of these people for so long. Sometimes I forget how I met them. If you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
But
I
yeah,
don't have any. Well, yeah, I guess I do. I don't think I know any of the names you mentioned, but like GamerGate was so big that like
mhm,
that it's probably not too uncommon. I'm sure Pat. No, like I get people messaging me and stuff, and like on Reddit, people are like, "Who's this person you're interviewing? I've never heard of them before." It's like, well, I did say when I
mhm,
announced the project that I'd be interviewing people from like a wide, like from a wide
mhm.
variety of communities and perspectives. Like you're not going to know everybody.
Exactly. Yeah.
Um, do you have any thoughts on Vivian James or other GamerGate related art projects?
I think I loved most of it. Yeah, it was all really most of it was really high quality. I remember, although as QQ said, some of it has not aged well.
That's
You
true.
know when he said the red and blue ones? Was that when it was like it was split in the middle, and you've got all the SGWs on the one hand, and all the Pro Gamergate guys on the other, and on the left in the blue, right?
Well, there's two different pictures. There's like I think there's what you're referring to, and but there's actually it might be the same thing, but it's Tashi Tiani, I think it was. This artist decided he wanted to draw like a bunch of the GamerGate and pro gamer anti-GamerGate people.
Oh,
So
I'm thinking
he
of a different one because if he's drawn it, this other one was photoshopped.
oh no, these are all individual drawings he did, or maybe they're graphic
Have
drawings,
you
right?
got
Like
it? Can I have a look?
uh, they're all individually different. Like Pucka Shop. Go on Twitter and look up Pucka Shop. I'm sure
Um,
you've seen these
how do
avatars.
how do you spell it?
Here, I'll just link it in the Discord.
Hmm.
Here you go. Oh no, he
Thank you.
changed his
One.
avatar. What the fuck?
Did he?
Yeah, maybe his YouTube one is still. No, he changed that too. Well, I think he said in his interview that he was thinking about changing it, so that's not like super shocking.
I don't know if I ever followed this guy. If I did, I must have unfollowed him when
Here, let
I
me.
did a purge because I followed far too many people and I got called out for it by Dolan Dark
Here you
once.
go. This here is the blue. Do you see it?
Ah, Alejandro. I remember this guy. I remember him. Yeah.
Well, he did like dozens of portraits basically of people on both sides, and but apparently there's a curse with the pictures. People say where if you
I
have
don't know.
if he did a portrait of you, um, your life probably didn't end up super great 5 years later.
I mean,
Because
I follow
apparently, like,
somebody who has one of them.
yeah, apparently, dude, I don't know if the curse is, I don't think the curse is real or anything, but apparently somebody told me, I think it was, did QQ say that in the interview, that there's like a
Yeah,
curse
he
where
did.
like
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
people, the people who had a portrait made of them, if you look at where they were like 5 or 10 years later, or I guess like 9 years later now, um, a lot of them like failed in their careers and stuff. I don't know if it's true, but Puka Shop had one made of
um,
him actually, because he was a GamerGate guy
but the
back
thing
then.
is, there's one guy that I follow on Twitter, and he follows me. He's not like, as far as I know, he's all right. He's not. His life hasn't gone to shit, as far as I know.
Yeah, I think he was just exaggerating. Like some of the people have, but like that's gonna be life, right? You do pictures of fucking 40 people. Yeah, sure. Some of them are gonna fail. They're gonna get fired, or they're gonna like leave the industry or whatever, right? That's gonna happen to some number of people just by natural over the course of 9 years.
Especially considering the niche we're in and the internet and all that. Of
Yeah.
course, it was bound to happen.
What was your favorite moment during GamerGate?
um, God, there was, I can't remember any, and because it was there was a. I remember there was a moment when, do you remember Arthur Chew?
Yes,
It ends tonight. Do you remember that when he
I
was like,
do.
and he was like, "There's gonna be," I'm paraphrasing, but he basically, "There's gonna be a reckoning" or something, and everyone just made fun of him. I don't think that was during Gamergate though.
It
Or if
was
it
right
was,
before the bomb threat at GG and DC, actually.
yeah, that was amazing. I love that. It was so funny.
Yeah. I thought it was the air. I thought he made it the comment right before airplay, but turns out I was
It might,
factually
yeah, yeah.
incorrect. It
We
was it was
it
DC.
made
It was the DC meetup. I know because
it made us think that he was involved, right? That he was going to
yeah,
do like bomb threats and stuff,
and
right?
maybe he was, dude. Like we all assumed he probably didn't do it, but like for all we know, maybe he did actually. I don't
Oh,
know.
it was hilarious. The memes were good. It ends tonight.
Have you seen the hatred one where it's like him? Dude, it's so good. Look at Arthur Shoe hatred.
I will. Wait one sec.
I posted it in the music
What
channel
happened to
yesterday.
him? A lot of them disappeared. They disappeared completely
I
out
don't
of
know
my
he
life.
got a divorce. I don't know what happened after that.
Oh well, that happens. I'm not going to make fun
Yeah,
of
I'm
him for
not.
that.
Yeah, some people just aren't compatible, you know.
Um. Oh, is it? Yeah, here it is. It's a screenshot of it, but I've got it. It ends tonight. Zenistrad. Oh, Zenistrad. I remember him
Oh, dude, he
or
was.
her.
Oh my god. So there was this. This is not scientific data. Okay. I did a survey.
Mhm.
I don't ever cite this because I don't think it's like the world's greatest data by any stretch of the imagination. I did a survey
Mhm.
of the GamerGate people, um, and it was really like there were some issues with the methodology. That's why I don't cite it.
Mhm.
But Zenistrad was considered the GamerGate people's favorite anti-GGE celeb. So
Mhm.
he actually won. He won the poll as being the top anti-GamerGate e-celeb. And he even commented in a thread where I posted about this at the time, and was like, "Wow, I can't believe I actually won this." It was
What?
kind of
As in,
good.
like, he's the one we liked the most, was it, or
Yeah,
something?
he was the most
Yeah.
liked anti-GamerGate e-celeb, and he's not even like a huge
I do.
e-celeb or anything.
No, it says a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, to be clear though, this was a really this wasn't a scientific survey. I didn't like do a great job with it. 2, Zinistrad was like one of like maybe like a dozen options or something, but like, or maybe it was like one of like 20. I don't even know. I'd have to go back and look. But uh, it wasn't like people couldn't choose anybody, right? So there were probably some anti-GG celebs who didn't make the list, and maybe they would have been voted higher if they were on it. But out of
Mm.
the people who were listed, which was like Anita, Brianna, Zoe, Zinistrad, maybe Helicopter. I don't think Helicopter Guy made the cut because he wasn't like technically an E-celeb. Um,
Mm.
and there were some other people on the list too, but I don't remember their names. Tim Schafer, I
Yeah, I
think, was
remember
on
his
there.
name now. Yeah. Oh God, he was
He was
embarrassing.
such a dick, dude. Like for no
I
reason.
know.
Like holy shit. He didn't have to be an asshole. Have you seen his sock puppet routine, dude?
Yes, yes, I did see it.
It's the most cringe. Well, it's the second most cringe thing I've ever seen in my life. Um, I saw something more cringe recently.
Do you remember Syrian Partisan Girl?
Unfortunately, yeah, I actually didn't interact with her at all, but I did know of her.
She
Yes.
was. I saw her on that meme, on that picture that I was talking about, where it's like the two sides opposing each other. She was in there. I was like, wait, she was in GamerGate?
Yeah. She was in GamerGate, yeah, for like a little while. Because and
Yeah,
remember,
she's beautiful, but absolutely batshit insane.
yeah. Well,
I
she's.
find her attractive. I
I
don't
mean,
know about you.
I mean, I found her attractive 10 years ago. I don't know about now, but
She
but
looks the
she's
same,
kind
to
of.
be honest.
That doesn't surprise me. But yeah, she I don't know too much about her politics, but from my understanding, it's like not great. Like her
Yeah,
foreign policy takes, especially.
she's all like kill the Jews and all that in the Middle East.
Oh, is
Turns
she?
out she's based in Australia. I've seen Drew Pavlu talking about her. Like she posted a picture of herself with like a fake submachine gun in support of the massacre.
Damn, dude, that's. Uh. So why don't you like so
She's pro
so
Assad as well.
she's pro Bashar al-Assad from my understanding. I again
Mm.
that's what I believed about her. I don't know if it's I haven't like looked into everything she's ever said about it. Maybe she's not hold that view anymore. But yeah, she used to be pro al-Assad at least, probably still is. But she's living in Australia. It's like, well, why don't you
Mm.
live in your own goddamn country? Oh
I
wait,
thought she was
because
in
it's a fucking
Syria
shithole. It's a fucking shithole, and nobody
when
wants
she
to live
first
there. So
when she first came out. Well, it wasn't a shithole before the war.
well, because
I think from what
the
I've seen.
war is the fault of the tyrannical dictator who like can't like
Um, Partly, yeah. I
in
mean,
large part.
there was some meddling. There was some Western meddling. Whether it was um, a good idea or not, I don't think it was a
Yeah.
good idea.
Well, the Kurds. I mean, I'm sympathetic with the Kurds. They actually they're like the only good guy actors in the Middle East practically. Um,
Oh crap! Is that a recent photo of her or from some time ago? No, that was ages ago. She looks a bit fat in this picture that I've just seen. Exposing the truth about ISIS. Yeah, that. Wow, she looks a bit big there.
anyway, you ready?
Yes, sorry. Go on. I
No,
was
you're
going
good.
off on a wild tangent then.
If you could have changed
How
one,
sexist of me.
if you could have changed one thing about GamerGate, what would it be?
Um, some of the stubbornness about no leaders and niches. At the time, I think I was probably of the opinion, yeah, no leaders, no that. But as time went on, I realized who cares. Especially when the East Labs did become a thing. At that point, I was like, well, it is what it is. I like them. Who cares? They don't actually lead us anyway. So let's just keep doing what we're doing. Well, people got obsessed with that on both sides. You know, people defending the celebs, people attacking the celebs. But really, we should have just kept on. That was a needless distraction. That was probably astroturfed by GG Revolt mainly.
What would you personally have done differently during GamerGate?
I wouldn't have declared it was over, which made a lot of people kind of almost instantly lose interest because and all those videos were quite persuasive despite you leaking all that stuff, which I didn't know you did.
Oh, the game diviners. Oh, that was me. Yeah.
I never knew that. In fact, I'd forgotten there was a leak at all. I just assumed, or maybe I just didn't know at the time. I just assumed all these videos came out and couldn't stop people from ending it and just moved on. I would have tried to stop that, but I was not big enough, you know. I think we shouldn't have done that. We should have continued pushing back against the game journals and all their allies, doing more activism. And what we should have done also, apart from deep freeze, we should have done a thing where we could share tactics and strategies to deal with them. I don't think we ever did that. And we could also have done like an archive, like a Wikipedia, but it just explains all the stuff that we're dealing with. Because GamerGate itself was complicated to explain to people.
Oh yeah.
But having a Wikipedia as well for people, so
They
you can
did.
this app.
They still do actually, but it didn't get as much uses. Well, the first
No,
one
that's a
got a lot
shame.
of use. The GamerGate.me one did. But
Because
then
if you want to
the
know about
website
the
went down.
Dorito Pope, the Dorito Pope guy, there should be a place where you can read an article about it that isn't like Encyclopedia Dramatica, you know.
Yeah, there were wikis that people did use, but one of them closed down for no reason basically. Like they just refused. Like whoever did it, after a couple years they got bored and they decided to abandon the website. And
Mm.
then someone else made a new one, but now that's having some technical difficulties. Supposedly they're gonna fix it,
Oh,
I
that's a
guess.
shame.
Bone Golem, get on this shit,
Mhm.
bro. What are you doing? All right. Anyway, let's say it's 10 years from now, and an online movement is looking to GamerGate for guidance for their movement. What advice do you have for them?
What's that? Sorry. Could you repeat that?
Let's
I don't.
Yeah.
I...
Let's say it's 10 years from now, and an online movement
Yeah.
is looking to GamerGate for guidance for their movement.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any advice for them?
Yeah. Don't don't be. Not that we were. I mean, actually, in a way, we kind of were. Don't be terminally online. The meetups are a good thing. At least it got us meeting each other, but they didn't really do anything other than, camaraderie, which is still important. Don't get me wrong. You need to do more stuff in real life. You have to be ruthless with these people because they're ruthless with you. You can't really take prisoners with the SJWs. You have to, and you also don't pay lip service to them as well. So like off every single time in like a pro gamergator would say, I don't believe in harassment, blah blah, before getting to the point or saying it after a point. Don't even bother with any of that. You've got to have some pride in who you are and know what you are. And yes, you need to counter the narratives, but you don't need to constantly affirm that I'm against harassment and all this. Just get on with the job, get on with the criticism or with the activism, whatever you're doing, because they don't do that, and I think it looks better when you're not constantly on the defensive.
And I
I would
did that
also
all the
tell
time,
them,
as you probably can attest.
yeah, I would also tell them not to worry about if there's going to be leaders developing or not. It's going to happen. You just got to make sure that they're not bad leaders. You need to network as well. So you do need to be in contact with as many people as possible. They don't need to be big networks. In fact, small networks are usually better. And you need to hit them where it hurts, like we did with the advertising. But you also need to change your tactics a lot because they will get smart to it. They will know how to counter it, and they will be doing the same thing to you. So you need to counter their tactics too. That's it, really. Yeah. And don't also think long term, not short term.
What have you personally learned from GamerGate?
I've learned that the people that I used to respect are not worthy of respect. I've learned that those who were demonized all the way through my life, with some exceptions, were actually not that bad. I've learned not to trust anything. I mean, not that I did most of the time, but I've learned over the years to definitely not trust everything at face value, and to try and get as close to the source as possible. So, like, believe it or not, at one point I was anti-NATO. not pro-Russian, but I did think that NATO was being aggressive and expanding. But then I actually met real. I always knew Eastern Europeans, but I never talked to them about any of this. I met Freedom Alternative and his fans, and I'm part of his donor circle, so I'm like a Patreon, subscribe star of his. I met all these real, actual Eastern Europeans and talked to them about this issue, and I was educated on what actually is going on. So that's what you should do. You should always try and go to as close to the source of an issue as possible, to the people on the ground, not even to the media. Just go to the people on the ground. You can do this on Twitter. Like, I get my news from Twitter, believe it or not, most of the time. I still can't trust it, obviously, but at least I'm getting both sides most of the time, and I can discern for myself what is true and what is not. So that's what I've learned as well, to cut out the middleman and try and get as close to what's going on as possible. I've also learned that I can't remember. There's other things that I've learned that it's now unconscious. To be fair, I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot of lessons. But also the big thing, and I mentioned it in the last question, is don't be terminally online. You do need to, I know it's a meme, and you can call me a boomer all you want, guys, but do touch grass. I've touched grass recently. It really helped.
True. Real life is way more interesting and way more important. Though
It can, but then it can also be more boring though.
True.
Like the Chris Chan saga, you can't get that in real. Well, it does happen in real life, but you know what I mean. Like, it's better on the internet because you can read about it. Like, it's not every day in our lives anyway that you meet someone like him, but you can on the internet, can't you?
True. The internet has a lot of really great things about it. But I used to be terminally online during the GamerGate stuff. I was addicted to GamerGate shit practically. I was every day,
Oh, I was, yeah,
thousands
but I
of
was
hours.
unemployed.
Well,
I was unemployed
I
after
was in
uni.
college and I also worked
Mm-hmm.
too.
Mm.
But the GamerGate stuff, I cared more about that than I did. Well, maybe not more than college, but like more than work. Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't. I was never that bad. Once I got a job, slowly but surely, especially as I got jobs with more hours, my content dropped in frequency quite a lot because I had to, I had to concentrate on that more because I wasn't self-sufficient on YouTube. Never was. Probably don't really want to be anyway. I actually would like to have a second career in case YouTube, if I ever make it big, which I never will, but if I did, I still would rather have a real job, even if I've got like 1,000,000 subs, because it doesn't seem to me to be a very stable source of income.
Well, dude, the first
Like,
time around, you made it not too bad, right? What, you had almost 7,000 subscribers?
I had nearly 10,000 at one point, but then I got hit by the algorithm really badly, and I started losing loads of subs. And I thought if I start a new one, it might work, but it hasn't. But I want to start a new one anyway, just because I want a clean break from that other one completely.
Do you see parallels between Gamergate and the way society currently discusses issues?
It's kind of, but not really. So, like I mentioned before, with Aaron Joney, with male issues and stuff, I don't think Gamergate caused it. I think obviously there was work done by people who care to make the general public care more about men's issues, but there's that. I mean, there's obvious parallels between the Johnny Depp situation and Aaron Joney situation a little bit, especially with the way people discussed it and the sides they took and stuff like that. It's very much this. It would be the same anyway because it's very similar cases. The difference was that Johnny Depp didn't do what Aaron Joney did. He did it in a different way. You know how he exposed Amber Heard was different, but there's that. There's not really been a big online movement to parallel it with, but what I have noticed is that the SJWs did learn a lot from that experience, which is why, which may not have been, maybe this was always going to happen, but it's why they've been pressuring YouTube and Twitter and other online websites to be more censorious, because they know that loads of other bigger GamerGates could happen simultaneously, potentially, if they don't. I mean, they were censoring at the time anyway, weren't they? So they've definitely learned that they need to go even harder.
Oh my god,
But
dude!
again, it doesn't. It's not perfectly parallel. But anyway, go on, mate. What were you saying?
No, I was gonna ask something unrelated.
Nah,
I
go
do
on.
want to
Go
ask
on.
about the drama between you and Johnny Fox. You did a couple videos roasting him. What all
I
happened
don't
there?
remember that very well. I don't remember it at all. I've totally moved on. Was he doing? What was it? Was it? Um,
He was kind of an
did he?
asshole as a general matter.
He was being an
He
asshole.
was an
Yeah,
asshole
I
to
used
me.
to
He
be
was an
friends
asshole
with
to
him.
JJ Talks. He was an asshole to a couple other people too.
I mean, she was an asshole to people, but I mean, you obviously got on with her, but I know a different side to her.
I didn't know we're like super
But,
close, so.
but yeah, I don't remember it at all.
Dude, you
What did
had
he
two
do?
videos about it. I don't know. I saw him
I
like
know, I know.
you did two videos about the
I
guy, but I don't even know what's in them.
he did something. He did something. He must have done something. Otherwise, I wouldn't have mentioned it. I genuinely don't remember. Moved on.
I know with me, he tried to like deliberately start drama with me for like no reason. Um,
Yeah, he was really weird.
well,
Yeah.
it seemed like he thought that if he like got himself involved with tons and tons of like clusterfuck drama situations
Mm.
and instigated that it would be good content for him. And like he probably wasn't wrong. Like he got like good views on some of that stuff probably.
He started to grow quite a lot at one
Yeah.
point, and then because he was too much of a shit stirrer, it backfired.
Well,
Look,
he
don't cause the drama. Report on the drama. This is
exactly. You never cause the drama, Jesus. Like, but
hmm
like you can get views that way, but you also one you burn so many bridges, and two people get tired of it.
mm,
So that's like
yep.
the problem you ran into, I think, as a content creator.
Unfortunately, I can't tell you anymore because I don't remember.
All right, all right.
You got to bear in mind, I made a video every day back then, so a lot of the videos I made, I have no memory of anymore.
That's kind of the same for me too. Well, some of them I
Although I
remember, but
do
others I
remember
don't.
one. I remember one very specifically that irked one SGW really, really badly. Like he really hated me because of this. So I did this video about some redheaded SGW YouTube. I just responded to her. I wasn't even horrible or anything in the video. I think I did one joke. It was an obvious joke where like a sleazy joke, but it was nothing untoward or anything. Like, oh, you're kind of sexy. Like, but I was being tongue in cheek. You know, like I didn't. She was good looking, but I was not interested. You know, it was just a joke. But he thought I was being creepy. I wasn't. I was just joking.
Oh,
You know,
Johnny thought that
I was
about you after that, or
no, not Johnny. No, and that's some SGW called Danny Courts. He's the guy who doxed Bearing, by the way. Um, yeah, it turns out he knew her a little bit or something. Apparently, I think she was 16 or something. I mean, I couldn't tell she was 16. She looked about 18 to me. She looked like an adult. And just trying to guilt trip me and stuff. His response, I'm like, I don't care. I didn't harm her. She may have got some angry comments on the video, but just don't delete them or ignore them.
you're not beating the
Yeah, I
allegations,
remember
Mitch.
that. What about?
No, because you said that she was 16, and then earlier you said that people took
But I
the thing
didn't
out of
know that.
context
I
of your
didn't.
Facebook
No, but
poem.
I didn't know she was. Didn't know she was.
I know, I'm just fucking with you, dude.
But age of consent is 16 in this country anyway.
Oh,
For
okay.
me,
Well, see,
not
you're
that I would.
safe.
Not that I would. Not that I would anyway. Why would I do that? I mean, like it's just stupid. What would you talk about?
Let's move on.
I know.
Anything else you want to say about the leaderless and decentralized nature of Gamergate?
It was all right. It was inevitably gonna stop being like that anyway because people gravitate to people who have that aura about them that you can't really describe, but you know it when you see it. You know.
All right, we're in the last handful of questions here.
Here we go. Hit
Would
me.
you want to do a Gamergate reunion, sort of a big meetup once every 10 years or something like that?
Yeah, yeah. I'm not against it. Although there'll be some people that I wouldn't be happy to see, but there'll be others that I would. Yeah.
Have you ever thought about writing a book or doing another sort of project like that relating to Gamergate?
Not a book. Never thought about a book. I did think about a video, like a documentary, but I just don't have the time.
Dude, do it, man. Maybe not now, but like at some point, I honestly I think people should do historical projects on this. And uh, the Raymond Wallman, he did a documentary about Gamergate, and it's actually a really high quality work. And so,
The problem is, a lot of the sources are gone now.
no,
It's all been deleted
a
or.
lot is, but not everything. A lot of stuff still exists too if you look really hard.
Hmm.
Or if you there's a
Yeah.
Gamergate history Discord server. You could even go there, and
Oh, I didn't know that.
yeah, they probably get you. Well, if you want, I can ask the people there if you can join, but you have to get vetted first.
Yeah, I'll join. Yeah. I mean, I'll probably only read it rather than. I mean, I probably would comment sometimes, but I think it'd be a place I'd read rather than actively do stuff in.
What would you documentary be about, or what would be all in it? You think?
It would be the facts. So like, well, I mean, it wouldn't be unbiased because everyone's biased. There's no such thing as an unbiased history book or any kind of text really. But so yeah, it would be a pro Gamergate side of things because there's not enough of it out there, and if it is out there, it's not big enough. It would just be about how it started, how it ended, why we did what we did, all the usual stuff. It would be also combating the myths that have evolved around it as well.
I think that'd be really useful. I really support more people doing stuff like that, but it's your life, man.
I
You don't
know
have to.
Pinko Merchant did one, didn't he? I never watched it, but I did have it recommended to me.
Oh, Pinko did.
Yeah,
He
apparently,
did,
yeah, I think so.
but it's it's very one-sided.
Oh, well,
Um,
yeah, but then mine would be as well if I were to do it.
well, dude, that would be interesting then to see like your video versus his video and to see which is
Hmm.
more which does a better job, which presents the truth, or maybe you could even like compare and contrast, like maybe they both present like different versions of the truth. Or I don't know. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think his I think his is very biased work, and I've told him that.
Does he believe it's still a harassment mob and stuff like that?
I sort of I'm not really sure what 100%. I've interviewed so many people that like for me like I forget a lot what people say, to be honest. Um,
That's
but
fine.
but from my understanding, his view is that there were like three groups of people. There were
Hmm.
the pro Gamergate people, the anti Gamergate people, and then there were. Sorry, actually, there's two groups of pro Gamergate people. Sorry, he splits pro Gamergate into two groups. The people like us who were like actually cared about gaming issues, but he
Hmm.
thinks there was an other part of the pro Gamergate side, sort of like an underbelly to it, and that this group was interested in using people like you and me to advance their own political agendas.
I mean, there were definitely people there who were hoping that could be done, but it was never successfully carried out because we rejected it. Like
Like
I
Milo,
think
basically, right?
Milo tried to do it, but we ended up consuming him. Arguably, he went native. If you think about it,
Yeah, he's not ended
uh,
up in
uh,
a good
uh,
spot. And Breitbart never even saw like a massive, like if you, there's been surveys done on this actually. Brad Glasgow's
mhm,
survey. This is in the Airplay documentary. I didn't realize,
mm,
but Brad Glasgow's survey. One of the questions in the battery was
mm,
whether or not people go to Breitbart for their news. And
mhm.
basically, people said like less than 10% of the people in the survey, which was almost what like 800, 900 people, something like that, and pretty good methodology, said that they even went to Breitbart for news. So it doesn't seem like Milo was very
Mm.
successful.
No, I know we talked. I watched a little bit of the Brad Glasgow one. I think he said that Steve Bannon was hoping to do something with that,
He
but
said he
like,
wanted to interview Steve Bannon because Steve Bannon was Milo's boss, basically. He owned Breitbart.
mm,
But he
yeah, I
says that
don't.
You know,
I
I'm
don't think
sorry.
it's necessary. He was
I
never
don't think so either.
involved.
He was never involved. Yeah, I mean, like, was he? I mean, did he personally tell Milo, "Hey, look, there's a juicy story here. You better go cover this." I don't know. Maybe he did. I don't know.
I think it'd
But
be the other way around. It would be Milo saying, "I think I've got something here. If you let me cover it."
yeah, I don't think he played any sort of like major significant role in the story one way or the other.
No, I'd never heard of him until a couple of years later. But there were people like that who were trying to do that. I mean, bloody the lead singer from Disturbed tried to do that. Do you remember?
The band?
Well, not the band itself. Singer, yeah, the band Disturbed.
Okay,
The singer,
he's from
Draymond.
District. Really? I didn't know that. What did he say?
Yeah, because he's right wing, isn't he? He's like a conservative. I don't know if he's conservative, but he's right wing. He's like he was like, yeah, I'm pro Gamergate, and for a time we were all like, is it Neil Drayman?
I don't
It's
know this
fucking
guy.
Drayman from Disturbed. Oh my god! You'll have heard this. You would have heard at least one of their songs, like the cover of "The Sound of Silence." He is a really good singer. Disturbed's kind of, I don't mind them, metalcore, but yeah, he announced he was pro Gamergate, and we were like, holy shit! But then he was trying to use us for his own. I don't know why. I think he was trying to use us for his own political agenda, even although he's just some random metal singer, really. I don't know what he could do. And we said, no, we don't really want to be used in that way. It's all about ethics in games journalism. And he was like, oh, whatever, and fucked off. I remember he used to only comment in caps lock.
Yeah, I don't think Pinko Merchant's right. I mean, I think he's right that people tried to do it, but he seems to think that they were way more successful than they were, or he used to think
No,
that.
they were
I
not.
think his view,
They're not.
I think his view
Mm.
has shifted more now that
Mm-hmm.
he's actually like talked with some of the Gamergate people. Because before he didn't
Mm.
talk to anybody.
Mm.
He was just like he
Yeah.
was just going based off of like what he heard and like what he saw in like news
Mm-hmm.
articles. So, but after talking with people, I think he's
Mm.
moderated his view a bit, but I
That's
guess we'll
good.
see because
That's good.
he's talked about doing a follow-up video where he's going to
Mm-hmm.
try and maybe he's not committed to it 100%, but he's talked about
It would be
maybe doing a
pointless
follow-up.
to deny. It would be pointless to deny that those people didn't
Yeah.
exist, because they did. They clearly existed. So like, you just got to deal with it. But they failed. I don't remember anybody successfully using it for their own agenda at all. That's something that should be applauded. Like we stuck to our guns. Everybody, no matter if we were drifting politically to somewhere else or what have you, we stuck to the point. And that's really difficult considering how diverse it really was.
All right, Mitch, for you personally, what would
Hmm.
Gamergate being successful look like?
Um, at the time, I would have told you a complete, like a complete, like I'm trying to think of the word, not reorganization, like just a complete fix of all those old journalistic establishments. There would be some kind of watchdog that could look and see what they're up to, and that they would actually follow their ethics policies and stuff like that. You would start seeing more voices being heard that's not theirs, so you would see the rise of pro Gamergate media, or at the very least, just not SJW media in the gaming sphere. You'd see game devs have more freedom to be able to do what they want to do, and you wouldn't see people like Nita Sarkeesian having untoward influence. But if you were to ask me now, as I am now, as a 30-year-old man, rather than the naive 21-year-old, I would tell you I want to see it all completely burned to the ground. and that people should be encouraged to, as I said before, to go straight to the source, or at least as close to it as possible. And I would suggest that these people can't really. Well, some of them. Well, we personally can't do anything to fix their problems. We can't convince them that we're right and they're wrong, and that they need to They need to stop what they're doing. Only they can do that if they want to, and most of them will never change. So that's what I would do. I want to see the media finally actually die, like I'm being told it's dying, but yet it's still around. So yeah, just completely have a restart. That's what I would say now. The Great Reset, but for the gaming journalism.
Well, with these two criteria, your
hmm
at the time views of what GamerGate being successful will be, and also your current views, was GamerGate successful in either regard?
A little bit in the first one because the ethics policies being created or updated and stuff like that, and obviously since your operations after, I would say after Gamergate, you'd say during, obviously paid dividends. But when I look at the state of gaming now, it failed to save it because it's in a worse place now than when it was in 2014. It's only gotten worse, and the influence of people like Anita Sarkeesian has only grown
Well, I
within
mean,
the
like her
industry.
personal
Yeah.
influence is almost non-existent now, right? Because she retired.
She stopped doing the. I know she stopped doing the podcast and the Feminist Frequency, but only because it wasn't making the money. But she's still a consultant, making loads of money and telling
Is
them how
she?
to make
Is
the
she
games.
still in
Yeah, yeah,
2023?
yeah, yeah. Absolutely. I know that. I think it's. Is she not Bio? It might be BioWare. One of
Well,
the
she shut
major
down
companies.
this year. Actually, she shut down
Yeah,
her
yeah, but that's
organization.
separate. That's separate to her consultancy work, as far as I know.
Okay, and maybe it is. I don't know.
hmm
It could be.
Mm.
Um, if you could do it
But
all
she's
over,
not the only one.
true.
Before that, though, she's not the only one who's doing that.
Well, if
Right,
they're
go on.
just consulting, I don't care. I don't. That doesn't bother me at all. I think
Well, the
game
problem
developers
is,
want to bring in people like that. I think that that's fine. That's again, that's if they want to make woke games, I don't have a problem with it. I just have
yeah,
a problem
but
with
it's
that being the only kind of game.
not working out for them, and for the most part, it kind of is, for at least in the AAA space and in the indie scene. But yeah. Anyway, next question.
All right. If you could do it all over again, would you?
Of course, I can't change the past. I would do it all over again because if I hadn't done what I did back then, I wouldn't be who I am now, and you too.
Yeah, true. I know you've seen quite a few of them, or at least a couple of them. What do you think of this interview project?
I really like it, and I think you should keep doing it. I mean, it will probably have to be in its physical format, a multi-volume work, but as an ebook, it would be really good. I do have your old book as well.
Oh, you bought it?
Yeah, I did. It's on Kindle. I'd rather have a physical copy though, because who knows, they might try and remove it.
Well, hey, it's still available on physical copy. You can go buy one on Amazon right now.
Oh
If we
shit!
ever hang
Right,
out
I'll
in
go get one.
person, I'll sign it for you.
Oh,
At the
that'd be great.
GamerGate reunion.
Yes.
Some people reading this might hold a negative view of GamerGate. Do you have anything you want to say to these people?
um, Up yours. Because I can't change their opinion. Only they can change their opinion.
All right. Anything else you want to talk about?
Um, I hope you do a Sad Puppies project because I never got into that.
I never got into it either, but I'd love to research it. And
And
honestly, I'm seriously considering it. I really am.
Mm. It's really interesting how all those sci-fi writers all knew each other as well. Like
Yeah,
Fox Day worked with loads of people and stuff like that. It's maybe not as big a deal as Gamergate because it did turn out that there was no untoward things. It was just they were very biased and like just wanted their mate. Well, arguably it was rigged because if you're a right wing sci-fi writer, and you try to win the Hugo Award, you can't because you're not mates with them. So in a way, it was kind of
Well,
rigged.
in QQ's video, it shows that there was
Mm.
this group. I don't know why they did it, but there was
Mm.
this group of people who, if you look at their ballots, because I guess they for some reason had this information, it's just all publicly
Mm.
available. they voted the same way, and it's like some huge number of people, like not like as many as you'd think really, but like a few hundred people, and every single one of their votes was exactly the same. Which is really really suspicious. And it looks like they were doing it for ideological reasons.
I
But
would say so.
I've
Yeah.
actually been to Worldcon. I've actually been there. It's a different place every year. I went to the one in Chicago last year, and it doesn't surprise me at all actually if these people are super woke. Because like,
Well, you don't need the Hugo Award.
guess what?
That's the thing.
Dude,
you don't need these awards.
Yeah, well, like it's not a unified, like Worldcon is that's like 5,000 people or something. I don't know exactly. So it's like a lot of people, and like there's definitely like the leadership is woke as fuck though. They're the only people in the
It
world
is nowadays.
who will make you wear a mask in the year 2022. The only people in the world who will make you wear a mask in the year 2022. And then
You mean
also
2023?
no, this was
Nearly
last year.
2024.
I went last year.
Oh, right, last year. Sorry, yeah. Apologies.
Yeah. And then dude, they have, I don't tell the story too often, but it's hilarious. They
Go on.
have not one, not two, not three, not, well, actually, it is four. They do have 4 different safe spaces.
Oh my god.
I'm not kidding. They set aside this convention center. They set aside 4 different rooms that they could use for actual things, and they have coloring books in the safe spaces. I swear to God, it's true. I swear to God. I took pictures at the time. They had, I don't know if I still have them, but they have coloring books in the safe spaces, and nobody even used them. Like the entire convention, it looked like, because I was there all 5 days, and I didn't see a single person in it. And I didn't like look every day or every hour, you know. But
That's
they have,
awful.
yeah, dude, they have like they have a safe space for disabled people, a safe space for like the LGBTIQI 17 different letters. Then they've got a separate one for people of color.
Of course.
And then they've got a general one where white people can go. So they've got 4 safe spaces. I swear to God, it's true. It's 100% true.
And these are the same people that will say that Israel is an apartheid state.
Dude, Worldcon's an apartheid state. But like, I will say this though, like the leadership is probably pretty woke, obviously, and then but like there's a pretty diverse group of people there at the actual convention.
Yeah.
Like I met people there who
It
are
would
more
be anyway,
conservative.
yeah.
So like
Yeah.
it's not a monolith, but there is this woke leadership, and there's also a segment of their community that is woke, probably like 10 to 20%, and those people are very much like rigging the votes. Or they're not rigging it. They're purposely communicating with each other and coordinating to vote in a certain way to make sure that that certain authors don't get awards.
It's rigged, but it's not like it's not like the numbers are fudged. It's like like the game was rigged from the start, that kind of thing.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what it is.
But you know what's interesting?
What
These people must have only infiltrated it and took over in very recent times, because the Hugo Awards actually has a very diverse range of political opinion, of winners. So like you had Heinlein won it, and he was a vaguely libertarian, right-wing libertarian guy. You've got Ursula Le Guin, who was a left-wing anarchist, maybe? She was a feminist, I know that. Philip K. Dick, who was a bit all over the place. He was religious. He started out left-wing, then became a bit more right-wing. But they're not really, because he hated Richard Nixon. He was all over the place, but he was as a person. But I remember, like, I was reading up on him recently, and he definitely didn't like communists towards the end of his life. In fact, at one point, he thought there was like one book or some author was actually like a psyop or something like that. But I think this was when he had a bit of a mental breakdown. Like, he's won it, and he's even has his own award named after him. He's held in high regard. Yet he wasn't totally politically correct, and I don't think he liked it. He definitely didn't like political correctness if you read his books. And then you've also got all the current winners. So like, it's interesting that nowadays it's totally curated, whereas before anybody could win it, and it seemed like there was no there was no problem. Even people like Ursula Le Guin, who would be considered an SJW today, she had no problem with people like Heinlein and Philip K. Dick winning, who were a bit different to her. Because she had criticisms of Philip K. Dick. I think she didn't like his female characters, but I have no problem with him. I think they're written like normal people.
Like imagine that. Imagine having disagreements with
I
another
know.
writer and like actually just talking about it instead of like trying
And
to
she still
demonize them and
recommended
rig
his
the vote.
books. She didn't like every single one because he has a lot of them. 50 published novels in his lifetime, I think. Something like that. Or at least 40 something. But she still recommended his books. And he considered Heinlein, well, he never met Heinlein, but they were like pen pals or phone friends. I don't know how to describe it. And apparently Heinlein helped him when he was starting out. And I think even in the 70s when he had really bad troubles and financial troubles, he just paid for everything for him at one point that he needed. And he said we may have like, I may not agree with Starship Troopers or whatever, but he's one of the greatest people I've never met, to paraphrase. Yeah.
All right. Well, hey. Oh,
It's
I
quite
should
nice.
point out though, just for clarification,
Mm-hmm.
Vox Day was not involved with the Sad Puppies. He was involved with the
Was
Rabid
he not?
Puppies. It was a separate group that. So there were two groups. There's the Sad Puppies and the Rabid Puppies, and they
Mm-hmm.
weren't exactly the same. The Sad Puppies
Mm-hmm.
believed in testing to see whether or not there was ideological bias or corruption in the selection
Mm-hmm.
of the award, and also
Mm-hmm.
to advocate for more diversity in
Mm-hmm.
science fiction. By which I mean like actual diversity, like
Yeah.
diversity of thought, you know,
Yeah.
um,
Mm-hmm.
and diversity of artistic style, and not just
Mm.
rewarding people based on their politics. Like that's what they wanted.
Yeah.
Whereas the Rabid Puppies, they wanted to burn down the Hugo Awards and deliberately nominated a bunch of like really bad works just to troll. So they would like nominate
Mm.
like, a space raptor butt Jesus or something. Like no, like, really, it's a real thing. It's this Chuck Tingle book, who ironically enough is like, well, in theory, working on this video game with Zoe Quinn, but it's like several years after it was supposed to come out, and there's been no updates on it,
Mm.
as far as I
Oh
can
yeah,
tell.
was that weird VR one that she was gonna do?
Was it VR? It might have been. It might have been. Yeah. I don't know if it was VR, but
How does she make money? What does she do? I've always wondered that.
that's an interesting question. It seems like no, dude. I can't edge lord that hard. Okay, not for the book. I
I
was
have a
gonna
feeling
say,
what you were gonna say.
yeah. I don't fuck it. I'll say it because I kind of think it's true. It
Mm.
seems like she accuses people of harassing her and then gets a bunch of sympathy money.
Oh,
And
that's not
then
what I thought you were gonna say.
oh, okay. Oh, oh no. I don't know what I don't want to know what you thought I was gonna say. But it seems like she
Sex
accuses
work.
people of harassing. Oh no, I'm not gonna say
Mm.
something like that.
I
It
mean,
seems
she's
like
done it before. Well, it's not sex work. She did nude modeling for a bit. So
well, I mean, you know, if she
hey,
wants to do
I'm
that,
only
whatever, it's her life.
hypothetical, guys. I
But
don't mind. I don't
yeah,
care.
but like it seems like what she does, and this is like a consistent pattern. She
Mm.
accuses people of harassing her,
Mm.
gets a bunch of sympathy money, and then makes
Mm.
big claims about projects she's going to make and doesn't follow
Mm.
through. So for instance, um, this has happened multiple times throughout her life, actually.
Mm.
So she claimed that she claimed that she got harassed by the Wizard Chan community. This
I know
claim
that. Yeah. Yeah.
is
Mm.
contested. I don't know who's right, who's wrong, whatever. The Wizard Chan people say that they never
Mm-hmm.
harassed her. Um, she claimed they did. Some of the news articles that blamed Wizard Chan have since recanted their stories and said that they actually don't have any proof that this ever happened, like the
Mm.
Escapist did. Um, so maybe that story's not true. I don't know. Um, then she blamed the. She claims she got mugged and that she needs people to donate to her because she got mugged, which I don't know if that's true or not. That's her claim. Then she claimed that the GamerGate people harassed her, and she started. That's when she made the big bucks. That's when she started getting tens of thousands of dollars, um,
Mm.
and got a book deal too. And then she used that to start her own
Yeah.
career with this Crash Override Network, this really kind of
Mm.
seedy organization, actually.
Mm. Wasn't there
Uh,
leaks about that as well back in the
there
day?
were, and some of the stuff, like some of the people associated with that organization, were actually like doxing people and stuff. It wasn't good at
Mm.
all. Um, then she because of the GamerGate harassment stuff, she did a Kickstarter Oh, well, I missed. Well, we'll go back into that one later. I missed one of the times where
Mm.
she claimed something like this. But then she did a Kickstarter to make her game with Chuck Tingle, but it's been several years now, and there's
Mm.
not really anything happening with this game, it seems.
Hey, she finds money to have way more tattoos than she used to have as well.
Well, I don't know where the money went. I'm not going to speculate on that. I don't have evidence. But and
Well, it's
then
on her arm, obviously.
well, and then I don't know if that's the Kickstarter money though, you know.
Who knows? Who knows?
But then she also has this whole separate thing with where she asked people to donate to her Rebel Game Jam. She claimed that she was launching this. So she was
Mm.
involved in this Polaris Game Jam that failed, and
Mm.
there have been some accusations that she deliberately sabotaged this. And then right
Oh yeah,
after
it's
that failed,
the guy who
she created.
organized it, the bald guy. Yeah.
Oh, I
Mm.
don't know his name or anything. I've looked into it a little bit, but it looks like so she was involved with the Polaris Game Jam. What bald guy? What are you talking about? Alex? You're talking about Alex Soloka?
I think so. Yeah,
No, no, that
he
was somebody
organized the
else.
game.
No, that was
Oh
somebody
right.
else. There was I don't know who made the Game Jam. I know the Game Jam was sponsored by some companies, and
Mm-hmm.
she claimed well, she basically was a part of this. There's accusations that she deliberately sabotaged it. That's in the con leaks actually from her organization where she talks about taking sabotaging shots and stuff like that. That's from the Airplay documentary part 2. There's
Mm-hmm.
in there, and then she started accepting donations for this Rebel Game Jam that she was going to run her own game jam that'd be better than the Polaris Game Jam, but that never happened. So it seems like she's someone who accuses people of harassing her, gets a bunch of donations, promises really big projects, and then nothing ever comes of the projects for the most part. Though she did write her book. That is one thing that did happen. And she did write
Well,
well, someone
are
wrote her
we sure
book.
she wrote one word? Yeah.
Yeah, someone wrote her book. I don't know. So that
Think
seems to be
wasted.
like
No, I'm
how she
joking.
makes her money. But like again, like
Mm.
that's I'm not intimately familiar with all her life. Maybe she's got like a normal job on top of all this stuff she does. I don't know.
Imagine working with her. God. Walking on eggshells constantly.
Doesn't seem like so I don't have a very high opinion of Brianna and Zoe. I think
Mm-hmm.
Brianna's story has a lot of holes in it, and Zoe seems to be a sociopath.
Do you remember when Brianna Wu faked that she'd left her house?
Yes, I do. I found that out recently, actually, a couple of weeks ago, and it's changed the
I
way I
remember that
think
at the
about her.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was on the news and she's like, "Oh yeah, I had to leave my house and everything like that." And obviously, the weaponized artists figured out, judging from the shadow of the room, the color of the walls, and then they did some other bloody sleuthing that only
Well,
they are
you don't even
capable
have
of,
to go that
and
hard at
determined.
it because all you have to do is look at the fact that she was scheduled to speak at this convention, and then she ended up going
Mm.
to the convention, and even tweeted the weekend where she fled her home. She's tweeting, "Hey, I'm at the con. Anyone want to hang out?" And then she went to the press and was like, "Oh, hey, I fled my home, guys." So you don't even have to sleuth that hard. Anyway,
True,
I don't want to
but they
talk bad
wanted
about any
to.
specific individuals. You want to wrap it up?
Yes, let's
All
do that.
right.
Yeah, it's nearly 12 o'clock at night for
All
me
right.
now.
We're going to go ahead and raid Lycan on YouTube. Go say hi to him, everybody.